Yes, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Happy Sunday, football fans. If it's Sunday where you live, it might be Monday. I don't know if it's possible for it to be Monday anywhere, but big up, good afternoon, good morning, good evening to each and every one of you. Well, what a mad day of football yesterday. It felt like it went on forever. I'm not sure why they had the 8 o'clock kickoff, but it felt like the games went on and on and on. And in the end, I'll be honest, I was a little bit footballed out. Some very interesting results leading up to our game today. A game where this is reminiscent of the Brentford game and the West Ham game at home, where I'm not worried at all. I know people in the chat will say, Dr. Tottenham, I'm not worried at all. I think I've got this down as a 4-0. I think this is going to be a comfortable day at the office. I just think we're going to have way too much for them, and we should have way too much for them. This is a team that has not won a game all season, and we're going to look at the Premier League table shortly. We're going to be joined for an hour or so by Kuva. Everyone loves Kuva, don't they? I just said to my wife while we were walking the dogs, he's like a happy soul that you bring in. He's a happy soul you bring in. Listen, I think I see a lot of people talking about finishing the day in third or fourth or fifth. For me, at the moment, it's too early to be worried about all of that. It's very clogged up. And when we look at the table, we'll see that let me just double check that I'm getting this right, from third, which is currently Nottingham Forest, down to 12th, which is Newcastle. So that's 10 teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There is a 4-point gap between 10 teams. So at the moment, every week, it's going to be 7th, 3rd, 5th, 8th, 9th. Third. It's going to just be constantly moving and shaking, isn't it? Sorry, I've just got some absolute idiot in my comments at the moment. I'll show you who he is. Just again, this guy, whoever this is, if you see him, Angelo, I'm calling it to your face. You're a prick. Just starting as I mean to go on. I'm not suffering fools lately. Someone else who's an absolute idiot is Team McWilliam. This person, again, Team McWilliam, absolute knob. Just going to put it out there. Team McWilliam, absolute knob. Do you know what, guys and girls? I've set up a football channel so people can have football conversation. People like that, they don't actually talk football. And I get a little bit bored when they're constantly coming into my chat and the only thing they can talk about is Ange. Really boring. Talking about people who are really boring, we got the opposite. We got the opposite of that. We've got Kuva. Saved that.
I thought you were giving me a big build-up when you were talking about an absolute idiot. And I thought, oh, Christ, that's a nice one, isn't it?
I was saying someone we're about to bring on who's got a big knob, not a big knob, but has a big knob. Here he is. It's Kuva.
It's lies, but I'll take it.
Good morning. No, it's not, is it? Good afternoon, Kuva. How are you today?
Good afternoon, yeah.
Sunday.
Yeah, I was just listening to your build-up about the league table and the fact, third, ninth. And it's perfect. If you're going to be a flip-flop fan like me, that's ideal. Because we're gonna win the quad one week and we're getting relegated the next. It's brilliant.
It's absolutely crazy. By the way, when I was saying that though, Kuva, when I was saying 3rd, 8th, 9th, 7th, I wasn't just referring to Tottenham. I feel like it's going to be constantly. Villa one week are going to be 4th, 3rd, 5th, 6th. Chelsea are in there. By the way, if Man United win today, they put themselves back into that little. I'll tell you what, Kuva. Let's have a look at the league table. Good morning to everyone. I'm not ignoring you. Good morning, good afternoon. I will get to your comments. As always, please smash the like button. It is a free stream. It really, really is. So please do smash that like button. And I have to remind you, there's only 35 likes. There's 100 in here at the moment and growing. And we're live tonight at 7:30 for episode 2 of the Spurs review. So I'll be joined by Jose from El Tel Cocorel, who I asked the other day, do you live in Spain? And he was like, no, I don't. I live in like Sussex or something. I was like, oh, okay. Sorry, I just thought he lived in Spain. We're going to be joined by Lubo. Love having football debates with Lubo. We don't agree on a lot, but I love him. He's a great guy. Been a Spurs fan for a very long time. Loves going to his Spurs events. He'll be joining us. We'll be joined by Dan, Spurs Danalist. And depending on a flight time, we might be joined later in the show by the one, the only Mr. Box Office, who certainly lives up to his name. He is definitely Box Office. Big up to Strasbourg Steve. Thanks for all your time this week streaming, buddy. Really appreciate you. Kuva, let's have a look at the league table. Look, for me, I always think, look, we did this last year. Let me just put us to the side there. We did this last year. Not me and you. Everyone does this. And I'm of the opinion each time that I'm going to start taking the league table truly seriously in terms of Champions League positions and Europa League positions at the 19-20 game mark. When you get to that position where everyone's played everyone and we've got all of these dreaded international breaks out the way. Because at the moment, Kuva, I mean, look, as I said there, you look at Nottingham Forest, 19 points in third. And then you go all the way down to Newcastle, the last team on this page. 4 points separate 10 teams. Are you surprised by that? Would you expect by now that maybe the top four would have pulled away, or that the bottom half will be tailing off? What do you make of it so far?
Well, the only real surprise there is Forest, isn't it? I don't think anybody saw that coming. I mean, the fact they've only conceded the 7 goals, that kind of stands out. I think at this point in the league table, yeah, you're right. I wouldn't look at the points so much. Look at the goals going in, look at the goals being conceded, and look at the way teams are playing. Bit of an indicator. But the points themselves, you can get, there's too much luck involved in some of the results, isn't there?
For sure.
That evens out over the season. But right now, I'd say it's a reasonable snapshot of how things have been going. You know, the likes of Man United, Newcastle have been underwhelming. Forest have exceeded expectations. Brighton are going well. You kind of expect them to do well, but top 4, that's not necessarily what you'd be expecting. I think Chelsea, I would expect to see there. Arsenal are comically out of the top 5 when that's their season again. And we've got about 10 teams vying for that 4th space spot. Well, not 10 teams, but about 8 teams going for it. Yeah, I think it's pretty much to be expected, isn't it? It's a pack of Wolves trying to get that one spot.
Well, talking about Wolves, let's have a look at the bottom half of the table. And big up to one of my favourites. Big up, Chloe. How you doing? Chloe, I'm about to scroll down the table. I know you're going to hate me for this. Let's have a look at where your boys are. Well, there you go. Look, Chloe, you're 17th. You're 17th. Look, it could be worse. You're not in the relegation zone, but just not for long. Just when it looked like Palace had got the win, they got the draw. Could they kick on at home to Fulham and really get listen, a lot of players out. Sorry, Chloe, you don't mind me bringing it up, but look, Crystal Palace, Wolves, Ipswich, Southampton. I mean, I'm not really surprised by anyone in that bottom 6, if we're going to be brutally honest, Kuva. It's whether or not the Wolves, the Palaces, the Ipswich, the Southamptons can keep up. Because once that Everton and Leicester get to 13 points, the gap goes to 6 points. That's where you don't want to be tailed off, right? You've got to be able to catch up. But if we look down there, this is how crazy the league is. Man United are sitting there on 13th. Now, on the cold face of it, you go 13th is dreadful. Win today, they could be 3 points off top 4. Like, do you know what I mean? It's a very, very close league. They've got Leicester City today. Leicester win today. All of a sudden, Man United could be in the bottom 6. So it's a really interesting league table, isn't it, Kuva? It's really interesting.
Yeah, that's the only consistencies, really. I think Southampton are doomed as far as I'm concerned. No chance of staying up. You look at the other end, Liverpool and City, I expect them to be in the top 2.
Yes.
I really do.
Yeah.
Arsenal, they're bound to pick up again when they get a few players back. I mean, they haven't suddenly become an awful team. They're just having a bad patch. So you'd expect them to put top 3 as well, probably. As for the rest of it, I've got a feeling Chelsea are going to be up there. They constantly improve. You could see it the last season under Pochettino. They'd suddenly seemed to solve the problem a bit. Right. And, carried on from there. They've certainly got some talent in the squad. Fitting it all together was always the problem.
And what they've got as well, Kruger, I know they're in Europe playing on Thursdays, but they can rotate. Well, sorry, I say
got a million players, haven't they?
Yeah, they are rotate. They are literally going, here's our Premier League team. here's our conference team. And the team they put out in the conference, you know, again, I think it's good enough to win the conference without actually having any of their first team. You know, their conference team is players like Nkunku. Do you know what I mean? Dewsbury Hall. It's Mudryk.
It's a comfortable season for them, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
What they have got as well, it's an advantage that they played so badly in recent seasons that it kind of takes the pressure off now, doesn't it? They can enjoy themselves.
It does.
And get a bit of league form together. Nobody's expecting them to win this season. They could even be a dark horse. You never know. I think probably not though. But
I think what we're seeing, I think you called it, Coover. I think for me, I think everyone's getting well too carried away with Man City losing some games. Yeah, I think that if this was, I think Carl Walker. Did you see his interview on Sky Sports yesterday?
Nah.
Or TNT, whatever. Right, Carl Walker after the game turned around and said I thought he gave a really good interview. Carl Walker turned around and said, well, let's see how good we are. Do you know what I mean? It was like, let's see how good we are. This is where we have to stand up and be counted. He said, I would rather, though, he said, if these things happen, I'd rather it now than in the second half of the season. He said, let's get this out of the way now. He said, there's no excuses of injuries. He said, we've got talented players in that team. He said, but we are human. Like we are human. We're going through a bad patch. I think they'll be absolutely fine, City. I think City come the end of the season will be first or second. I'm going to still say it. I'm not going to flip-flop like you. I still think they're going to win the league. I do. I think that they've got, again, it's that know-how as the season goes on, as De Bruyne comes back, as Grealish comes back, Doku comes back, Stones, Diaz, Ake, like a lot of big injuries. When they're all back, I think City will be fine. But then
they can cope without Rodri, despite what people say, can't they?
Well, the funny thing is, for 9 games, they didn't lose. Right? For 9 games, they didn't lose. They won 7 and drew 2. And no one mentioned Rodri. Right?
Yeah.
They lose to Bournemouth and Brighton, and suddenly it's, well, without Rodri. And you're like, well, hang on. What about the 9 league games and the Champions League games before that, right? So, look, I think they'll be fine. But the point of me saying this is, I think the rest are all going to be looking and going, who can take 4th place? And let's bring this to Tottenham, because we're a Tottenham channel. We're very much in that conversation. And at the moment, I couldn't put my mortgage on who's going to get top 4. I couldn't. I don't think there's a standout. I think Chelsea, Arsenal, Villa, Spurs, they would be my favourites, but all very erratic. Listen, I know we might end the day in 3rd tonight, but we're erratic. Chelsea are a bit erratic. Villa are very erratic. You know, Newcastle, if they win today, Kuva, Newcastle suddenly go into the top 4, 5, 6. So I think at the moment it's all a little bit too early to be talking about who's going to get it. But before we move on to Spurs, how impressed have you been with Arne Slot and Liverpool?
Fantastic, aren't they? Especially at home form. Home form, they're just steamrolling everybody. Fair play to Villa yesterday. They played well there.
I thought they did. I thought they were excellent.
But Liverpool do what they do. Just came away with the points again. Their home form is just absolute fortress time, isn't it? That's going to be driving them through most of the competitions. If they can match that away from home, they're absolutely unstoppable. But I mean, considering it's his first season in charge, it's like he's been there for a few years, isn't it? Teams are responding to what he wants to do. I've got to be impressed with them. Absolutely got to be impressed with them. Nice to see it's them instead of City as well. If you're a football purist, you don't want to see the title bought, do you?
Well, the thing is, I'm going to, okay, let's assume, look, I think City will win the league, right? But if City aren't going to win it, and let's face it, what I think, I always say this, Kuva, and no one listens, what I think will happen in situations isn't always what I want to happen in situations, right? Sure. So I want Spurs to win the league. I don't think we're going to, right? So I don't want City to win it again. I would love to see a new team win it. However, I don't want that new team to be Arsenal, right? For obvious reasons. I don't want it to be Chelsea because of obvious reasons. That kind of leaves that I'd be happy for Liverpool to win it. You know, if Tottenham aren't going to be winning it, they're not playing free-flowing football. That's not what he does. It's not tick-attack free flowing, but they've got a really, really powerful set of forwards that on the break, the likes of Gakpo, Diaz, Nunes, Salah, Jota, they've got so much firepower, Kuva, and
although the style's different, which other manager does it remind you of in recent years?
Sorry, say that again. Although
the style's slightly different, which other manager does it remind you of in recent years?
Klopp.
Yeah. It's not that dissimilar, is it? Very effective, hard-working team, and got some real power in the forward line. I think it's been a transition. It's been fantastic for them. Totally picked the right manager. I agree that there is something about them at the moment. You're not going to easily beat them, and they do have that unpredictability in that forward line. Nunes, when he's on form, destroys you. When he's off form, he looks like a clown. So, but they have the consistency around them. They got Salah as well. When he's always doing the business for Liverpool, even when he's bad, he's good.
Do you know what? Nunes should sign for Spurs. He's the ultimate Jekyll and Hyde player. Sometimes I watch him and I go, "Oh, you are brilliant." And other times I watch him and I go, "Have you played football before?" Like he's that guy.
Just imagine Nunes, Timo Werner, and what if we kept Emerson Royale to play the 10 role behind him?
Like, if Barry's watching, he's going to have you. He's going to have you. He's Barry. Big up to Barry, Nick Collison. The worst thing that could have happened the other night was Real Madrid losing at home to Milan and Emerson Royale having a really good game whilst Nick was on my channel. You know,
it would have been funny though.
Oh God. It's interesting watching the game yesterday. I think it showed again the difference between, and I put us with Villa because I think we're very similar to Villa, right? And the last couple of years has shown that we're kind of there or thereabouts with Villa, right? The difference between Villa and Spurs and the Liverpool, it's that clinical nature, whilst having that balance of being solid at the back. So, like you said, Villa for me could have easily won that game. I thought they had so many chances in the second half on the counter-attack but my uncle always taught me this. Grew up watching football with my uncle, coached all levels. He always said to me, the difference between the top players and the rest is decision-making. And the best example of that is look at Cristiano Ronaldo when he was 18, 19. All the skill, all the flair, entertained, but was frustrating to watch because it was like he was in it for him. When he got that tiny bit older and the decision-making changed to being, right, when do I pass? When do I shoot? When do I dribble past a man? It was unstoppable. And that, for me, is the difference between when I look at Mo Salah and I look at our players, for example. They are clinical. If they go on to win the league, I'll be happy for them to win the league. Kuva, I don't know if I'll be happy for Liverpool to win the league.
Absolutely.
Because it's not going to be us.
It's still what I'd call a proper club. I don't count Chelsea and Man City.
No, they are. They're a proper club with football heritage. Some might say, Kuva.
Nice. I think you're right that they've got that sort of sense about them. It's like a maturity that they can realise that another team might have a great spell of football against them, but they don't panic. They just hold their shape, bide their time, and they know they've got the quality to hit them at some point.
Yeah.
And then they'll do it again if they need to. Man City have learned that over the years as well. It's gone from gung-ho Man City, who used to score 8 in a game and then follow it up with another 6. And then they maybe concede a few bad ones. And then Man City going through that period of grinding out some 1-0 wins where they could sit back, conserve their energy because they knew they would have had enough to beat the opposition. Liverpool do the same now.
Yeah, I again agreed with that. Yeah, people before the season were going, "Oh, Klopp's gone; they're going to fall off." Listen, I like Slot. I followed his career, wanted him at Spurs so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think again when you look at Liverpool and City, this is sometimes when we talk about out and out possession, like the whole kind of Cruyff tactics and Pep's tactics, you can be incredible to watch, or it can be incredibly frustrating, because the moment you have the ball and people know Man City are going to have the ball, it automatically means they're going to put 10 men behind it. And that stops the 4-5-0s now, right? People have learned, hang on, we're playing City, put everyone behind the ball. Liverpool, they won't do that as much, because Liverpool aren't a 70, 80% possession team. They are very much in the transition a lot of the time as well. I'm not saying they can't keep it, but and that is where I think people, when City don't win a game 3-0, they go, I struggled today. They only won 1-0. If you watch a Man City game, not yesterday, and I mean when they're on the pomp, it must be very tiring for the Man City players mentally, because it is 10 men behind the ball, and it's patience, probe, prod, probe, out wide, get all the players shuffling across, now move the ball quick. I think it's a real lot of concentration, but aren't they allowed 3 or 4 games off? I know everyone's making it to be this massive crisis. They've won everything for like 7 or 8 years. Aren't they allowed a little bit of a dip without people thinking it's the end of the world?
I think, thank God they've had a dip.
Sure.
If they didn't, what's going to happen? We're going to go on forever with Man City win everything all the time, every season. No, it's a good thing. Yeah, you're right about what Kyle Walker said as well. We are just human. Yeah, they are. You've got to go in with that attitude against Man City as well. Of course, they're there to be beaten. Everybody is. It's just more of a trophy, isn't it? I think it's interesting, the comparison between ourselves and them in terms of possession football, isn't it? Because when we're failing to break teams down and everybody's on the manager's back and saying, oh, we can't break down this low block. You look at Man City, they face exactly the same problems and they struggle with it at times too. I mean, teams do this because it's effective, because they might scrape a draw out of a game they're not expected to win. City just have that individual kind of brilliance that we lack at times. I would argue, though, the City team at the moment isn't as good as the one in a few years back when they had the likes of Aguero and Silva. Because I think when teams used to defend against them then, they had that little bit of absolute magic to unlock it. I mean, they've still got De Bruyne who can pick those passes out, but I think David Silva is a big miss for them. He still is.
I love David
absolutely
Silva.
Incredible player.
Do you know what? Never, ever got talked about to the levels he should have. Like, if David Silva was playing in the Premier League now, for me, I'm putting him up there as one of the best 2 players in the league. Like, I think he's such a magician. The thing is, it's difficult, right? Because I was speaking to a City fan earlier this week, and I'm going to do a bit of work with him for a podcast. And he said to me, it's difficult, right? Because when we didn't have an out-and-out striker, i.e. an Erling Haaland, everyone said, oh, City have got to go and buy an out-and-out striker in Erling Haaland. He said, now we're buying an Erling Haaland, people are going, oh, but the problem is you've got Erling Haaland and you haven't got the Aguero type. And he's like, the thing is, what Pep does, he said, is reinvents. He's had the teams without a forward. He's had the teams with the forward. He's had the teams with a forward that doesn't play so much as a forward, like an Aguero. He said, but he's constantly changing the way they play. And he said, this is going to be interesting to see now. How does he change it now? But this guy said, I said to him, are you worried? And he went, look, here's what he said to me. He said, Sav, at the end of the day, he said, we were wrote off last year. We were wrote off the year before when we were about 12 points behind Arsenal. He said, we were wrote off the year before that because I think we lost a home game to Palace and then we lost to Brentford. He said, we're always written off. He said, these players don't turn bad overnight, right? These players don't forget. And he said, it's not about what you do in November. It's about what you do when it gets to the business end of the season. So he said, all the while we're in touch. I fancy us, because he said, we're one of only probably 2 teams in this league that can go on a 15, 20 game run. Yeah. He said, who else can do that? He said, maybe Liverpool. He said, who else can do a 15, 20 game run? So for me, I agree with him. What I will say is, we've got to talk about this and we'll segue this into Tottenham, but big up to absolutely everyone. The thing is, things like this, that when we say Mahrez a big miss for City, the problem is you've got to remember that since Mahrez left, they've still won everything. We can't have complete revisionism here. Like they're still winning everything. Spurs are the visitors to Man City next. And the biggest thing Carl Walker said that I left out for a reason, Kuva.
Did he say Dr. Tottenham?
He said, I played at Spurs. Don't worry, we've got them next. No, he said, if there was ever a time that a club needed an international break, he said, it's us now.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
That for me was telling, because they can go away, have 2 weeks. Pep said it. By the time they come back, De Bruyne is going to have another 2 weeks fitness and can start games. Diaz will be back fit. Stones will be back fit. Ake will be back fit. Grealish will be back fit. Doc, he said, how the difference of 2 weeks. But my question to you is, they've got Spurs, right? They got Spurs. They've lost 4 on the bounce in all competitions. They got Spurs. Difference is, Kuva, all 4 of their games, do you know what they've got in common? All 4 of the games they've lost.
Away from home.
Away from home. Shocking away form. Terrible form. But their next game is Spurs at the Etihad. Good time to play them, or shocking time to play? I mean, how do you
good time for us to play them? No chance. they're going to be absolutely chomping at the bit to get on the winning track again. And despite what we say about, we're the team that has the hoodoo over City. Yeah, sure, we have got a lot of games against them compared to other clubs, but we do lose a lot to them as well. That gets swept under the carpet a little bit, doesn't it? Sometimes we get pelted. It was only the other season. We got a nice, comfortable lead at halftime and absolutely got blitzed in the second half. That's likely to happen. City are still a very, very good team. When they've got a few players back, then they'll go again. I think their real problem this season is just showing their kind of lack of squad depth, isn't it? Because before, when they could bring some youngsters on, it was like, oh yeah, there was a pleasant little introduction for them. Yeah. But they've had games this season where they've had to rely on them, and it's a lot to ask a lot of team players to step up at the same time. They still need that experience with them to help them along, especially with the expectation levels at City so high.
Well, Jamie Redknapp actually said last night, Redknapp said last night, he said, the thing is as well, he said, you've got to remember at the moment, this is a Man City team that other than Haaland, their entire spine is missing. He said, Rodri and De Bruyne are the 2 best midfielders in the Premier League, give or take, right? I'm going to say it. I think they are. You've got Rodri and De Bruyne are both missing. Diaz, Stones and Akanji all missing. He's like, suddenly you stick those 4 into the center of your pitch, suddenly you're controlling games of football again. So look, I know it's going to be a great big fanfare for people, but when we go there, I bet you it's a very different team. And I bet you Man City come out those blocks absolutely firing. Because what we do, we now get City's midfield is old. De Bruyne's 33, his legs are gone. I mean, this is the same De Bruyne that when he came back into the team in January of this year, transformed them again after they had been on a bit of bad form and then they didn't lose for like 20 games and won the league. So again, before we start, we did this with Virgil van Dijk. Remember? Yep. Van Dijk, he's gone. No, he's not. De Bruyne's never really been one to rely on pace. When he's fit, he's a magician. So I think we've got to relax. But yeah, Tottenham going their away is interesting, right? Because everybody on my WhatsApp group yesterday, Kuva, just went, who will City got next? Dr. Tottenham will see. And it's like, oh, don't. But look, we're not good away. They're bloody good at home. They've not lost in 4. We could be. They've not won in 4. We could be going there 3rd in the league. It's got all of the ingredients to be a great battle, hasn't it?
Also, there's that Irish logic bit to football sometimes, isn't there? Everything suggests you can't do something, and then you do it. So I would say we're massive underdogs going to City, massive underdogs, because they will have those players back. we're going to be missing a few still, aren't we? We complain about the standard of our strike force this season. At the moment, we don't even have a choice who we can pick. Everybody else is injured.
Yeah.
So we need this international break as well.
I agree. Look, this is what I said. All clubs get injuries, right? All clubs get injuries. Some get them worse than others, but all clubs get injuries. This is why you have to buy. Now, I don't excuse Pep from that. Pep Guardiola has always not wanted a big squad. That's why when people say, oh, Man City have got world-class players all sitting on the bench, Man City have a very small squad and then fill it up with youngsters. Chelsea, on the other hand, have a massive squad and they can cope with those sort of injuries. Spurs, we're somewhere in between. I think we've got a very big squad, but how much quality is in that squad is the difference in question. Before we talk about today's game, by the way, big up to everyone. Big up to Bella, who's gifted another Football Heritage TV membership. Thank you very much. That is much appreciated, Bella, and thank you for all of your support. Before we get on to today's game and get predictions and stuff like that, the rumour mill is doing the rounds because, you know, we're only about 50 days away from a transfer window. Always a transfer window coming, Coover. As a YouTuber, I love the transfer window. I find it hilarious. I find transfer windows are brilliant because we always start with we're signing Margot Robbie and we always end with we're signing Susan Boyle. Do you know what I mean? It's that kind of, it's what we do. All of the links in the last 48 hours, Coover, I don't know if you know who I'm going to say, are Jack Grealish, right? A lot of the, why are you shaking your head? What's going on? Why?
Have a look at our wages we pay to our players, and then have a look at what Jack Grealish is on, and he wins things there. Why is he going to come here?
Yeah. Well, this is what I was going to ask you before you rudely started doing all of that.
Sorry, mate, couldn't help it.
No, I'm only joking. Look, somebody put, as I said, I'm in one Spurs WhatsApp group, and somebody messaged it yesterday, and it was, you never know how true these sources are. I said, look, Spurs are going to look to get Jack Grealish on loan in January. And the first person come back and went, oh, yeah, and who's funding those wages? Right. So,
yeah.
And that's the truth. And somebody said, look, could we do it if Man City stumped up 2/3 of his wages and I don't know what he's on. If anyone in the chat can tell me what Grealish is on.
300 grand a week, I believe.
Right. 300 grand a week. We'll pay 100 of it. Sure. Right. Will City fund the other 200 and let him come on loan to us?
Why would they do that?
No, hypotheticals, Coover. Hypotheticals, mate. That's all we're doing here. If we listen, I love Jack Grealish. I think again, he is a footballer that gets undermined because we live in an era where people only care about GA. They don't care about what other aspects people bring to a football team. And what I think City are sorely missing at the moment is a Jack Grealish who carries you up the field, holds on to the ball, draws fouls, can go past a man on the outside, can cut in on the inside, links up very well, technically very astute. I think he'd be a brilliant addition to Tottenham. I'm going to ask two questions. One, do you ever see it happening? I think I know the answer. Two, even if we got him, do you think that we'd be able to fit him in? And I'm not saying, I mean, I would, but do you think we'd be able to fit him in? Because obviously he plays on the left, Sonny plays on the left. But what do you make of this whole Grealish thing, aside from the wages?
Well, we've already, aside from the wages and the fact we aren't going to be paying for him whatsoever, and City wouldn't sell him to us on some sort of stupid wage, like funding idea. If you take all of that out and just look at the player himself, yeah, of course we could use him. We're already seeing, even without all the signings we have made, we still have injury problems. We still are looking for players to come in. We need those extra bodies, and there's certainly some that aren't up to the job we've got in the squad already. With players like Grealish, you just fit him in the team somehow. If he's not playing, even if he's not in his natural position, you just get him in that forward line somewhere. He makes things happen. You're right. We are obsessed with these, GA statistics, but You go back in time, you know, I'll pick, even though it's that noisy lot down the road. If you looked at GA at the time, Arsenal wouldn't have signed Bergkamp or Thierry Henry, would they? Because they were not hitting big figures. But you could see what sort of player they are and how you can use that sort of player. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Grealish is a player that makes things happen. There's no doubt about it. He doesn't get the highlight, the sort of same attention nowadays because he's playing at Man City. He's not the big fish in a smaller team. All respect to Villa at the time. We all knew that he had to go to there to really get those medals in, didn't he? I think that would suit Spurs perfectly because we've had a history of having like the star player, haven't we? With the man. We're hoping Maddison was going to be it for us, and he's been a bit hit and miss. Kane obviously was the man. Sonny had his time in the spotlight as well, but we're always kind of reliant on that one person to be the spark, the one that puts it all on his shoulders and grabs the headlines. Grealish could be that sort of player for us. I really do. I think he's a genuine talent.
I think the White Hart Lane faithful would love him as well. I think he's one of those. I think he'll wind up the opposition fans, but when he's your player and he draws those fouls constantly, he's a very intelligent player. He's very strong. And what I like about him is, again, I love players that have that ability to carry the ball upfield, but they don't, like, we've got a lot of players that carry the ball upfield, but we've carried it upfield. We must just keep going. Sometimes carry the ball upfield, bring your other players into the game, let everyone else catch up. And this whole conversation about when people say Grealish isn't what he was at Villa, well, of course he's not. At Villa, the Villa then, not because it's a different Villa. If you think where Villa have come from in the last 4 or 5 years, Villa then was very much give the ball to Jack Grealish. He's the maverick. Let him do what he does. When you go to a top teams don't tend to have mavericks now. If you look at City, they are a unit, right? City don't have one player that has the ball. They can go to Rodri, to De Bruyne, to Grealish, to Foden, to Silva, to Gundogan, right? There's not one player that each time you go, you give it to him.
Liverpool too. It's not all about Salah, is it?
Absolutely. This is what I mean. It's not the days of, like when Spurs had Ginola, you know me, I love to get my Ginola in. It was get the ball to Ginola. That was your outlet. Get the ball to Ginola. I don't care if we're at right back. Switch the play to him on the left wing. Football isn't that now. And for me, I think if you start signing players, first of all, Jack Grealish is a winner. He's now a serial winner, right? People can say what they want about him. In their treble winning season, when he was 100% fit, Pep played him in every big game. In every big game, he trusted Jack Grealish. His injuries at the moment, he's not fully fit, and people are going, "Oh, he's not been great this year." He's not been fit this year. But for me, get him in. And somebody's made a great point. Not just because they put it in a super chat. Big up for Highline for Life. I love that picture as well, by the way. It's really creepy, but I quite like it. For me, imagine you said you've got Solanke up top, Grealish from the left, Sonny from the right. Right, they can switch the whole game. It's not a problem, right? Yeah. And then you've got Kulu or Maddison in the hole. Suddenly, I'm looking at that front four and going, I like this. You've got the direct pace of Son. You've got the hold up of Jack Grealish. You've got the creation from either a Kulu or a Maddison. Suddenly, I'm looking at that and going, yes, this is the caliber, Kuva. This is the caliber we need to show that we're serious. Not Werner, not Odeberg. You know what I mean? Not Johnson. So this is levels for me.
I agree. There's another thing I really like about the way Grealish. Yeah, there's another thing I really like about the way Grealish plays. He receives the ball high up the pitch. He looks up. If there's something on, he'll pick a pass without doubt. He's very good at it. But he also has that extra string to his bow that if the pass isn't on, he's quite happy to just run with the ball and power into the box. He will draw. And since he's a player that draws fouls, you've got the penalty possibility happening as well.
Mhm.
He's a very dangerous player. He's intelligent and he knows what he's doing. I agree. The part of the play now for all forwards is to be able to hold on to the ball when you get it. It's not. I'd say we lack that a little bit. I don't think Brennan Johnson's great at it. He's improved a little bit, to be fair, but he's still not up there for it. Grealish is different gravy, isn't he? As they say.
I think he's a brilliant player.
You get the ball into his feet, you know you're going to get something out of it. Usually a free kick with him, isn't it? So
yeah. I think we've got to get away from. I think people have got to realise that when you go to Man City, you're not going to suddenly go to Man City and turn up and be the main man. You know, this isn't Villa, with all due respects. You can't just leave a club, go to a top. He's joined one of the best teams in the world, and people are going, he doesn't do for them what he did for Villa. Well, yeah, because Pep Guardiola doesn't want a maverick. Pep Guardiola's won everything over and over and over again because he knows what he's doing. Yeah, football fans on the eye, Kuva, want to see a maverick. I get it. I love it. You love it. We grew up with it. But when people go, oh, you know, he should just let Grealish do what he wants. Well, not at the detriment of Pep's tactics, not at the detriment of how Man City play and how Man City win things. And when Grealish looks back at the end of his career, do you think he's going to look back and go, oh, well, I wasn't doing what I was doing at Villa at City. I'm upset. Or is he going to go, well, there's three Premier Leagues there already. There's one Champions League. There's an FA Cup. There's a League Cup. There's, you know, what's he gonna say?
You know what? It sounds crazy, but I think he's going to have genuinely mixed feelings because
do you reckon?
he's going to have loved the trophies and the medals. What a feeling that is! But all players, especially players like that, they want to be playing every single game, don't they? They want to be. They want to be like in the limelight all game long, every single time the team goes out. And I think sometimes it must be very frustrating for them to be benched when they know they're great. It's a different kind of temperament at the likes of City, isn't it? You also get there's the flip side of the coin for players that aren't up to that level. What's the lad we're playing? He's just got suspended for the game today against Ipswich. He was at Man City, ex-Leeds player.
Phillips.
Phillips, Calvin Phillips. Yeah, him. I'd say wasted his career at City. He just didn't fit, did he? He just sat there.
I agree.
And it's not the only one. You look at promising players at the time for perhaps a lesser kind of bracket. You look at Danny Drinkwater going to Chelsea. What a waste of his career that was.
Yeah, you get it though, right? Because it's the big move of the big salary. You're going to win trophies,
and you've got enough confidence in your own ability to think you're going to break into the team. Yeah, sure.
Especially when Rodri is it's the guy who plays in your position. By the way, Kuva, just going to break away for this for 1 minute because Tottenham are playing Ipswich today. The team is out. It is pretty much what I expected. Not sure what says you. It's Vicario in goal, Pedro Porro, Romero, Dragoshin and Udogie, Bentancur, Star, Kulusevski, with Johnson, Solanke, Son. So let's be brutally honest. If we're going to look here, this is full strength without Mickey van der Ven, right? I think that's a full strength team. So let's move it on to Spurs. I haven't got the Ipswich lineup yet. I'm sure it will come out soon. I'll be honest, I don't think it should matter who's playing for Ipswich. I'm brutally honest. What I like about that is, we've gone back to the... Sorry, Kuva, please. You can shout at me on the WhatsApp afterwards. We've gone back to the double pivot. Hate saying it. We've gone back to the two-man in midfield. You know, people go low block, double pivot, high ceiling. Talk football. We've gone back to that today with Sarr and Bentancur, with Kulu having more of the free reign. It's what we came away from in midweek. And I always think we look better like this. I do. I think that there's going to be games where, yes, you can play with Maddison and Kulu, but I just think we look a much better structured team when we've got that. So what do you make of the team? What do you make of today's opponents? What do you make of the game in general?
Today's opponents, I agree with you. I don't study Ipswich enough to know what their best team is or anything like that. I just know they looked decent. They look very competent when getting promoted. And the games I have seen them this season in, they've generally competed. They don't look a bad side.
Yeah.
They don't very rarely get really turned over. I think there's only West Ham and City. I think that's the only teams that have scored more than 2 against them. Or sorry, that won by 2 or more, or something like that. Maybe there's one or 2 others, but they've generally been in the fight. I watched them against Brentford, that 4-3 game. That was a fantastic game of football. They certainly had enough chances there. I mean, Brentford probably deserved to edge it, but Ipswich were in the game. So they're given a good account of themselves. I don't think it's going to be one of those where we go, oh, we're easily going to smash them 5 or 6-0. I don't see that happening.
Well, if we look, Kuva, so I'm just looking at their results. They conceded. They've had 2 hammerings, I suppose, which one is at Man City 4-1, which is understandable. And the other one was actually at West Ham 4-1. Other than that, it's been...
Oh, God, that's terrible then.
Yeah. Listen, as I said, as I started this stream, this reminds me of you and I both we did one of these shows before Brentford and before West Ham. And I said the same thing then. I don't go into games like this and go, Dr. Tottenham, I'm worried. I feel like this is going to be a comfortable day at the office. I just think we're going to have far too much in terms of, we have those 12? Sorry. We have those 15, I don't know where 12 came, 15 to 20 minute spells in games where we just blow teams away.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be that today. Games like today, for me, aren't what tell me how good we are. They're not the games. I take more from beating a Villa. I take more from
games like today. Games like today tell you who we are if we go and lose it, don't they?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
People are asking the bench. The bench is Fraser Forster in goal. No, sorry, he's not in goal, is he? Forster, Spence is back on the bench. Ben Davis, Gray, Bissouma, Bergval, Maddison, Werner, Will Lancashire. So for me, I think this is if I'm not wrong, this is I'm not prepared to really put Odegaard as a first choice right now. Other than Odegaard, Richarlison, and Van der Ven, this is as
Mikey
good
Moore as well's out, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, as a kid, I'm not really gonna. You know what I mean? Look. What I'm saying is we should be beating Ipswich at home with that team and that bench.
Yeah,
we really should be winning that game. Look, I know lots of people all week in my chat, Hoover, said, oh, Spurs, it's just like us to go and lose 1-0. I can't see it at all. I think we've got too much firepower and they have let in goals, Ipswich. And if we look at how many goals Ipswich have conceded this season, they've conceded 21. That means there's only 2 teams that have conceded more goals, and that's Wolverhampton Wanderers and Brentford.
Ipswich are a team that do allow you to play a bit, don't they?
Yes.
That's why I admire that about them. Came up with an intention to play football. They've been doing that. It's just a struggle for them, isn't it? Because they literally do not have that high quality player that established Premier League teams do. If they can hang on this season by the skin of their teeth, sets them up nicely, doesn't it? But that's what every team hopes to do when they come up.
Yeah. I mean, look, if I read the Ipswich team and somebody's asked me, big up 7, thank you very much. Always very supportive. I will. Let me start with the Spurs team again then, shall we? The Spurs team, hang on, it's actually on Sky Sports right now. That is very handy. Thank you, Sky Sports. The Tottenham team is Vicario in goal, Porro at right back, Dragoshin and Romero at centre-half with Destiny Adogi at left-back, Bentancur and Papassar in midfield with Kulusevski in the free role, with Son to the left, Johnson to the right, and Dominic Solanke through the middle. The Ipswich team, and I'm not even going to try and guess in which order, so this is just how I'm reading it off this app, by the way, is Muric in goal, Burgess, Kajusti, Davis, Delap, Hutchinson, Johnson, Morsey, O'Shea, Twanzebe, Schmodix. Now, I'm not knocking those players, but, big up 7. Thank you very much. Hopefully that sufficed. Thank you for your support.
Schmodix had a lovely finish against Brentford the other week.
Good finisher, Sammy Smodics. Really good finisher. I just can't see that this team. I'm not looking at that and going, you know what? They've got boom, 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 boom. It reads like a championship team, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go on the most recent game I saw, which of course was the Brentford one, and they did want to get players in behind, and they were looking for that sort of killer through ball all the time, and it was quite effective at times. Brentford were conceding chances, perhaps they shouldn't have, but I think that kind of works with us as well, doesn't it? We are susceptible for being high up the pitch. We do play a high line. Obviously, it gets criticised a lot, but it's just the way it is. That's high risk, high reward game we play. So if you do crack it, you've got a good chance. Question is, are they going to be able to do it? Will they cope with our midfield pressing? I don't think so. We're at home as well. That's why I'm not worried about it at all. If it was a tricky little away trip, Portman Road, I'm assuming they're still at Portman Road. I haven't even checked that.
It is Portman Road. It is.
Yeah, everybody's changing grounds recently, aren't they, and getting it named by a sponsor. Yeah, so if it was an away game, that could be a different story. That could be a tricky little tie then.
No, I agree. I completely agree with you. Again, there are certain games, you know me, look, I'll critique when it needs to be critiqued. Certain games for me, I just look at and go, yeah, hopefully I'm not giving it the kiss of death, but I don't look at this and think this is an upset. Even if we go 1-0 down, which is possible, we go 1-0 down quite a lot, I'd still expect us to score 4 goals in this game, 3 goals. I still think we've got way too much for them. These are the games for me where Solanke should be filling his boots and getting his goals 4 column up. These are the games where I expect Brennan Johnson to ghost into the box and score. These are the games where I expect Sonny to actually show all of the debates about Sonny. These are the games where I expect him to show his quality. I'm going to ask the chat, and it's always dangerous when you ask the chat. First of all, big up chat. There's 368 of you in here at the moment, and we're growing. Only 119 likes, though, which is, I mean, for me, that's exactly a third, isn't it? So come on, people, smash that like button. It's free for you. I think it's going to be an easy 3 points. I think this is going to be 4-0. I'm not belittling them, but these are the games where if you want to achieve something, you don't drop points at home to Ipswich. I'm going with 4-0 today. Whilst I ask Kuva his prediction, let me know in the chat what you think the score is going to be. And thank you, Renketic. It's about time people acknowledged just how sexy Kuva and I are. We often talk about it. We often talk about why we've not been snapped up for modelling jobs, but thank you for acknowledging it.
Yeah, Airfix, maybe.
Yeah, I didn't say which modelling jobs.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you know, bustedfaces.com or something. But Kuva, I've gone with 4-0. Maybe a 4-1 because we do know we like to concede a goal. But what says you? And everyone in the chat, let me know your genuine opinion, not just some shock factor.
I'll just quickly answer the previous question as well. Why isn't Reguilon featuring heavily? Yeah. It's because the manager doesn't like what he's seeing in training, and he's not the only manager. And even when he went out on loan, with Man United, they didn't really want to keep him either, did they? No. I think he's clearly got a bad attitude that rubs off wrongly on managers. So that's why. Yeah. As for a prediction today, I agree. We should be able to blitz this Ipswich team. We're at home. They are struggling. They haven't won all season. Everything's there. You'd expect us to do well and just professionally put them away. Mm-hmm. So I'll go for as I said though, Ipswich give a bit of a fight. They're not playing entirely badly, but they are open as well. I think it's going to be a really entertaining game, but we'll just sneak it 7-3.
7-3. Yeah, look, when people are saying, big up Terry, hope you're well, mate. Said, has Savva, have you not learned? Yeah, I think Dr. Tottenham applies a little bit more when we're playing, like Hoover said, maybe the away game at Portman Road.
Dr. Tottenham's due in on 2 weeks' time, isn't he?
Yeah. Listen, you can't get a doctor's appointment as quick as today. The doctor's appointment has been set for 2 weeks at the Etihad. Look, for me, you know my feelings, Kuva. you know me. I don't lose my mind if we end the night in third. I'm not going to lose my mind if we end the night in eighth. At the end of the day, I think we're a very Jekyll and Hyde team. Good win last week. Shocking performance midweek. We're now due for another good week. No, then we'll probably lose to City. That's why I don't lose my mind. Guys and girls, let me know. We've got some really interesting scores coming in. By the way, if anyone cares, I probably care telling you more than you do. My ACCA watch, I've got two. I've done an afternoon ACCA and then a more later ACCA. I've got a 4-team ACCA. Sheffield United to beat Sheffield Wednesday at home. They're playing right now. It's 0-0. The Still City derby, they call that?
It is, yeah.
Still City. Yeah, I've been to Sheffield and yeah, I was quite happy to get out. Sheffield Wednesday are away, currently 0-0. I've got it on the box at the moment.
Just an interesting little anecdote. Sheffield Wednesday used to be called the Blades. Now Sheffield United are.
On that note, Kuba, thanks for joining, and we'll see you later. I don't think you can top that sort of knowledge. I've got Man United to beat Leicester at Old Trafford. It's unbeaten under Van Nistelrooy so far. And I've got Fiorentina to beat Verona. And this is the one where I've taken a punt because I'm not sure I believe it's going to happen. Forest to beat Newcastle at home. I'm not sure I 100% believe, but they are in good form and good defensively.
I prefer that bet to the betting on an Italian match.
Well,
whenever I put an Italian game in, it always lets me down.
Fiorentina can go top with a win. I'm not sure if you can see that. Look at that's the Italian league. Like when we're saying our league is close, first to sixth is separated by 3 points in the Italian league.
That's it though, isn't it? You look at the teams at the top, near the top, and you think, oh, they're definitely going to steamroller this other side, and they don't.
They don't. Yeah. Well, I had a nice little win on yesterday. And my last game to come in. Oh my gosh, I had what did I have? I had PSV to win, and they did. PSG to win, and they did. I had PSG, one other Juventus, and they did. I then had somebody in the Brazilian league to win. I can't remember, Cruzeiro, and they did. And then the last game was at midnight, so I watched it. I watch all leagues, and I watched Lucas Moura's Sao Paulo versus somebody else. And Lucas Moura runs the game for them, by the way. He's everywhere. He runs the game for them. And they were 1-0 up. Then they let in a goal with 15 minutes to go from a corner. And then in the 90th minute, they scored. And I was, and you're like, yes, feels even better. Anyway, so that's today's early ACCA. We've got some really interesting scorelines, Kuva. 4-2 Spurs, 4-1 Spurs, 3-0 Spurs, 3-2 Spurs. Miss Bunny, I believe. Kudos went for 2-2. Miss Bunny's gone for a 2-2. Boxing Hotspur's gone for 6-1. Nige, I mean, it's not a crazy shout. Yeah, big up Nige. Please subscribe to Pure Coys if you haven't already. Not a crazy shout,
right? Bad shout, is it?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Spurs to go 1-0 down and win 4-1 would be a good bet, I think, for the bookies. 2-1 Spurs. Nick Gray's gone for 9-5 to Ipswich. I think that's going to be an interesting one. 5-0, 3-1, 1-0 Ipswich. Yeah, I thought so, Nick. I mean, I feel like this is one of these games where we can all relax a little bit. I feel like this isn't going to be one of them games where we lose. But let's play hypotheticals, Kuba. We love a hypothetical. Losing this game would be disastrous, wouldn't it? Like it truly would be, in terms of we can really close the gap to everyone at the top, or lose touch and the fact that it's Ipswich. So it's got to be professional. We've got to come out, but it would be disastrous not to win it, wouldn't it?
It'll be disastrous because of midweek. Now,
yes,
on Thursday, we fielded a weakened team with an eye on this game. Make sure we got maximum league points. So if we do that and I've suffered that really poor performance midweek, where the score utterly flattered us like I've never seen before, where we should have conceded perhaps 10 goals. All of that is okay. I can put up with that if the idea was make sure you got your first team squad available for Ipswich, and then go and win this game. So if we don't win and win comfortably today, you've got to question what's going on, because it's like sacrificing 2 games. I don't like the fact that we have a weakened team at the midweek, but we do look like we're going through in that competition, so it's not a problem.
We are.
This is the bread and butter. This is the 3 points you must get.
Sure. Listen, Kuva, my issue midweek, and again, I don't think people listen, not you, but I think when people are tuning in, they don't listen. It wasn't that we lost. I don't think Spurs are that great that we're going to win every game we play. Mine was more, this for me was his first opportunity to show against a good European outfit what he's made of. You know, that for me, this was the test. This was when the 8 fixtures were announced, we all looked to that and went, oh, Galatasaray away. That's a big game, right? That's a cauldron. And I wanted to see, go toe-to-toe with them. No excuse. Like, I find it's easy that we excuse when people put out weakened teams. But I wanted to see, right, what does our first team do against them? How does the first team cope with...
There was one thing that really worried me about midweek. First half, I could accept. I thought, well, we're playing our weakened side. They've got some good forwards, and we're obviously just not up to the job. Fair enough. You could argue, you could say that was likely on the cards. What really worried me was at half-time, we bring on Bentancur and Kulusevski and get far worse. The beginning of that second half was just... You had to hide behind the chair and look under the chair and watch that. It was
Danny made a really good point on that, Kuva. He said he bought on the right personnel, but didn't actually change tactically. So if you actually look at it, for me, I felt sorry for some of the kids, but if you're going to bring on Bentancur, Kulusevski at half time, I think it's got to be for Bergvall, Lancashire, etc. Or great. Like, I think you've then got to go, right, okay, we need a bit more senior. He took the seniors off for the seniors, which I understood from a Sonny not being 100% still perspective. But for me, Danny said, if you're going to bring them on, change the shape. You know, put Bentancur and Basuma, sit them in front of the back 4, drop the back 4 10 yards and say, right, you're not going to go through us as easy. But the first 10 minutes of that second half, mate, was shooting practice, wasn't it? It was like
turn up at the park with your schoolmates, throw a couple of jerseys down and play.
Yeah. And that's what worried me, Kuva. It wasn't that we lost. It wasn't that I was streaming afterwards going, oh my God, we're not going through in the Europa League. We're going to go through in the Europa League. But it was, we can't just excuse every game where we don't do well with, oh, it was a gimme. You can't go away to Galatasaray and say this is a free hit. I'm sorry, you can't.
I'm trying to think of the phrase that really sums up that second half performance, and I remember what it is like. Keystone Cops. It was like some slapstick comedy. It was I couldn't believe what I was watching.
Yeah. Mario bringing us all back down to earth. Yes, Crystal Palace have only won 1 game in 11. Sorry, Chloe, in the chat. Crystal Palace have only won 1 game in 11. Of course, it was against Tottenham. Ipswich, now here's a little fact. Ipswich are the only team in the league. They're the only team in the Premier League without a win. It's not going to be today. I mean, there's Spursy. If they beat us today, Kuva, there's got to be another word that's worse than Spursy. Like,
do you want some other? Yeah, do you want some other nice little stats about us against Ipswich?
Yeah, we love
last time they were in the top flight. They obviously got relegated because it was the last time they're in there. They did the double over us that season.
I just can't see it. I can't see it at all.
They have players like Marcus Stewart and Darren Bent, and was
that the Matty Holland era?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah,
I tell you what. I thought he was going to give a penalty there. Marcus Stewart, good striker. And I remember he was on the verge of the England squad like a million times. Like he'd always score goals. And yeah, they had players like David Johnson, obviously father of Brennan, Darren Bent. They always had a goal scorer down at
Marcus Bent
Ipswich.
as well was there as well, I think.
Marcus Bent. I know I've met Marcus Bent a few times when I worked at Charlton. He was there as a senior pro. I think Marcus Bent played for like every club in the world at one point or something. Like he just seemed to just move around. But yeah, look, thanks Mario for reminding us that Palace hadn't won, but I just don't see it. But if they did win today, no one can ever tell me off again for saying the phrases Dr. Tottenham or Spursy. Like you just can't. I expect us to come out the blocks firing. I don't even want us to go 1-0 down, if I'm brutally honest today. Come out the blocks. Let's get 2 goals before half time.
You know what? I'm actually expecting us to go 1-0 down now, because that's the usual. If you're in any WhatsApp groups and you're a Spurs fan, the usual thing you do is if you've gone to make a cup of tea and you miss the first couple of minutes of a game and you hear WhatsApp explode, you suddenly think, oh, the opposition have just scored and there's going to be the meltdown happening. And then we'll come back and win it 4-1 if it's a good home game. But if it's away from home, it's, oh God, it's over.
This is what I said last week. Like when we went 1-0 down to West Ham and 1-0 down to Brentford, 1-0 down to Villa, at home, I never think we're done. I don't at home against these teams. I don't think we're done. Away, I'm in a different mindset. But at home, I feel very comfortable as a Tottenham fan. Away from home, I just feel like we are genuinely 2 different football clubs, Kuva. Like I genuinely feel like when I watch Spurs away, I'm like, who are these players? Like, what happened to the team that blitzed so-and-so on the weekend at home? Like, that's what's got to be changed. But
that's what I'm so flip-flop about Spurs. There are things we do really well, and there are things we do really badly. And we do tend to swing between the two. And it does tend to get linked to home and away form.
Yep. No, absolutely. Just quickly, for anyone that wants to know, Man United team. Man United are playing at home to Leicester, of course. They've gone with Onana in goal, Dalot, De Ligt, Martinez and Mazraoui as a back 4. Casemiro and Agati in front of the back 4. Again, that's what I think they needed to do under Ten Hag. 2. Have a 2 in there. He's then got Diallo on the right. He's got 2 goals midweek, keeps his place. Fernandes in the hole with Rashford to the left and Rasmus Højlund up front. Leicester have gone with Hermansen, Justin, Fayez, Vestergaard, Christensen, Harry Winks, go on Harry, and Ndidi and Samer with Buonotti, Ayew and Fatawu. By the way, that Buonotti, 9 games so far this season for Leicester, 3 goals, 2 assists, only 19 years of age, on loan from Brighton. Another good find that Brighton have made there. And in the other game, Nottingham Forest versus Newcastle. Come on, Forest, because they're in my acca. I don't support Forest or anything. I've gone with Sells in goal. A brilliant back 4 to date. Hopefully not putting the mockers on them. Of Aina, Milenkovic, Murillo and Moreno. Dominguez and Yates in front of the back 4. Gibbs-White is back this week. So they've got Alanga on the right, Hudson-Odoi on the left, Gibbs-White in behind, the informed Premier League striker, Chris Wood, who's got 8 in 10. And Newcastle have gone Pope, Livramento, Shah, Byrne, Hall, Willock, Guimaraes, Longstaff, Joel Linton, Isak, and Gordon. What do you make of that game? Because Forest are always going to have this thrown at them, right? That, oh, they're going to fade away. And I think we all know that, without being horrible, I think we all know they're not going to finish top 4, right? But what do you make of this? Because another win today, Kuva, will see them 1 point off City. It would mean 1 defeat in 11. It would mean 6 wins from 11, only 7 conceded. He's done a bloody magnificent job, hasn't he? Old Nuno done a great job.
Absolutely. Well, we said earlier about the league table not really being a good indicator of what's going to happen for the season, but some of it certainly is, because it confirms with what you're seeing with your eye, doesn't it? Some of it. You look at Forest; they look very difficult to beat to start with. That is the basis for a team that's going to pick up points. they've got that, and they've got some genuine talent in there as well.
Yeah,
And I think Chris Wood has always been one of the most underrated forwards in the Premier League.
him.
I think.
Yeah.
He is that kind of old school Alan Shearer type frame and physique, isn't he? He relies on a bit of power and positioning rather than being a speed merchant or being able to dribble around loads of players. He's your target man. You make use of that, somebody like that, you're going to get some goals, and he has been. He gets in my dream team, that's for sure.
He's a throwback, Hoover.
He is absolutely.
When we were growing up, I'll make it sound like we grew up together. I think I've got 10 years on you, but I still call myself old. Sorry, I'm not actually. I'm going to just get tongue twisted if I keep going down that path. Every club had one of these, didn't they? Yeah. Every club had a Chris Wood type, and then the bloke playing with that Chris Wood would be a Defoe type, a more nippy, nimble character.
Big man, little man. Yeah,
absolutely. But Chris Wood, they showed his goals yesterday on Gillette Soccer Saturday. Always in the right place at the right time. Brilliant in the air. And what they've got of Forest, and they showed how many chances they actually create. Right, this isn't luck. Alanga and Adoy have got really good crossing, and they put it on his head. And he's like, "You put it on my head, I'm going to put it in the back of the net." So they play one game a week. They've got a rock solid defense that, by the way, their centre back partnership was bought for 20 million quid. Partnership. How much? What can they do this year? It's early days. We see this happen before, and teams fade away. What can Forest do?
I think it's a bit of an arse for them looking at top four in Champions League, but there's a few European places up for grabs, isn't there? Yeah, I don't see why they couldn't aim at one of those. That'd be a fantastic season for them. Grab 7th or something like that. It's not out of the question. Certainly, they're showing they've got the form at the moment to do it. Can they keep doing it over the course of a season when they get a few key injuries? That's going to be the real question. Also, I think not playing today because they signed him from Newcastle, presumably, but that youngster Anderson playing for him.
Yeah.
He looks something else.
He's a good player.
I heard a bit hype about him to start with. Started watching him, I didn't see it, and then he kind of suddenly exploded into the game and showed some of this. I don't know who he reminds me of when he runs with the ball. He's on the bench, is he?
Look, Coover, they've got Elliot Anderson on the bench, Owinyi on the bench, who's a handful. They've got James Ward-Prowse as well, Willy Bolly. They've got Sangari and Danilo injured. They've quietly.
Ward-Prowse is a fantastic signing as well.
I would have taken him at Spurs all day long.
All day. Experienced, tackles, passes the ball well, disciplined. Yeah, it's very good signing for a team looking to cement themselves in the division and then push on. He's a kind of stepping stone player for a team like Forest, isn't he? Yeah, he would have fitted in at Spurs at times when we're looking really fragile at the back. If he'd sat in front of the back four, sometimes I think we would perhaps been a bit better, but who knows? Difficult to tell. The point is now, though, Forest, years gone by, several years gone by, they'd come up and go straight back down again sort of team because they wouldn't have the squad depth. You look at the bench, you say, well, it's not Man City type quality players there, but there's some good players. There's certainly enough there to come on and change a game around or bail them out if they need it. So fair play to him. Got to take your hat off to Nuno. He was terrible at us, but perhaps that's circumstance, isn't it? That's timing and circumstance means a lot in football.
Absolutely.
So yeah, they look utterly competent, don't they? They look like a good solid team.
They defend very well. By the way, just quickly, Woodsy. Yes, I've just put the link in the chat. It is there. If you want to be a member there, it should work. If it's not working, I don't know what to say. I am the least technical person ever. I'm as technical as Emerson Royale is with football. I'm so rubbish at everything. I literally come on screen, talk. You should have seen me drilling this into the wall. It was a It was a calamity. It was spirit level was out. Can I drill the holes? I think I broke a couple of the what do the screws go into? The raw plug. I broke a couple of them. Had to go in my toolbox. I've got a toolbox. I mean, I don't know why. And if anyone shouldn't have a toolbox, it's this guy. Got my drill. Broke one of the drill bit. It was just it's 4 screws. 4 screws that was. Anyway, please click on that if you can. Again, their centre-back partnership, £20 million, Couva. Whoever, we say scouted them. I think scouted sometimes gets used too much. Everyone knew about Nikola Milenkovic at Fiorentina. Everyone's seen him. He's won European trophies. He's an international, played in the Italian league for 5-6 years, whatever it is. 12 million euros. That's an absolute bargain. That is brilliant transfer business from Forest. And then when you add that to Murillo as well, they've done really well, haven't they, creating that?
Oh, hell yeah. That's an impressive centre-back pairing for any team. They could literally go into the City team and do all right.
Very good defenders.
Different. Well, perhaps a little bit different with City, isn't it? Just because of the way they play. But they could. I'm sure they could adapt to it. But all out and out defenders, though, especially Milenkovic. There's the kind of Dragoshin type player there. That's what I think we were assuming we're getting. Could have done with both of them.
I would have taken him. I mean, again, it's things like that. When you're in the Europa League, by the way, I think he's good enough to get in our first team. I'm going to put it right out there. I think he's a very, very good defender. Now, people are going to have a go at me here. I think if you're talking about out-and-out defender, he pisses all over a Van de Ven. If we're talking about in our system, Van de Ven is great because obviously he's got the pace. But as an actual defender, Milenkovic is pound for pound for me. He's got to be one of the best signings in the Premier League at 12 million quid or whatever, 12 million euros.
I agree. I was taking a bit of heat the other week for saying if you took the pace away from Van de Ven, is he that great?
I think it's a question we're never going to know the answer to unless you got another manager that suddenly says, we're not doing a high line. And there's a difference between being a fan. I'm not knocking Van de Ven. I think he's been brilliant for Spurs. But there's a difference between being a player that's brilliant because we constantly see them bail us out of trouble with pace versus, right, you're in a back four, in a flat back four. Now I'm asking you to not do anything pacey. I'm asking you to do goal side, tackling, marking your man, rig the game, lead it, good in the air. That's why I find it very difficult to judge how good is Van de Ven as a defender.
Well, what do you always say when the first word you think of when you hear Van de Ven? Pace. That is it. You all players, you want to accentuate your strongest point. So Van de Ven does suit him to play in the wide open game where he can show that turner pace when he's chasing back the goal. He will excel at that, and he does. He's fantastic for us, without doubt. But you're right. If we're those times when we have been pinned back and we're defending in our own area, I don't think any of our defenders have really stood out. There's no dominant aerial heading ability type player we've got, except for maybe Dragoshin, who has looked like that old school type defender. So it's horses for courses, isn't it? We're kind of we've got what fits quite well for us playing the high line. If we have to go back further, are they the right players? I'm not so sure. Then you are looking at old school defenders. You're looking at the what's that fellow we're always after from Italy? Gave up after a while. Mourinho wanted him. Conte wanted him.
Oh, Skriniar.
Yeah, that's perfect for play a low block. Skriniar's your man. Play a high line. Not so sure.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what I think. So I'm just eating this lovely bar. Look at this. This is proper. This is Co-op Irresistible, a Guinduja bar. Oh, it is phenomenal.
Doesn't he play for Chelsea?
Probably one of their 400 players that they've got. But you're absolutely right, and that's why Yeah, Bastoni. But I mean, Bastoni, another one. I wouldn't buy Bastoni if I'm going to play a high line. But in Inter Milan's team, you watch Inter Milan defend, right? Again, watch them against Arsenal the other day. Arsenal, a team that have the ball. Inter Milan are a team that very much don't need it, right? And I watched their defenders defend the other day, and I look at it and I think, could our players play like that if needed to? Could they do that discipline 90 minutes in a back three, back five, whatever you want to call it? Could we do that disciplined without the ball? I don't think we could. Now, it's fine. We don't play like that. That's why those clubs win titles and trophies, right? Because when the backs are against the wall, have you got defenders that can grind it out? Do you know what I mean?
Here's the really worrying thought if you're going to think about that type of thing. If we're going to sit back and we're forced into defending on the edge of our area for 90 minutes, for game after game, say we've got no forwards and no creative players available, and we're having to do a defensive action. I look at our wing-back areas. Who's the only fullbacks we've got at the club that sound like they can do that? It's Ben Davis. That's the only one. Everybody else is geared towards bombing forward. So, yeah, but we are bombing forward though, so it's irrelevant. We're always going to be on the attack. That is the style we have. So, in a way, I don't really care about how good their defending is on the wing-back bits. It's that holding player, and it's the two central defenders and the goalkeeper. As long as they're in tune with each other at the time, you get away with it. You can get away with it. But,
absolutely. But what we're going to find out, hang on, I'll come to that in 1 second, actually. Highline for Life, thank you very much. I'd love to know who this is. This is, I'm seeing this person. I've got a feeling it's somebody that's changed their name. But thank you very much. Very generous. Has said, come on, you Spurs, 5-1 Solanke hat-trick incoming. I wouldn't put it past that, if I'm going to be brutally honest. And these are the games where, let's be fair, Solanke should be licking his lips today. If as a centre forward at home to Ipswich, you should be saying, put me through, put me in goal, through on goal. And look, let Solanke have the fight, because they're playing free at the back, I believe, today. I'm just going to double check that, Kuva. I believe they're playing free at the back. They're according to my app, they're playing a back five. So they're, O'Shea, Burgess, and Twanzebe, they're going to want that fight with Solanke. Games like this, teams have to make it a fight, right? They can't allow us to just play our pretty football and weave patterns. Big up to you, Highline for Life. Highline for Life has come in again. Thank you very much. And said, I need Chelsea. I don't know where it says OBJ quite a lot. Is that somebody's inserted a picture? Is that what that means? An
object, yeah.
Right. I need Chelsea to beat Arsenal 4-1 Cole Palmer hat-trick. We'll talk about that in just a second, because this is a really interesting game for both clubs. We'll talk about that in a second. Big up to you, Highline for Life. That's very generous. That's 3 super chats today. Really do appreciate that. And please tell everyone else in the chat to smash the likes. There's 501 people in here, only 174 likes. That's the equivalent of a striker who scores less than 2 every 5 games. Come on, we don't want to be that club. Smash the like button. Woodsy TV, thank you very much. That's very generous. Has become a channel member. Big up to you, Woodsy. Let me know what you think the score's going to be, mate. And thank you very much for showing support. And Rob Frank, as always, has been a channel member for 6 months. He suffered 6 long months of being a member of this guy. So big up, Rob. Always appreciate you in the comments. Always good football chat with you. Kuva, I mean, I'll go to the Arsenal-Chelsea in a minute, but why I talk about the defending quite a lot is when you're at this stage of the season and it can be gung-ho, and that's fine, right? To win tournaments, it's not going to be that plain sailing. To win tournaments, Kuva, there are going to be a number of tough away games, especially in Europe, where you have to go, hang on, we're not going to dominate the football here. Or there's going to be 25, 30-minute spells where the home team, they're 1-0 down, they're peppering us. That's where I think we're going to see how good are we actually without the ball. That's where I think we're going to see it. So for me, I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying, oh, I want to just defend games. But there are going to be games where you've got to defend it out and grind it out, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, well, you know me well enough. I'll always advocate out and out football at all times, attack, attack, attack all day long. I love watching that. But I did grow up in the 80s. I was going through in my teens in the 80s. I did see our cup winning sides of the early 80s, the back-to-back FA Cups and the UEFA the UEFA Cup in 84. I saw us, get into other final against Coventry, which we didn't go so well in the 87. And I saw the 91 final when I was just about to turn 20. So what did all those teams, especially the early 80 teams, have in common? We did have players like Hoddle. We did have an Ardiles. We did have Ricky Villa. We did have Mickey Hazard. Flair players, flair attacking players. We did have a go at teams. But to the counter that, we also had a Graham Roberts, a Paul Miller, a Stevie Perryman, players that could roll their sleeves up and knew when you just had to be dogged, when you had to show that bit of grit to get you through the games. So it is about balance. You can be very attacking, but when it comes time to defend, you've got to do it well. Otherwise, you throw everything else away. And I think last season, certainly, we were horrendous at it. I think we're improving a little bit this season, but it still comes back to haunt us occasionally, doesn't it? We are a team that is being built. The question is, how far are we going to go with it? And do we get the players in that actually enable us to win stuff with it? That's why I'm not. That's why I keep flip-flopping between I'm not convinced with Ange or we're going to win the quad. I mean, I don't know where we're going at the moment.
He's shit. We're winning the quad. There's no other options. There's
absolutely.
There's nothing Love it.
Change every
Margot
week.
Robbie, Susan Boyle.
Hey, as far as I'm concerned, that's what a football fan always used to be.
I know.
On the do you remember the film ID, the football hooligan film?
Yeah.
Do you remember when they stood on the terrace and they're like slagging the player off, and then he scored, and it's like, there's only one. That's typical. That's being a fan to me.
That's the really violent one, isn't it? ID.
Beautiful football movie. Yeah.
Don't watch that if you're for the faint-hearted. I remember that. But mate, you're absolutely right. In some ways, social media and YouTube has killed this because, no one's ever allowed to change an opinion, right? If you change an opinion, it's seen as, like if I say, I predicted Spurs will finish 7th. If Spurs finish 4th this year, people are, gutted, you don't deserve it. And it's like, well, sorry, what? I mean, 40 years of support, but I don't deserve Champions League because I got a prediction wrong. But then equally, when you do get your predictions right, cough, like I did last year, no one ever says, oh, actually, you're right. Do you know what I mean? So the internet is a wonderful place. Kuva, we've got to talk about it today. Look, Arsenal, what's brilliant, I'll tell you what's brilliant is, and I was speaking to one of the really, really good Arsenal YouTubers this week. I'm not going to mention names. And I said, it's starting to feel like you lot have gone back to the days of when AFTV first really ramped up football YouTube content. Because whatever we want to say about Arsenal and AFTV, Don Robbie paved the way for all of this. Don Robbie made all of this popular. He paved the way to show everyone what to do. The number of people that copied Don Robbie's model. Arsenal are kind of going back to that now. Their fan base has gone from, this is our year, we're taking up from City, they're not as good, to this guy's shit, he's got to get sacked, we're never winning anything. And if you look at the Premier League table, Kuva, they are 10 points off of Liverpool with a tough away game at Chelsea today. Lose that, they're 10 points off it. For me, if they lose that, that's the title gone. You don't come back. That's 4 wins. That's 4 games. That's a 4-game swing. are you enjoying seeing what's happening to Arsenal? And secondly, do you think, again, this is just a period in time, or are they not as good as everyone thinks? Well, where do you sit with Arsenal before I ask you about the
I
Chelsea
think
game?
it's a little bit in between, isn't it?
Sure.
For me, I think they have done what Pochettino did at Spurs. Had a chance to win the league for a couple of seasons, blew it, and I think that opportunity's gone now. I don't see them as the same team anymore. It was baffling to me that they didn't buy forwards in the summer. It really was.
I
Because
agree.
defensively, they're as sound as anything. So they bought another defender. And ironically, they're conceding more goals now. So, yeah, I'm not going to comment on AFTV because I have watched it the sum total of one time.
Yeah.
It's not for me, that one.
No, of course.
Actually, I quite enjoy watching Lee Gunner. He's quite good. He's got his own unique sort of style, but he's an entertaining watch anyway. Mostly because he slags his own team off when they're not doing well, and that's always fun. But over the last few years, I was impressed the way Arsenal have built slowly, got themselves a good team. And then I've enjoyed the fact that they've abandoned playing good football and gone defensive, and it's not working. So it's like they're failing on two fronts now. Now they've become a club of what are they trying to do? Which direction are they going? I think the belief is going from that club. You don't see the fans outside the stadium bouncing up and down singing "We're going to win the league" anymore, do you?
No.
Now it's a case of resigned. They're going to throw it away. So yeah, it is funny, but I mean, I can't really criticize too much because we did the same back under Poch, didn't we? Had our chances, blew it. There's great similarities.
I mean, the funny thing is, though, is it's how quickly football fans turn. Hang on, I'm just trying to find Tottenham's game. You know what it's like? You know when you're trying to find a stream, it is. Hopefully I've got this one. Hopefully that works. You know, I think Angus is a wonderful example. I love Angus. He's always welcome. For years he's been coming in my chat. He's always friendly. Listen, we all know he's Arsenal, but he loves the banter. He loves to rub it in our faces when they win. When they lose, he disappears for 48 hours and then he comes back with like this tiny bit of tail showing between his legs. But they've literally gone from this is our year to 10 points off. Now, today, it is a tough game for them, Kuva. Chelsea are a good side. Chelsea have lost 2 games this season. One was against Manchester City on the first day of the season. The manager's first games. And the second game they lost Liverpool, right? So is that right? Liverpool. So Chelsea have lost, if I'm not wrong, to the top 2, and that's it. Somebody in the chat will tell me if I'm wrong. Beautiful thing about being live. It's a tough away game for Arsenal today. If Arsenal don't win that and they are 10 points off, do you think they should be? I mean, we're happy for it that way, but do you think they should then be looking at a new manager and a change of direction? Should they be doing better than 10 points off the top with the players they've got?
If I take my Spurs hat off, I'd say they should be sticking with that manager and just make some more important signings in the summer. And improve that forward line, because that is a team that is utterly dependent on Odegaard. They fall to bits in an attacking sense as soon as he's not playing. They look dreadful in some games attacking this season.
They do.
Absolutely dreadful.
They do.
And yet, a couple of seasons ago, you watched them and there was like, I felt a bit of envy. They were playing some great stuff. So I'm enjoying it. It's funny, but I think it's a lot more easily fixed than some of the meltdown that's happening among the fan base. I think you just need to make some good signings. That's all. Angus, by the way, I love Angus too as well, because he embraces what I believe it's all about as well. Flip-flopping as a fan. When it's going your way, crow about it. When it's not, it's the worst thing in the world. Let everybody know. and he does that beautifully. And like you said, coming back with a tail between the legs, spot on.
He does. And you know what? This is what, Listen, no one. What I love is no one's ever going to be 100% right. No one's ever going to be 100% right, and you can tell that because you know what, at the beginning of the year when they ask, oh, we asked 100 pundits from the BBC or from Sky Sports who's going to finish in the top four. They've all got different answers as to who's going to win the league, who's going to finish fourth, who's going to drop out. But yet when YouTubers do it, it's, you're wrong. It's like, listen, no one's going to get everything right. This year, my top four went like this. And I can show you because this is the beauty of going live. My top four prediction was this. My top four was Man City, Arsenal, Liverpool, United. Now, straight away, do I think Man City can still win it? Yeah. Do I think Arsenal are going to finish second? At the moment, no. Hang on. But 3 wins in a row, all of a sudden, they could. Do I think Liverpool finish third? No. I think they'll finish a bit higher than that. And Man United, I don't know. Ruben Amorim comes with a crazy run. Why not? But I could be completely wrong about that. I could be completely wrong about Chelsea, Villa, Tottenham. But you know what? It's a prediction. And we're asking people to predict things that are happening in 9 months' time. Do you know what I mean, Coover? So yeah, look, so some praise there for Angus. Just the last thing before we go back to Tottenham. Do we see Arsenal getting anything at Chelsea today?
No, I don't see it. Could they? Yeah, I mean, you'd have to assume at some point they're going to sort of work that defensive side of their game out again. Surely it can't have just fallen apart that simply, can it? They've still got a threat from set pieces, haven't they? So if they defend well, take their set pieces well, they could get something. However, Chelsea just got to love that Cole Palmer, haven't you?
Great player.
My God, I wish he was at our club. Yeah, they are sort of bristling with enthusiasm and intent when they attack at the moment. They are open to getting beaten though by if you're good enough. Like you said, it was the top two, wasn't it? It was just City and Liverpool that beat them before.
Yeah, I think so. Is it anybody else? They lost to City on the first game of the season. I remember that. And did they lose to Liverpool recently? Let's have a look. Hang on. I can actually show you. Hang on. Here we go. Chelsea. Yeah, it was Liverpool. I'm pretty sure. Yes, it was Liverpool, wasn't it? Yeah. Cole Palmer, though. I mean, that's the player I think we think Kulu and Maddison were meant to be. Cole Palmer is that next. Sure. He's that next level, isn't he? At
the moment, he looks above Phil Foden and everybody. Just he's the man. Sickening that I see him at Chelsea, though. Why does he have to be there? Why?
I think the difference between someone like Phil Foden and a Cole Palmer, again, Cole Palmer's the main man. Everything is figured around one player at Chelsea. That's doing them a disservice, but you know what I mean. He is the main man. When you watch City, it's not like that. But look, Cole Palmer for me is progressing very well as a footballer. Let him keep doing what he's doing. Scores, assists. And this, we could look back at this in 3-4 years' time and go, that was the best, what was it, 40 million, 45 million ever spent. Like that's what you want when you pay that money for a player. He's done brilliantly. Let's hope he does today because listen, I'll be honest, I want Chelsea to beat Arsenal. I know we don't really like Chelsea, but I like their manager. I think their manager's very good. I think he's very calm. When speaking to the press, I think he speaks very well. He's made some big decisions. He doesn't look like he's scared to make those big decisions. And it must be hard.
There's something else I really like about him, and that's, we talked earlier in this show as well about the lack of maverick players in the league. I think Cole Palmer is one of those ones that pushes against that trend because as far as I'm concerned, you've got a player like that on your side. You don't say you've got to go and do your defensive work. You don't say you've got to hold this rigid shape and counter the opposition. You just say, look for the ball, get on it, and do what you do. Just look to hurt the opposition because he's got the passing ability, he's got the goals in him. He does it all as an attacking player, attack-minded player. what a performance he's been having past season and start of this one. Was it going to be a one season wonder? I think we were wondering, wasn't it? He's just carried on where he left off. Unbelievable player.
Absolutely.
For England as well. I'd love to see a manager that's in there that just says, just get on the ball. Don't worry about anything. Just play. The kind of Harry Redknapp attitude towards football. Just express yourself, relax, have fun, go and play. Would love to see that. Nowadays, it's all rigid formations and tactics, and players have to run their socks off and do all this defensive donkey work. I don't care about any of that stuff. Give me an old school Maverick, and Cole Palmer is one.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, just quickly, sorry, I have been listening. I'm trying to find, when you're trying to find a stream and it's like, is that good? Oh no, that's shit. I'm good. So, by the way, Sheffield United are winning the City Steel City derby. Sheffield United won, Sheffield Wednesday 0, and I think Sheffield United are right up the top there. So yeah, and more importantly, they're in my ACCA. That's the most important thing. Cooper, if I just go to Anna Dawes, big up Anna, who has been a channel member now for 7 months. Big up Anna. She's always a really big contributor, very generous. Watching from work, listening to, listen, I do like to think I go quite in depth with my commentary. I think it's the inner child in me. When I was a kid, Cooper, I used to get a tape before CDs and all that. I used to get a tape recorder and I'd tape myself narrating football games. Like I'd tape, do you know what I mean? I was like, welcome to this, when I was a kid. I should have followed that up, really. I don't know why I didn't want to go down that kind of journalism route. But anyway, I'm living in the hope that someone from Sky Sports goes, got an idea. We found this guy, like kind of the Rocky Balboa story, but for sports commentary.
you know what I find really impressive with commentary? It's not the fact you can talk about football and you've got an idea of tactics and what's happening there and what you're looking to see. It's when commentators have got a full grasp of who the ball's just reached and what their name is and saying it instantly. That to me is mind blowing, because I'm going, the City player, who's that? I'm just clueless on it. So it's a skill, mate. You should have kept up with it.
I know I should have. Do you know what? It's easy when it's on TV. It's easy. Like if you know all the players are, it's easy. When you're watching on apps and tablets and stuff, it starts to become a little bit like, oh, hang on, who is that? Have they panned in? Is this a Spanish media player? Where the cameras are far away. But listen, big up to Anna, by the way, for that. Big up to Mario 2012, always been a big supporter of mine. So thank you, Mario. Who said expecting a goal fest bounce back today. Yeah, I think most people are expecting a high scoring game from a Tottenham perspective. I think most people have kind of acknowledged there might be an Ipswich Town goal, but I've gone with 4-0 because I live in hope that we can keep a clean sheet. So 4-0 today I've gone with. But Mario, thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate that. And then Blaine Dev's always here, always very generous. He's been a member for 7 months. Said Romero being forced to play for club rather than country. 3-1 win today, I think. Big up Savva and chat. Big up Blaine Dev. Always appreciate you, my man.
It's a good point, though, isn't it? It's usually the other way around.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is going to be, and let's talk about Blaine Dev's point before I'm going to let you go in about 7 minutes, if that's all right, Coover.
Yep.
Just only because I do the game by myself, as you know, and you don't want to do the watch along. So it all works out. Romero, it's got that kind of feeling, hasn't it, of pushing him in rather than having a deep enough squad where we go, do you know what? Just take a bit of recovery time.
Look at Sonny as well. I'm sure some of the games he's played since coming back from injury, he probably wouldn't have if we had a better squad or injury-free squad. Perhaps it would have had less game time. It suddenly clicked, when we were all flabbergasted by him getting subbed off just as he burst into life in the match against oh God, who did we stuff at home? I'm trying to think. Last Villa, wasn't it?
Yes.
when he suddenly had a quiet first half and then burst into life in the second half, and then Ange suddenly took him off, and we're all like, "What? Are you insane?" And then it all suddenly clicked. Yeah, he's just managing those injuries.
Yeah.
He's taking him off before he gets carried away and pushes himself to grab a couple of goals, and because there was no need. Yeah, squad depth. That's why Romero's playing. Otherwise, surely he'd be on the bench. We just are lacking. We are lacking. It makes that was the big question mark about the summer transfer window, wasn't it? Archie Gray and Bergvall, I agree with as signings. I really do. I think that they're the sort of ones you look to the future, try and build them into the team. But we did need the cover for the right here and right now, didn't we?
I've said the same thing about those two all along. I've got no problem with buying those two. I've got a problem with 40 million going on Archie Gray, but I've got no problem with two youngsters coming in. But those two youngsters should be coming in alongside.
You know what? I've got no problem with 40 million going on Archie Gray, provided we got the other players as well. But we didn't, did we? Yeah.
That's my point. And it felt like, the fee went on Archie Gray, but the salary to get a better player than Archie Gray would have been a lot more than what. I mean, what's Gray on? Let's have a look. So, let's have a look. According to this, again, I don't know how accurate this is. According to this, Archie Gray takes home 3.9 million a year. If I'm going to, hang on, here you go. Let's see.
What's that, 70 grand a week, 72 grand a week or something?
3.9 million pounds divided by 52. 75k, apparently. Which is, don't get me wrong, if somebody offered me 75k, Kuva, you wouldn't see me on YouTube anymore. But on a serious note,
I'd sit on the bench. I'd sit on the bench for 85 minutes. I'm not sure I'd manage the 5 minutes playing time.
If you paid me 75 grand a week, I don't ever have to play. Don't ever have to play. I'm getting a self-inflicted hamstring and missing the season. Just getting a massage every day on my hamstring whilst watching the 75 fall into my bank every week.
On the Ryan Sessegnon memorial bench. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, sorry. I would like to have my massage wherever Ryan Sessegnon was massaged, please. That's where I'd like to go. But it is, isn't it? And again, the kind of Gray and Bergvall, you've got to chuck Odegaard and Yang into that conversation as well. That conversation is always, I think, misconstrued. It's not that I don't want to see Bergvall and Gray. I just think that they shouldn't be in a first team yet, and we should be seeing senior pros coming into those Europa League games, because
it was always the conversation, wasn't it? I remember us having this one several times. Either you build for now and buy ready-made players, or you commit to the future and just buy lots of young players and give them time and just write off your expectations for a couple of years. Just let them develop as they play. But we don't seem to do either. We've done half of one, half of another. The young players don't get enough game time, and the experienced ones we do get aren't really up to it either.
But mate, this is my point. Look, this is my point. If we sit there all year, and we'll do it this year, all year we sit there as fans going, we must get Europe. We must get Europe. Then we have fans going, oh, well, just try the kids out in Europe. Well, hang on. Surely you don't work all year to get, whether it's Europa League or Champions League, to then use that as a breeding ground for young players. Surely a big club gets the Champions League, the Europa League, and says, we're going all out to win it. Now, I'm not saying that we won't when it matters, but for me, I think it's so backwards to say, I see a lot of people saying, Gray and Bergvall and Lancashire would have learnt a lot from the Galatasaray game. Maybe. Also, sometimes you've got to remember these are young players. It can harm them as well. I think we can't just assume that every young player's got the same mindset and is mentally strong after those games. Kuva, you've been around long enough to know top players, top young players. Some of them just go, I can't cope. I can't cope. Others, got a Wayne Rooney, boom. Right, and
there's one that's almost a club legend for that, isn't there? Jamie Bostock. He was the next big thing. Just stole him off Palace, and he just went completely exploded. It happens. It happens. Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's a risk with any transfer, but it's especially risky with youngsters because first of all, you got them uprooting them from their home, so there's the sort of cultural shock, if you like. Coming to London is not for everybody. It's a strange place. It's a strange city. It seems like going to New York. It's a real shock to the system if you're not used to that kind of hustle and bustle and constant activity, and it's something else. So are they going to adjust to that? Then they've got to adjust to the pace of the Premiership if they haven't been there. They've also then got to take on board European football if they haven't got the experience. Archie Gray doesn't have any of that experience.
Yeah, of course.
So I don't expect him to excel in all these games.
I agree. But neither does Bergvall. Neither does Bergvall.
Yeah.
I think we fell into
He's
that
actually
trap.
ahead of Bergvall now, isn't he? Because Bergvall looks totally out of sorts.
And again, even when you look at Bergvall, right, and it'll be the same with Yang, right? It's all well and good people looking at video compilations of them weaving through teams in the Korean league or the Swedish league. It's a completely different ball game. Now, I'm not one of those elitists who's like, oh my God, our league is amazing. But this is the upper ends of football. So when people were losing their mind about Bergvall because he played a defense splitting pass versus Hearts Hearts' B team or QPR in pre-season, this is why when people tell me to get carried away, I don't get carried away, because you and I could do a whole show on this, Kuva, where we sit down for an hour and go, right, over the last 30 years, which kids can you name coming through Tottenham or that were bought that we all sat there and went, oh, this guy's amazing? How many of them make it? Do you know what I mean? How many? Look, I mean, even if we go back, we could go back to the 90s and we could look at people like Darren Caskey, Andy Turner, Jamie Slabber, Lee Barnard, right? You could look at the likes in the early 2000s of Dean Marnie, Jamie O'Hara, right? Carl Walker-Peters. Like, we could do this.
And some of the youngsters that didn't get a chance but did quite well otherwise, like Mark Bowen going to Norwich, Ian Crook, those sort of players. Yeah.
Right. And this is the thing. This is why when people say things to me like it's a youth project, you're not looking at the bigger picture. Youth project is subjective because you don't know which youth players are going to progress. Now, some will progress to be good footballers and have a career at Wickham, right? Have a good career at Sheffield United. But having a good career at Tottenham Hotspur, you're looking at 1 in every 25 youngsters, maybe. I'm probably 1 in every 50 youngsters that comes through will actually be good enough to cement a first-team place.
This is why Chelsea are managing to get a reasonable league position now and looking better. It's because the sheer quantity of those young players they brought in. Some of them have not made it, have they? Some of them are big question marks over them. It's the way it goes, isn't it? And you look at the likes of City and Liverpool as well. They don't just go one season, you know what, we're going to go with the youth team project here and just buying loads of young players. They don't do it. No. They know that they've got to get the first team right, cement their dominance in the game, and then they start adding the youth. That's what I would have expected us to do, a club our size.
No, I completely agree. Kuva, I love you so much. You know that. And in the nicest possible way, I'm going to let you go and watch. Oh, I can't now. Game's about to start. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I will catch you later, Sav.
Oh, hang on. Love you. Sorry, not you, Kuva.
Perhaps I'll catch you at half time when we're 1-0 down.
Sorry, my wife's just lovingly made me some pasta, literally as the game's about to kick off. And I'm like, oh, no, what do I do? Kuva, much love. You've got the link.
See you later.
If you want to jump back on at any point. Much love. Take care, everyone.
And cheers all in chat.
Thank you. Cheers, mate. Big up to Kuva. I always love having a chat with Kuva. So I've got some pasta. I'm going to just quickly try and get in. I'm not going to be able to get this all in, am I? Big up to everybody in the chat. There is still 400 of you in here. Please smash the like button. That we should have 300, 350 likes. Only got 221. This is the last chance to get in any of your predictions. I've got a link. The timer that I put on my clock will be as per my link, right? Not per the real time for obvious reasons. Sorry, guys, I haven't had a chance to eat today. So I was walking the dogs, bit of DIY, a few things, and now I'm absolutely starving. This is the last chance. It's still Sheffield United 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0. Let's have a look. There are going to be 1 second. Which game am I going to put on live? Sheffield United, Sheffield Wednesday. Okay, let's go to which game is it today? Is it Nottingham Forest versus Newcastle? So I'm going to have Nottingham Forest versus Newcastle on the telly. I've got on the tablet Tottenham Hotspur versus Ipswich. 4-0. 4-0. This is just pasta, man. It's just some pasta. That's all it is. There's no takeaway. It's nothing bad. It's just some pasta and mushroom sauce. That's all it is. But apologies. When a man's got to eat, a man's got to eat, right? Sorry, there's just a moment's silence for today. So, whilst that's happening, we'll observe it for a little bit. So Nottingham Forest have just kicked off in their game. We're going to kick off very soon. It might have already kicked off in real time. One thing I would ask is please, please, please in the chat, don't do these fake score lines that people put in. When people go, oh, it's 1-0 and there isn't a goal, it's very childish and we really don't want to do that. So please do not do that. But thank you very much. And let's hope for a nice, easy win. As I said before, I'm going with Tottenham 4-0. And so I'm just desperately trying to eat my pasta here. Oh, I love pasta. Big up, last chance. If you haven't already given your scoreline, Oliver's gone with 4-0 to Spurs. The Man United game has kicked off as well. Newcastle Forest has already kicked off. And we're about to get underway at White Hart Lane. The players are just having their last little huddles. And I will not be scrolling all the way down to the chat. I will not be scrolling down to the bottom purely because I will probably be a couple of seconds behind. It's just some pasta. It's nothing exciting. It's just some pasta. So it looks like we're about to get off and underway very soon. I was hoping to eat this at about 1:30 when Kuva was here. And I forgot. So Nottingham Forest asking for a penalty already in the first minute. So Spurs are going to get us off and underway. Tottenham at home to Ipswich. And we are underway according to my app. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. Oh, I knew I'd get that wrong. What's going on there? Sorry, bear with me 1 second. Why is that not working? There we go. Sorry, I don't know what's happening. I'm having some technical issues here. There we go. So Tottenham 0, Ipswich 0. Sonny on the ball, plays a nice through ball to Solanke. Solanke twists and turns, and the Ipswich defender manages to get a foot in. And Ipswich Town put the ball out for a throw-in to Tottenham Hotspur. So big up to each and every one of you. Smash the like button if you're here. If you haven't subscribed, please do, as we're chasing down 15K now. Big up to Warren, who won the tickets for today. Warren has got the tickets. He's at the game. I haven't heard from him, so I'm hoping that the tickets, there were no problems with them. And at the moment, you haven't missed anything. Nothing has really happened as Ipswich try and bring the ball out. There's the first ball over the top, and Radu Dragusin heads it. And Ipswich have nicked in here, actually. Dragusin's header wasn't very good. The ball's now gone all the way across the goal. Ipswich are in here. Ipswich, and Vicario saved the back header from Dragusin. He lost the flight of the ball. His header looked like it was going out for a throw-in. It didn't go out. And then Ipswich went down the right-hand side with Schmodix. He crossed the ball. The midfielder dinked in front of the defender, went past Adogi like he wasn't there. Again, defensively, Adogi, question mark. And the player got the shot away, and Vicario saved at the near post. So Ipswich with a good start there. A corner kick from Ipswich, swung into the middle. The header's flicked on and just wide. just wide. The header flicked on. So Ipswich have had 2 early chances here. That one was O'Shea. So a very good, energetic start from Ipswich Town here. Early days, only 2 minutes, 15 seconds gone. And this time a free kick given away by Liam Delap on Christian Romero. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. Please do subscribe if you haven't already. We are going to chase down the 15K. I want to get to the 15K by the end of the year. We've got about 850 to go, but a man can dream. Here's Tottenham with a long ball swept wide to Udogie. Udogie goes wide to Son. Sonny now cuts inside, plays the ball. Good ball down the line to Udogie. Udogie didn't whip it in first time. And Ipswich have got lots of men behind the ball. There's a ball dinked in. Tottenham, oh no. I thought it was going to be 1-0. I was about to say Tottenham are 1-0 up. It was a really good cross from Sonny. He got it out from underneath his feet. Let's have a look at this again. So Udogie could have crossed it, didn't. Laid it back to Son. Sonny, touch out. Really good dinking ball. And Brennan Johnson had ghosted into the middle, which is what he does best. Should be 1-0 Spurs. Should be 1-0 Spurs. Big up to Angus in the chat. We were talking about you. Much love, brother. Should be 1-0 to Tottenham. That was a really, really good chance for Spurs there. So both clubs with a good chance at the beginning here. Fiorentina are 1-0 up in their game as well. Here's a ball through the middle, but Muric gets down and collects the ball. So a really good chance at one end for Ipswich. And now a very good chance there for Brennan Johnson. This game has started off very lively. Just going to take a bite of my pasta. Sorry, not very good eating. I didn't know it was going to be coming 3 minutes before kickoff. Excuse me. Very sorry. Here is Pedro Porro. Gives the ball into Brennan Johnson. Good ball there by Kulu. Kulu into Papassar. Papassar's got space to turn, run. Is he going to cut inside? No, he goes one more to Udogie. Udogie again doesn't put the first time cross in, goes back to Sarr. Sarr punches a little ball into Bentancur. Yeah, Porro's come inside and then giving the ball to Romero. Spurs camped in the Ipswich half at the moment. I'm expecting to see a lot of this throughout this 90 minutes. And Ipswich in a good shape at the moment. You would expect that from them, right? That they're going to come here, try and frustrate. But Spurs popping the ball about nicely. Just a few little pops and pings and whatever words you want to use. Here is Christian Romero. Spurs have every single player in the Ipswich half. Every single player. And Ipswich have everyone behind the ball. Here is Sonny. It goes across to Christian Romero. Thank you to the 2 people that just subscribed. That's very kind of you. And now Spurs with a 1-2 with Son to Kulu. Back to Solanke. Solanke still got the ball, being forced wide. Here's Brennan Johnson. Plays it back to Porro. And Spurs are dominating the ball here, as you would expect. Here's Christian Romero. He goes back to Dragusin. Still in the Ipswich half. Spurs are absolutely dominating here. You wouldn't expect anything else, would you? There's going to be a lot of commentary here, isn't there? A lot of passes in this game. So here's Romero back to Dragusin at centre half. He goes all the way home to Vicario, which allows me a minute to just get some pasta on my fork. There's a long ball over the top to Kulu. Twanzebe has done very well there. Twanzebe did very well. Passes the ball down the line, and Ipswich have given it straight back. Here's Kulu, and again, Ipswich have cleared it. Ipswich cannot get out their own half, though. They've cleared it only as far as Sarr. Sarr to Johnson. Johnson to Porro. And the ball is cleared again by the Ipswich back. I think that's Davis there. Leif Davis. And again, out for a throw-in to Tottenham Hotspur. This is going to be a lot of possession today, isn't it? This is going to be a lot of possession. Big up to DMB Forever with his customary super chat. Thank you so much, DMB Forever. I really appreciate all your support. Big up to you. I'm not going too far down, though, guys, to all of the chat because I don't want to know if Spurs have scored before it happens. So big up to you, DMB. I appreciate you, my man. In the other games, it is still Newcastle United 0-0 away at Nottingham Forest and Man United 0, Leicester 0 in that game. So here we are, Ipswich now coming forward. They've got some men over here. Ipswich, they've played it back in the reverse pass. He's going to be whipped in. He's beaten his man. He's pulled the ball back. And Ipswich, a great tackle in the end there by Dragoshin. Ipswich just finding a bit of space in the box there. Here they go again. Down that left-hand side, the ball is whipped to the back post and headed out by Udogie for a corner. So Ipswich haven't had the ball, but when they have had it on a couple of occasions, have looked dangerous. Again, that was a good ball by, I think that was Leif Davis overlapping on the left-back area, and Udogie doing well to head the ball out for another corner to Ipswich. Now, it's been a good game so far in the first 8 minutes here. Bearing in mind, I'm a little bit behind the time. Ignore the timer, really. That's just there for show, isn't it? It's a corner kick to Ipswich in their all-pink kit. Who doesn't like an all-pink kit? Ipswich Town. I believe this is their third corner, second corner. The ball is whipped deep and the header comes in off the bar. Ipswich have hit the bar. I'd like to see that again, but I'm pretty sure it hit the bar. Now Spurs are on the counter-attack with Sonny. Sonny is 1-on-1, 2-on-1. He's crossed the ball and he's gone across the face of goal. It's sent Kulu wide. Kulu's dinked it back in with his right foot. It's cleared and then Brennan Johnson volleys high and wide. And a really good, and that's where I think Spurs are the most dangerous on that transition. We can talk about all the pretty passing. I think we're dangerous on the transition. The corner came in. Yeah, it was the corner for Ipswich was headed back. I'm not sure who it was. Let's have a look. I think it was O'Shea or Burgess, one of the big centre halves, and it just looped over Vicario, hit the bar, and then Spurs could counter at the other end. The pass in front of Kulu was a bit too heavy, and then Brennan Johnson with a wild thrash for a volley. So this is it's a good Premier League game here. Spurs have cut out a pass there from Ipswich. We're now moving forward down the right-hand side. I think this is Kulu. Kulu goes into Bentancur. Bentancur has a shot. It's deflected into the path of Dominic Solanke. He has a shot from the edge of the box, and that's high and wide off of O'Shea, and another corner kick for Tottenham Hotspur. Can I get in some more pasta before Spurs take this corner kick? Yes, I can. There we go. So, corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur. Right-hand side. It's going to be swung in left-footed. It looks like is this going to be Kulu? I think it's Kulu. He whips it in to the centre of the area. But again, Ipswich have got three big centre halves. One of them just came out and dealt with that easily. But the ball's now played out to Son. Son's beaten his man. Can he get past him? He's dribbling. And then the shot was very tame. Better from Son there. He came inside. Good footwork. He did really well to beat his man the first time. Then cut inside, but didn't really have enough motion to get a powerful enough shot away at goal. And their goalkeeper did that very, very easily in the end. So here's Ipswich in their own half. Now they've played a long ball over the top. I think, again, they've worked out that's going to be their best bit of joy. Here they go again, and they've given it away. And Ipswich, if they keep giving it away like that, we're going to punish them. Here is Papa Sarr striving down the right-hand side. Papa Sarr plays a really poor ball in the end from Papa Sarr. Really poor ball. He had time, he had space, and then played it to nobody. Apologies, I'm just getting a bit more pasta. So a very interesting battle here. Let's be honest. I think we all knew that it was going to be Spurs with possession. Ipswich sitting in. But on the break, Ipswich have had some good chances to date. There's the ball flicked over the top by Ipswich. Chested down by Romero to Dragoshin. He goes back to Vicario. Vicario with a sloppy ball out. Spurs, again, we're playing out the back and dangerously. Playing out the back and dangerously. We've lost the ball this time, have we? No, we haven't. Oh, hang on. Where's my brightness? Brightness. Where's my brightness tab? Oh, hang on. Where's my brightness? I've lost all my brightness. Oh, no. What's going on? Oh, you know what? I've lost all my brightness on my screen. I don't know how to change it. What's going on here? Settings. Brightness. Where's my brightness? Oh God, I'm having a mare. I just love it when the games are on TV. It's so much easier. It's so much easier when the games are on TV, isn't it? You haven't missed anything, by the way. You have not missed anything. Oh God, so I'm just trying to work out how to. Oh, what's going on here? Well, that's sound. No, I don't want that either. What is going on? I hate this app. I'm not going to lie. I hate this app. Well, that will have to do. That will have to do. So here's, I think, Pedro Porro out on the right-hand side. Oh, I can't watch it like this. I need it. Hang on. I'm going to get rid of this. Spare me 1 second. Let's change this settings. Where's my settings? Tottenham Hotspur. Let's go play. You haven't missed anything, by the way. Nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. I'm just going to have to hold it closer to my face, people. I'm so sorry. I've lost all the brightness on my screen, on my tab, and I just want settings, sleep timer, user agent. When did this all become so difficult? Where's my brightness? Never mind. Never mind, people. I'll just hold it closer to me. So here's Twanzebe. He goes back in the other centre half and cleared, swiped away by Ipswich. Just under 15 minutes gone. It's still 0-0 in this game. So not a lot to write home about in terms of goals. Good chances for both sides. But I really wish I could turn my brightness up. Just madness. That's the volume. Never mind. So still 0-0, Tottenham versus Ipswich. We've started okay. We just haven't managed to get that early goal. And Tottenham playing at the back here. Here's Christian Romero. He goes into Brennan Johnson. Sorry, Porro. Porro goes back to Romero. No, I don't want the volume. I want this one. That's it. Oh, my God. Oh, my. Don't touch it ever again, Richard. There we go. Sorted out, guys. I know you're all very proud of me. I've managed to get the brightness back. It only took 2 minutes of me melting down for that to happen. Here is Dragusin. Dragusin goes wide to Udogie. Udogie back to Dragoshin. 16 minutes gone. We've had some decent spells here. By the way, Man United are 1-0 up in their game. Verona have equalised against Fiorentina as well. I'll let you know the Man United goal scorer in a minute. But Man United are 1-0 up. Bruno Fernandes with the goal. Bruno Fernandes with the goal. Here goes Ipswich, sliding forward. Again, down this left-hand side. The shot, it's cannoned off and away by Udogie. And Ipswich have had some decent moments going forward, haven't they? And again, I'm going to say it. People will have a go at me for saying this. Everything down Porro's side. Porro can't defend. I'm just going to say it. Very good footballer. He can't defend. He really, really can't defend. Yes, sorry, it was a technological mare. I'm so sorry. Sorry, it was absolutely bad. It was terrible. No. Normally I'm all sorted, but today I'm having a mare. Ipswich, though, everything they're doing good is coming down Leif Davis on the left-hand side and in behind Porro. Again, Ipswich here, this time playing it out to the right. Here's Twanzebe, gone into Smodics. Spurs, can they break? And it's a free kick for the foul by Johnson. I think the ex-West Ham player on Son. So again, Ipswich, I think, have had the better chances in the game. I think, Ipswich are actually sticking to their game plan. Can they? I think the difficulty for them is going to be, can they do this for 90 minutes? That's where I think we will shine. You know what we're like. We'll come out second half, bish, bash, bosh, first 25, 30 minutes. But again, Dragushin trying to play the ball out, giving it away, wins it back. And now the ball is at the feet of Vicario. So just 18 minutes gone. Look, I'm not saying they're all over us. They're not by any stretch of imagination, but they are getting in some dangerous positions. Now, here's Tottenham with a chance to get in their own dangerous position. Ball goes out wide to Brennan Johnson. He plays it all the way across. The dummy by Sarr to Adogi. Back to Sarr. Back to Adogi. Back to Sarr. Sarr with a good ball. Sweeps it wide to Brennan Johnson. I think that's Pedro Porro, actually. Sorry, the camera's quite far away. Now he gives it to Brennan Johnson. He clips the ball in. Here's Solanke. Turns, shoots. Good save. Good save by the keeper. Good play by Dominic Solanke. The ball was fired into Solanke. He did well to control it. Let's have a look again. So the ball was fired into him by Romero. He took it down on his chest, took a touch, swiveled. Keeper should have saved it, but a good low-down save. Better from Solanke. When Solanke gets in that box, he looks a completely different player than when we're making him run around. And in the other game, by the way, Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 0. Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 0. Nottingham Forest are flying. I'll let you know who scored the goal in a minute as the Ipswich keeper comes out and claims a cross and rolls it out nice and early. Ipswich can break here. Spurs have got bodies back, but Ipswich can break here, and a good tackle in there by Rodrigo Bentancur allows us to win the ball back. Looks like it's all happening. This is like Gillette Soccer Sunday or whatever, isn't it? Looks like it was Murillo, the centre half we were talking about. But here's Papa Sarr in our game. Lays it off to Bentancur, back to Papa Sarr. Ipswich have got bodies behind the ball again, as you would expect. And the ball floated poorly. I think that was Son this time. Poor cross into the arms of the keeper. And it was Murillo with the Nottingham Forest goal. I can tell you that what that means is, as things stand, Nottingham Forest, let's change that. Nottingham Forest, oh no, I don't want that. Come on. Are on 22 points. Nottingham Forest are 1 point off of Man City and are still third in the table. Everyone else playing catch up. Spurs, at the moment, with this draw, we are currently in 9th place on 17. 2 points, a win today, though, would currently take us into 4th, above Brighton on goal difference before Chelsea play. So a big game, a big 70 minutes coming up for Spurs. Man United winning 1-0. Nottingham Forest winning 1-0. Sheffield United are winning 1-0. Fiorentina 1, Verona 1. Dragusin now out to Son. Sonny has got Adogi for company. He doesn't use him. Instead, he goes inside to Dragushin. Spurs again have every single outfield player in the Ipswich half. Here's Adogi. You get the feeling this is going to need a lot of patience. Son, back into Adogi. Again, that's the 3rd or 4th time Adogi's had a chance to whip in a ball, but doesn't. Instead, lays it back to Papa Sarr. Papa Sarr now. down the line to Son. Son tries to beat his man, can't, and Ipswich have dealt with that. But again, as Ipswich clear it, only as far as Rodrigo Bentancur, and Tottenham can come again. We've had a lot of the ball without really doing anything with it, if we're brutally honest. There's a ball whipped into the box this time, and it's really poor. Who was that? I'm not sure who that was. I'm sure they'll show me a camera. They'll zoom in on whoever that was, but whoever it was a really poor post, poor cross to the back post. Ipswich have a man down injured. It looks like it's Amari Hutchinson, but with a quarter of the game gone, I think Ipswich will be very happy with what they're seeing. And I will go to the chat at half time. Yes, Bruno has scored. Yeah, again, Bruno Fernandes, he does like scoring goals, doesn't he? Bruno Fernandes, you know, he is pivotal to what Man United do. Yeah, so it's currently Tottenham 0, Ipswich 0, 22 and a half minutes gone. Long way to go. But I would have expected a bit more attacking intensity from Spurs, if I'm honest. For me, a little bit too much tippy-tappy football, if you know what I mean. A lot of, you know, playing the ball around, but not really, you know, not really trying to go for the jugular. Let me know in the chat if you would agree. Yeah, Marilla with a goal. Yes, thank you. So I've got the screen with you lot. I've got the tablet, my phone with all the scores, and the TV going. So I've got 4 devices on the go here. God knows how they do it in the Sky Sports studio. Yeah, again, yeah. All of them, I think. All of them. So there's a ball floated long by Ipswich. Adogi plays it back to Dragoshin, and again, he plays it back to Dragoshin, and he slices his clearance out for a throw-in to Ipswich Town. So Ipswich Town have a throw-in deep in our half. Dragoshin, can he do better this time? He does. His back heel goes to Son. Son then plays it back into the penalty area to Rodrigo Bentancur, who's going to drive forward out the box. That's what we need. Drive forward. He's played it out wide to Pedro Porro. Is that Porro or Johnson? The long ball forward is really poor, and Spurs lose the ball. Some of our long cross-field passing has been absolutely dreadful. But here's Ipswich. They're driving forward down the left-hand side. This time they've gone into the middle, back to the centre half. They'll be happy with this. Ipswich will be happy with this. I think Spurs need to get a foothold in this game. In the other games, as we said, Man United will beat in Leicester 1-0. That'll put them onto 15 points. Nottingham Forest are currently staying in 3rd place, and they will be on 22 points. A brilliant start. As it stands, Spurs are 5 points behind Nottingham Forest, which is crazy, isn't it, when you say it out loud? But a long way to go. 25 minutes. I fully expect Spurs will come out the second half and boom, boom, boom. But Ipswich will be happier than Tottenham with this so far. But good ball there by Solanke. Gone out wide to Porro. Porro whips the ball in, and it's fired in. It took a deflection, went into the near post, and the keeper gathered it well. And Ipswich, again, as I said, 25 and a half minutes gone. Ipswich will be happy with how the first half's gone. It was off of the centre half into the arms of Muric, who grabbed it at the second attempt. So there's a long ball by Ipswich. It's gone all the way down the line. I think that's really well taken by Delap. He's done excellently there. Then runs into the referee, then loses the ball. The referee was like right in the way, but Spurs have got the ball again, and we can come out again. Sheffield Wednesday is in the last minute of 6 minutes injury time. I mean, let's be fair. What matters today? We've got to get the win. I know, like I went for 4-0, whatever, but we've got to get the win. It would be disastrous to not get 3 points here today. But there's a long way to go in this football game. You know, we're not even at half time. So here's Christian Romero bringing the ball out from the back. Hang on, let me have some water. as I do that, here's Brennan Johnson on the right-hand side of the box, whips it across, headed wide. Again, Ipswich have got so many bodies that all of these crosses are hitting the Ipswich players and either looping out for corners or looping into the arms of Murich. This time, Brennan Johnson tried a low hard cross. I think it was O'Shea or Burgess, and it looped into Murich's arms. There's a cross in, and again, Murich comes out and collects. And Tottenham are going to have to find a different way here because these low balls into the box, bless me. I know you're all saying it collectively at home. Bless me. Thank you. These low balls into the box, Ipswich have got 5 men in the back line and they are dealing with them comfortably. There's a really good ball. No, it's not. It's a shocking ball, but it's actually worked. Sheffield United have won in the Steel City derby. Sheffield United won. Sheffield Wednesday 0. Akawatch. There's the first one in. Let's see actually what Bet365 are going to offer me. Remain logged in. Let's see. What do you reckon they're going to offer me? It's not bad, but I'll keep going. So you haven't missed anything. When I go quiet, it means nothing is happening, by the way. Where are we? There's the Man United game and Fiorentina. There we go. Man United, Fiorentina. Nottingham Forest. Right. So Ipswich Town win the ball in the midfield. One back by Bentancur, though, and then one back in the midfield by Ipswich Town, and it goes back to Murich. But the long ball, some of their long balls are, again, sort of aimless, if we're going to be brutally honest, aimless. And Tottenham just keep getting possession in the middle of the park. For me, again, this is a typical Tottenham display where we don't move it quick enough. Second half, I fully expect we will come out of blocks quicker. I think you've got to play it quicker if you're going to beat low blocks. You've got to play it quicker to beat low blocks. At the moment, Spurs are not finding a way to break Ipswich down. That could change any second, though. Here is Bentancur with a looped ball. I don't think he meant to do that, but Johnson has headed it down to Kulu, back to Solanke. He tried to play a 1-2, but Ipswich doubled up. And now the Ipswich defender is driving through everyone. The Ipswich defender was driving through 4 or 5 players. Leif Davis, very impressed with Leif Davis. Been very, very impressed with Leif Davis. Let me know in the chat what you think about him. We'll talk about it at half time. Again, I would agree. I think this is what we are now, right? I think very lackluster first half. I fully expect them to get the hairdryer treatment in the second half, at half time. Still Nottingham Forest winning 1-0 against Newcastle, by the way. And Man United still 1-0 up at home to Leicester. So the Premier League table looks very interesting. As things stand, we're 2 points above Man United, 2 points above Newcastle, 2 points above Bournemouth, 1 above Brentford, and we're 1 behind Villa, Fulham, Arsenal, and Chelsea. So it's all happening. It's all happening. It's very bunched up. But a long way to go. What a long way to go. So here is Ipswich Town with the ball deep on the right-hand side. I think I'm watching a Japanese channel because it's giving me a lot of adverts in Japanese. Here's Ipswich moving the ball from the centre. He's run through 2 players brilliantly there. And again, I tell you what, they're doing really well here. The ball is played into the forward. Spurs have got to be a bit careful here. Ipswich have got the ball. The cross from the right-hand side is whipped in. Everyone's missed it. Overhead kick. We're 1-0 down. We're 1-0 down. We said it could happen. I literally said, we've got to be aware of this danger on the right-hand side. The ball was swung in. Again, not the greatest defending from Tottenham Hotspur. When is it ever? But the ball was swung in. I want to see this again. Sorry, I'm just waiting. It was almost like time stood still. And Sammy Smodics has scored a really good overhead kick. I'm just a bit in shock. The ball went... Here we go. So the ball went wide. The Nottingham Forest player whipped the ball in. It looped up in the air. And again, awful defending. Again, between, I think there's Porro and Bentancur. Let's have a look. Johnson and Porro, none of them went out to win the ball. Again, you've got to be braver. You've got to be braver. Johnson's watching. Porro's watching. It's like they're watching in awe. And it was an overhead kick, a really good goal from an Ipswich point of view. And again, Tottenham are going to have to come from behind. We've done it a lot this season. We've done it a lot this season. We're going to have to do it again. No, I will not give Daniel Levy money. But again, sorry, Dominic, you haven't missed anything. Dominic Solanke is down getting treatment at the moment. But again, it's that defense again. We could say, oh, we've only conceded 12. Again, they both sat there and watched as the ball fell out the air. In my day, defenders would go out and take that clean out, but they didn't. Porro can't deal with defense. Porro can't defend. I'm just going to put it out there. I've said it all season. I said it all last year. Fantastic footballer. He can't defend. Here's Nottingham Forest in their game, by the way. The ball's played across and Newcastle have cleared. By the way, Man United are still 1-0 up in their game. A good goal from an Ipswich point of view. And Sammy Smodics, I don't know, just really poor defending. Look, Ipswich, I think, have had the better chances in the game. And at the moment, long way to go, but their game plan is working. Now they're showing Ed Sheeran in the crowd, looking very happy with how things are going. But really, really poor. And again, the ACCA, by the way, is Sheffield United, who won, Man U, who are winning, Forest, who are winning. At the moment, it's just Fiorentina that are drawing 1-1, but it's still only the 34th minute in that game. Listen, no panic. There's a long way to go. This is what we're good at. Again, I'll say what I always say. Just cannot go 2-0 down here. Get to half time. But again, it's been a very lackluster half. And I was told that we rested everyone so that we could come out and hammer these. And it's not quite transpired. I don't think we're playing terribly. But again, it's not quite transpired. Timo Werner, by the way, is getting his shin pads on and looks like he's doing up his laces. So I don't know if he's going to come on for Dominic Solanke instead of Lancashire. We'll see. I'll let you know in the meantime. Some of you are ahead of me, so you'll have seen this. But by the way, I'm 3 minutes behind in the comments. I won't go down to all the comments. Nottingham Forest pull the ball across again. They could have scored. Sorry, a second. It looks like Timo Werner's going to come on. Ipswich now can break again through the midfield. And Ipswich, to be fair to them, I think they've looked decent here. This is a team that have not won all season. I don't think they're going to win today, but they have got the lead. So it looks like Dominic Solanke's injured. Ipswich now trying to play the ball at the back. Looks like they've grown a little bit in confidence, but a long way to go. I don't think we need to press panic buttons just yet. Good tussle there on the right-hand side. I think that was Kulu and Leif Davis. I could be wrong. My camera angle is so far away from the game. It's really difficult to tell. But now Tottenham look like we're moving the ball forward quicker. Again, we'll talk about it more at half time, guys. I just can't believe that two Spurs players sat and watched as that ball dropped out the air, and neither of them, again, Johnson looked like a child. Johnson looked like a scared kid. Porro, the same. He just looked like, oh, well, I'm not going to deal with it. Got to go and deal with that. As Muric collects the ball. And Ipswich are playing out well. They're playing out well. Tottenham are pressing well. And they're breaking forward again. It's Leif Davis again. Leif Davis, he's given it away this time, but he's been very, very good. Here's Sonny, though, on the counter-attack. Sonny plays the ball down the line. A great tackle from the Ipswich player on a Dogie who was bursting into the box. The Ipswich player, I think it was Johnson, came in from the side, had to get it right, and he did. And Tottenham at the moment, just I wouldn't say running out of ideas. I just don't think we've had really many ideas so far. Again, yes, Dennis, a lot of our goals come from these fullback areas. We're very, very poor in the fullback areas. Again, I agree, Dennis. I absolutely agree. Look, we've got 9 minutes of this half to pull a goal back. I don't know if Solanke is still on, by the way. They showed Werner getting ready, but he's not on yet. I don't know if he is on your game. And another cross, another poor cross straight into the arms of Muric. Man United are 2-0 up. Man United are 2-0 up against Leicester, and the revival under Ruud van Nistelrooy continues. That will be 3 wins from 4 in all competitions. Ipswich are giving the ball away. Here's Kulusevski into Son, and Son again couldn't take the ball with him and is given away the free kick. I would say this pattern is very much the same as Brentford, West Ham, Villa, and hopefully that pattern continues second half. Hopefully that pattern continues second half, where we come out and put them to the sword. But at the moment, Spurs don't really look like we're playing with any energy, any ideas. And I don't understand. Like, absolutely, Yusuf. Absolutely. There's no panic yet. But I don't understand why we're so bad in the first half of games of football. I don't know if it's bad preparation, but hey, listen, we can still come out and win this game. And there's a free kick to Tottenham Hotspur. So still, Man United 2-0. I don't know who scored the Man United second goal. I don't know. At the moment, Werner has not come on from what I'm seeing. Yes, today, again, last week, I thought he was superb. This week, I don't think he looks great. I will get to the super chats at half time. I promise I'll get to all the super chats at half time. Actually, I'll do one now. A user, big up, is always very generous. Said, love allowed, always expected from Spurs. Listen, there's a long way to go. There's a long way to go. As Ipswich go through, but the free kick was given. So big up to you, a user. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much, my friend. And another super chat here from Ed X. Big up, Ed. I'm going to cut away from this 1 second. The Spurs have got the ball. Again, when we're attacking, it's so slow. Bentancur slowly out wide to Dragoshin. Dragoshin into Sarr. Sarr to Son. Son to Adoke. It's just too slow. Quicken it up. We've got to quicken this up. Smodics goes back to the centre half. His lofted ball in the air is won by Sarr. Solanke does well, but then a really poor ball again. I wouldn't be able to say who's played well so far today. Big up to edX. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. I said, big up, Savva. Funny how your critics get silent every time you're proved correct about this club. Look, I hear you. I just think for me, as I've said, we're too Jekyll and Hyde. I'm not saying we won't win this game. I still think we will, but we're just too Jekyll and Hyde, mate. These are the games, whenever I have faith that we're going to come out and really turn it on, we don't. And listen, again, we'll be better second half. We've got to be. But at the moment, it's been really, really poor. Ipswich, like the ball forward. Ed, I really appreciate that, my friend. Thank you very much. And I'll speak to you more at half time. Please do smash the like button if you haven't already. Only 280 likes. I'm going to break away. Ipswich flying down the left. This time, Romero takes the ball off Leif Davis. The ball is now with Kulusevski in our own half, but he's got some space to operate in. He goes down the line to Udogie, back to Son, and everything is backwards from Spurs. We're popping it out wide and then always coming inside. So Ipswich have won the ball dangerously in our half. Now Sammy Smodics, he's looking for a pass. He hasn't got many players, but again, Leif Davis is the one. Going down the left-hand side, Leif Davis crosses it in. Dragusin clears it only as far as Sammy Smodics. Sammy Smodics pops the ball into the midfield, and then Spurs can win it. Son is now racing through, but the centre half, has cleared it back to the goalkeeper, and it's gone. It's gone harmlessly from an Ipswich point of view. It's come to nothing. But here is Ipswich again. They're playing really well. They're playing out the back well. This reminds me so much of Villa and West Ham. It really does. I think the thing is for us is if they don't come out and open up, how do we beat them? But given away by Muric. Sarr is in here, plays it to Son. He lays it across to nobody. Really poor from Son. Really, really poor from Son there. He had all the time in the world. Really lazy play from Son. And now Ipswich can drive through the midfield. Sammy Smodics has done absolutely brilliantly there. And Ipswich have got bodies over. Here's Leif Davis. They're through on goal again. Ipswich are 2-0 up. Ipswich are 2-0 up. It is shocking. It is 2-0 Ipswich. This is shocking from Tottenham Hotspur. I'm going to wait and see if there's a VAR. But Ipswich Town have caught Tottenham on the break again. And Tottenham are being undone at White Hart Lane. And we now have a mountain to climb. We now have a mountain to climb. Ange is again, this is what I don't like. Ange is just doing that. Ange, do something. Make a change right now. Ange, get into them. Get stuck into them. This is poor. Ipswich won the ball in midfield. Really weak from Bentancur. And again, played down. I don't have to tell you, do I? I don't have to tell you guys. It was down Porro's wing. Pedro Porro cannot defend. Again, Pedro Porro cannot defend. I'm going to say this time and time again. He just stood there as they overlapped. The ball was played in low and hard by Sammy Smodics, who carried on his run. Was it Sammy Smodics? Yeah. Played it across. Vicario palmed it out. It hit Dragusin, fell into Delap's lap, no pun intended. And Ipswich Town have gone 2-0 up at home to Tottenham. And this is, listen, all is not lost. All is not lost. There's still time. There's still time in the second half, but we've given ourselves a mountain to climb, and you cannot lose at home. So we have really got to step it up in the second half. We've really got to step it up in the second half. All of the teams, all of the results went our way yesterday. All of the results went our way yesterday. And yet here we are, fluffing our lines after playing the B team, so to speak, away to Galatasaray. This is going to be a big halftime team talk. This is going to be a huge halftime team talk. Tottenham 2-0 down at home to newly promoted Ipswich, who have not won a game all season. And we've really, listen, I'm not going to panic yet, but if we go 3-0 down, then we're in trouble. If we go 3-0 down, then we are in trouble. In the other games, it's Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle 0. It's not, it is, no one's lying. It is 2-0 to Ipswich. Man U 2, Leicester 0. Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle 0 are the other live Premier League games at the moment. What is happening? What is happening at Tottenham Hotspur right now? Jekyll and Hyde. Jekyll and Hyde. You just never know what you're going to get. And if Jekyll are playing this half, Hyde needs to come out in the second half, because this is not good. As things stand, it's a throw into Ipswich in our half. As things stand, Tottenham Hotspur are currently in 9th place. We're currently 9th in the table. As it stands, this would be our 5th defeat of the season. A long way to go, but that would be the most of any team in the top half other than Brentford. That would be the most of any teams in the top half other than Brentford. Here's Tottenham, though, trying to play out from the back. And this time it's a free kick. But Ipswich are pressing. They're harrying. They're winning all the second balls. And we look a bit shell-shocked. Listen, we're going to have some good conversations at half-time. Tottenham bring the ball out. There's 4 minutes of injury time. We've got 3 minutes. We need a goal before half-time. We really need a goal before half-time to get back into this game. Miss Bunny has said this is why I predicted a 2-all. John Thompson has said, well done, Tottenham. Totally sick of this now. Surely we can't lose 5 of 11 league games. That's just pathetic, really, when you think about it, isn't it? And this, as it stands, Nottingham Forest at half-time, by the way, 1-0 up. As it stands, Tottenham Hotspur are 6 points below Man City. 6 points below Man City, 4 points off the top 4 of Brighton, but Chelsea could still play. So tonight, Spurs could be 5 points off of the top 4 with Man City away next. We'll talk about it at half time. Please smash the like button if you haven't already. There's 800 of you in here, only 300 likes. Please, can we get that like button up to 500? And if you haven't subscribed, please do. We should be getting to, look, we're there at the moment. I won't show you my revenue, but we're there at the moment. 14,142. Let's get that to 14,200. There's 858 of you in the chat. I think he's having a terrible game today, Bentancur. I think I said this in the week when people were calling him class. For me, he is way too inconsistent. He should be running games like this. He should be running the game. So there are 1.5 minutes of injury time to go by my clock. Please bear in mind, Delap's just having a bit of a fight with Romero. Again, our defence letting us down. Again, Tottenham have now conceded. It's not the end of the world. Tottenham have conceded 13 goals this season. Not even that. It's just how lackadaisical we look when defending. Like no one wants to actually go out and that first goal should never have happened. And the second goal, Vicario again palmed it out straight into the danger zone. Keepers are taught not to do that. So there's 1 minute left according to my clock. And listen, I think all of the back four have been awful. Let's be brutally honest about this. Colin has said we're making Ipswich look like Barcelona. As again, Ipswich, this time a foul given away in the middle of the area, in the middle of our half, sorry. And Ipswich Town have conceded a free kick. There's 25 seconds to go. A goal here would really, really help. Ben has said this is embarrassing. I'm guessing this isn't Ben Davis from the top of the bench. Big up to you, my man. Some people want Anne sack. Listen, there's a long way to go. There's a long, long way to go yet. We've seen how we can come out and hit teams. Porro whips the ball in. That kind of sums it up. Really poor ball in. Romero's gone down. I don't think he's that hurt. Romero's gone down, holding his ankle, but he's got straight back up to his feet. Alex Kennedy says, don't panic. Listen, there's a long way to go. There's a long way to go, but I'm going to say it. I don't even think a draw is acceptable. This has to be a win. Thank you for the 5 people that just subscribed. Can you guys help me get to 14,200? No, I don't think a draw is acceptable. I think a draw at home would truly show why I'm not sure. But no, I'm not going to panic. I'm not going to panic yet. Lots of people now saying sack him. It is half time. Tottenham 0, Ipswich 2. Listen, for anybody who knows me, anybody who normally watches me, you all know what to do, right? 5 words. Anybody who watches my channel, you know how this goes. 5 words to sum up that first half. 5 words, and I'll read out a selection of them. Big up, Matt Maz. Do you want to come on, brother? Let me know if you want to come on and talk about it. Let me know. I'll send you the link if you would like to. Where are we? Where are we? Sorry, bear with me 1 second. There is the link. No, it's not. That's not there. You don't have to, Maz, by the way. I'm just thinking if you would like to, then you are, of course, more than welcome. You know how much I love you. Let's have a look. Where's Maz? Where we go, Maz Spur. I'll send it to a few other people as well. I don't think Stell's very well still, so I won't send it to him. I might send it to Danny, see if he's available, and we can have a quick chat at half time. Danny, there we go. Danny's messaging me as I'm about to WhatsApp him. So maybe he was asking for the link. Big up, 5 words. Let me just sort out the timer, please, ladies and gentlemen. Please bear with me a second. So 1 second, and then we can get into this. 45. There we go. Look. No, I always get this wrong. There we go. Is that right? There we go. That's right. Let me know what you think, people. Let me know what you think. 5 words. Kirk has said Ange ball at its best. 5 words. The gift keeps on giving. Let me quickly go to some. Billy has switched off the game. Can't put himself through it. Listen. Tottenham can still come back here. Tottenham could still come back here. Red Vision has said Ipswich getting their first win. A long way to go. Long way to go. What we've got to do, I don't know if you agree with me, people, we've got to, in the second half, grab an early goal like we did against Villa. By the way, there's over 1,000 people in here. That's where we are. 14,146. Can I get 50 nice people right now to smash that subscribe button? Would one of my mods put the link in the chat? Look, only 365 likes as well. We should be on 500 likes. Maz, I thought you were trolling me in the chat, having a pop at me, having a go at me. How are you, buddy?
Very well. I was really good until a few minutes ago.
Can you believe what we're witnessing?
Yeah, I can believe it, because earlier I've been saying for the last several weeks that I don't know what Tottenham's going to turn up, and whilst there's an element of predictability in terms of Ange's tactics, formation, players, etc., etc. You know that if we don't have that 15, 20 minutes spell where we get a couple of goals and blow them away early on, or we don't go in at half time sort of 0-0 and then we come out strong in the second half, that we're in trouble. And we see it time and time again. And I mean, how many times are we going to say the same old thing? The attacking Porro's side, he doesn't defend that well, and the goal, we can see the goal, and the same for Udogi's side, and the same mistakes, from Drago and Romero, and Johnson's inability to stick a foot in and clear the ball away, and just allowing the guy to do an overhead kick right in front of him. It's just madness, absolute madness.
Again, Maz, do you know what? Listen, I'm not blaming one player. This, for me, has been an awful team performance. Absolutely. But when we defend, Maz, it's literally like people are saying, just go down the flanks. Now, it depends on which winger is better for the opposition. But today, it's literally like they've said, Leif Davis and Schmodix, just go at Porro. Just go up. He can't defend. A great footballer, he can't defend, Maz.
He can't. No, I think I don't like. We're in such a state that I'm trying to keep an element of not trying to go in at our better footballers. But you're absolutely right. None of our defenders, Udogi, Porro, they're not fullbacks. They're wing backs. You've been saying this for ages. I've been saying this for ages. Everyone's been saying this for ages. We can see it. I think what's most disturbing to me, and it's got to the point where I'm calling it disturbing, is Ange is a professional manager, right? He's getting paid, comparatively to the normal human, he's getting paid a lot of money. After the 20, 30 minutes, surely he's 2-5-2 or whatever he's playing, right? Surely at that point he's thinking, this is not working. I need to change it. I need to change the tactic to shore up the team. But no, he persists with it, and we've conceded 2 goals. And I think that's just nuts. It's disturbing. It's not nuts. It's actually disturbing.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, just quickly before I bring in Dan, big up EdX, who sent another super chat. Very kind of you, and said, before every international break, Spurs fail to show up mentally or physically. Jekyll and Hyde. Listen, Ed, I'm hanging on to the fact that we are better second half. That's what I'm hanging on to here. That's what I'm going to ask Dan in a minute. But thank you very much. And I completely agree. When all these other YouTubers have a pop at me for saying Jekyll and Hyde, and how this is why I feel like even if we come back and win this game, this is what we do. We are a very inconsistent football team. Big up to you, Ed. Arteta out, Edu out, KSE out. Has said beat Villa and City, then lose to Ipswich and Palace. We haven't lost yet, but if we do, that would be the ultimate Spursy. Palace not won a game, lose. Ipswich not won a game, lose. City and Villa win. But by the way, City and Villa are both in poor runs. Big up to you, Arteta out. Maffio has said Spurs fall behind in 13 home games in 24. That is, again, another stat that I will be stealing and using on the Spurs review tonight. So, Maffio, thank you very much for that stat. It's not a good stat. It's embarrassing. Mari from Tottenham away. Big up, Mari. Hope you're well, brother. Has said Ipswich is physically manhandled us. The worst team in the league is punking us at home. Again, another manager that's done his homework, Mari, got his tactics spot on, realizes that if you put 3 to 5 men behind the ball, Spurs can't break it down. Big up to you, Mari. Really appreciate it. And Blaine Dev, who is always very, very generous, has said 5 words, close down the bloody cross. Adogi is the biggest culprit. Anytime he's 1v1, he never closes a cross. Give him sheep because he's a shepherd. Blaine Dev, excellent. Love you, dude. Thank you very much. For me, I'm putting Porro and Adogi in the same boat. Neither of them are defenders. They cannot defend crosses. And again, another game where Romero and Dragoshin look poor. I keep hearing, and don't get me wrong, I'm on with Ian later. I'm going to be asking him about this quality Romero being our best player. He looks crap. Big up to you, Blaine Dev. Keep smashing the like button. Only 437 likes. There's 1,200 of you in here and only 14,148 subscribers. Let's get that up, guys and girls, while we've got 1,100 people in the chat. Danny,
You're all right.
I mean, when you go 1-0 down, you think this is what Tottenham do. 2-0 down, have we got it in us to come out second half and win this game?
Well, first thing, what did I warn everybody that I was worried about? 2 steps forward, 4 steps back.
Yep.
I've said to everyone I was worried about this game. Yeah, with the team we've got, we should have it in them to at least get a draw out of this, and we're at home, but why are we even in this situation? People going on how our defence has improved. Okay, less goals, no set pieces, but exactly the same goals they're scoring over the top or down the flanks. And should have seen this at 1-0, tightened up a bit, got the game in control, and then go for it. Nope, he waits until we're 2-0 down. Now we'll see if he makes the right decisions in a couple of subs he might have to make, and if he changes a few things. And if you remember, my mate Dave said a while ago, Ipswich got a very good manager. He said he'd actually like him at Spurs.
Mate, it's mad, isn't it? I mean, Maz, what was really telling for me was when Ipswich scored that second goal, they panned to Postecoglou, and he was just doing this. Now, at that moment, I want a manager to go, I don't care if there's 3 minutes to half time. Now, I'm doing something now. I'm shouting. I'm getting the players to come over to me and I'm giving them some instruction. He just stands there. He just stands there like a lemming.
He does that every game, though, doesn't he? And the funny thing is, he gets animated at the stupidest things in the game as well.
Yeah.
You know, like arguing with the ref over like nothingness in the centre of the pitch rather than telling his defenders or his forwards what to do. It's nuts. It's nuts. The thing is, right, even if we go on and win this, it's not good enough.
I agree.
It's just not good enough. We can't be happy with going a goal down against any old team. They're Ipswich, have just been promoted, for crying out loud. We spent 350 million on building a team that can't stop a relegation candidate from scoring against us. It's nuts.
Well, this is an Ipswich team, by the way. I mean, look, let me remind you all. Ipswich have played 10 before today's game, drew 5 and lost 5, conceded 21 goals. Right, conceded 21 goals. This has got Crystal Palace written all at the moment. I'm not saying we can't come back, guys, but like Maz said, for me, you could see it. We come back and draw 2 or win 3-2, and people go, "That's Ange ball." Never say die spirit. But this isn't good enough. This game should be West Ham beat these 4-1. West Ham. This is not good enough, is it? All round, it's just not good enough.
Going a goal down, anyone can do that in a game, yeah? I'll let that one go.
Yeah.
But then 2-0 down to Ipswich at home when we're meant to be this formidable force at home.
Let these stats sink in, by the way, right?
Yeah.
We had 66.7% possession versus their 33. They've had 6 shots on goal. We've had 6 shots on goal. They've had 3 shots on target. We've had 2, right? What on earth is going on? What is the point, right, in having all the possession if we're allowing them, right, to one, have the clear-cut chances, right, and 2, we don't convert any of our chances at all. We need I would love to see the stat of how many chances we need per goal per game, because it's got to be really bad. There's got to be a table showing that for each team, because I think we'll be near the bottom.
It's madness. Just quickly, guys, because I will, when my app starts, I will boot you both, and you're both more than welcome at full time, by the way. So just use the link.
No worries.
The worrying thing for me again, I keep hearing about Vicario. Vicario again committed goalkeeping suicide there. That cross that came over, he saved it and parried it straight into the 6-yard box. Like, no punching it away. Like, it feels like the defense, Vicario. You know the word I'm going to use for all our players? You know the word I'm going to use. They're inconsistent. We're inconsistent. I keep hearing
boys, guts.
Guys, 2 nights ago, we had a debate on here about Bentancur. Again, watch Bentancur today. He looks absolutely shocking.
Rubbish. Yeah.
And he's playing against championship centre mids, if we're going to be brutally honest.
Savva, I'm going to leave with this. This is going to be my last comment, right?
Okay,
you go for it. At the start of the season, in the pre-season, right, we all went on the show together. Everyone, Dan was on, Still was on, everyone was on. And we said we've built a team of little kids, little men. They're not real men. They're like, just turning into adulthood, right? And that's the Tottenham we've got. No one's got any guts in our team. There's no leaders in our team, right? We might as well have fielded at the under-21s. That's how I feel about it.
They've probably got more balls on them than the older lot.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just madness, guys. Like, on my app, it hasn't started yet, but
it's not even kids.
Go on. No,
it's not even kids though. It's like when people give Brennan Johnson, but he's only 24. What do you mean he's only bloody 24? As a man, as far as I'm concerned. As soon as you're over 18, you're allowed to do man stuff. Now, I get it, 18's young in football, but what, 21, 22, 23, 24? How long are you allowed to use the excuse of he's only a boy for?
Yeah. I agree. I'm kicking you both off. Guys, as soon as the full-time whistle goes, feel free to jump on, all right? Okay. Much love. Right. Take care.
Right.
So Tottenham Hotspur have 45 minutes to rescue what should on paper be the easiest game of the season. We have got 45 minutes to rescue this. The Ipswich players are just coming out of the tunnel now. Gives me a chance for Cole Madden with a super chat. Thank you very much, Cole. I said, why no Maddison? This is his game. Ange is a clown. Look, for me, I'd be getting Maddison on now. We've seen zero creativity from Kulu today. I think we need to get him on. Big up to you, Cole. And Gary Morton Barley, much love, bro. Hope you're well. I said, no way do I accept a home draw. Absolutely. We need 3 goals without conceding here. We have to win this game. I agree with you, Gary. Thank you very much. Listen, I doubt he is. If he is, though, he's more than welcome to come on and call me names to my face. It's fine. I don't understand why other YouTubers have to talk about other YouTubers. Everyone's got their own opinion. I don't know if he is. You could be making up for all I know. But listen, it's fine. At the end of the day, it's football. It's opinions. I've got bigger things to worry about in my life than if some other football fan is having a pop at me on their channel. And as I said, my channel is open to any YouTuber to debate me at any time. Ipswich are about to kick off on my app, by the way. So on my app, Ipswich are kicking off right now on my app. Okay, so I won't go right to the bottom. I won't go right to the bottom of the chats here. I don't, it's fine. I don't care. I don't care what people say about me. Listen, I'm old, I'm ugly. I've heard it all before. Every season I'm told I'm wrong, and every season I end up being right because I don't think with my heart. I think with my head, unfortunately. I'm just wired that way. So it's a yellow card early in the first half for Delap of Ipswich. So Liam Delap of Ipswich has been given a yellow card. I didn't see what happened. Just to remind you that in the other games, it is Man United 2, Leicester 0, and Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle 0. So at the moment, Nottingham Forest, as it stands, are going to be 6 points above Tottenham Hotspur after 11 games. And Nottingham Forest would have only lost 1 game. Spurs, as it stands, have lost 5 Premier League games. As it stands, that could change. But listen, we need a big half here. We need a really, really big half. Really, really big half we need here. No two ways about it. We've got 45 minutes here to save ourselves from embarrassment, because this will be the second team we faced in 2 weeks that hadn't won a game and we've helped them win. So it's not insurmountable. What is insurmountable is if we go 3-0 down. So we've got to make sure we've got that balance between attack and defence here. So it's a free kick for... Is it a free kick for Ipswich or a free kick for Tottenham? I'm not sure at the moment. I can't see. Big up to each and every one of you. Please do smash the like button. We're on 491 likes. We should be on 500-600 by now easily. Please do subscribe if you haven't. No subs from Ange. No subs from Ange. So Spurs, 47 minutes gone. There's a ball played over the top by Ipswich, given away this time, but they've won it back in the midfield. Now, can Spurs bring it out? They can bring it out with Bentancur. Bentancur plays a nice ball over the top, does he, to Solanke. Johnson lays it off to Sarr. Sarr plays it out wide to Son. Son cuts in, has a dig, and tipped over the bar by Muric, was it? Yes, it was. A corner kick. Better from Spurs. Moved it quicker. And again, looks like they've had a bit of a proverbial hairdryer treatment at half-time. But we've got to start having that hairdryer treatment before the game. There goes the cross. Whipped across. Headed out. And cleared by Ipswich. It's going to be a throw-in. So let's have a look. So Spurs need an early goal this half. Can we get it here? Here's Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro whips the ball in. Does he? No, it's gone out for another corner kick. So Pedro Porro with a corner kick. Spurs, you've got to get an early goal here. We've really got to get back in this game. Tottenham Hotspur, whip the ball in. Corner kick, flicked over, 2-1. 2-1, we're back in the game. That's what we needed. We needed an early goal. We've got it. So Ipswich are asking for a handball, so I'm not going to change the scoreline until we see that. But I didn't see a handball. The ball was whipped in the corner. I couldn't really see, but it went all the way across goal. Solanke's bundled it in. Let's have a look here. The ball comes across, headed down. So what Ipswich are asking for, I think it would be tough if they give that, is the ball was swept in by Solanke, but it kind of hit his foot, then his arm and went in. For me, I mean, the VAR are looking at that. For me, I think it's a goal. We'll find out whether or not that's given in a minute. Please bear it in mind that we are... Let's see, are they going to give that? Are they not? Let's have a look. VAR are checking. I think he's given handball. Has he given handball for that? You've got to bear it. It's been disallowed. Dominic Solanke's goal's disallowed. But let's look at the positive. Let's look at the positives. Much better intensity. Spurs need to keep doing this. We need to go again. That's why I don't change the scoreboard immediately, by the way, people, because it's a faff. So no goal. It hit Dominic Solanke's foot, then hit his arm and went in. I think these are soft decisions. I get it, but I don't know what handball is anymore in the modern game. So Ipswich live a charmed life at the moment. Tottenham 0, Ipswich 2. Come on, Spurs. That's what we need. In the other game, there's been a goal. Newcastle United have equalised at Nottingham Forest. Newcastle United have equalised. So it's Forest 1, Newcastle 1. I think it's Alexander Isak, by the way they're showing the screen. I'm happy with that. He's in my fantasy team. Not good for my bet, but he's in my fantasy team. So Tottenham now, again, you would expect us to come out here and have all of this half camped in their area. We need an early goal. We thought we had it by Solanke, but it was disallowed. So 2-0. Tottenham now trying to press forward, but it's cleared this time by Leif Davis, who has really impressed me, by the way. And there's a ball by Dragasine over the top to Son. Son is one-on-one with Twanzebe. He cuts in onto his right foot, plays it into Solanke. Solanke's going to turn. He plays it out wide to Udogie. Udogie never whips it in first time. He's gone back to Bentancur, back to Romero. feel like we have overplayed it there. And again, Romero with a ball through. It wasn't the best. Sarr's going to make the most of it. He keeps it in. He lays it back to Son. Son is going to whip this ball in, is he? They're looking at the Newcastle goal as well, by the way, for very similar to Solanke's. They're looking to see if there was a handball. Here's Sonny, cuts inside, jinks one way, jinks the other, and Ipswich had enough bodies and crowded Son out. So Tottenham in the first 6 minutes here looked like they've had the hairdryer treatment. I think the Newcastle goal is being given. The Newcastle goal has been given, I believe. But again, VAR is just, I hate VAR, but it is what it is. So the Newcastle goal was given as Muric comes and claims the corner nice and easily. And Tottenham Hotspur, for me, need a goal and very, very soon. 1-0 is one thing. 2-0 is another thing. Can we come back in this game? Can we come back? So the ball's played out wide. Ipswich has gone to Sammy Smodics. He plays it back to Davis, plays the ball over the top, but the Ipswich player couldn't keep it in. And Tottenham have a throw-in with 52 and a half minutes gone. This will be an awful result as it stands. So we've got a big 35, 40 minutes coming up. Here's Papa Sarr. Papa Sarr plays the ball down the line to Son. Son is going to run at his man, is he? Swanzabi's actually done quite well here. Son goes inside to Sarr. Sarr goes one more to Kulu. Kulu plays a through ball and it just ran behind Solanke and Son and goes out for an Ipswich goal kick. What we must be wary of here, is not conceding a third on the break. 3-0 kills the game. We've got to get the next game. And I know I'm spouting the absolute obvious, but we've got to get the next goal in this game. Muric takes a long goal kick down the line. Tottenham, I think, Dragusin comes out, wins that. Spurs get a free kick on the halfway line. Just under 54 minutes gone, and every minute that ticks away. Tottenham, listen, we can't panic. We can't panic here, but we've got to mix it up. We've got to try something different here. He hasn't made any subs, but again, Ipswich have now fallen back. All men behind the box here for Ipswich. They'll be looking for a counter-attack. Spurs playing better this half, as you would expect. There's the ball through by Kulu, but really good defending again by Ipswich. And now Sammy Smodics can break away. No, he doesn't. Puts his foot on the ball, takes his time, goes back to a very impressive Leif Davis. Really, really impressive Leif Davis today, if I'm honest. And there's the ball fired down the pitch straight to Vicario. And Ipswich are not pressing like they did in the first half. And Spurs need to take advantage of this. I think this is definitely right. I think we need to get a goal in the next 10 minutes to get back into this game. Again, really good play in the midfield from Ipswich. And Ipswich looked like they were going to counter, but hang on, they've won it, we've won it, they've won it. They've won it, we've won it. It's all a bit messy in there at the moment. No one really putting their foot on the ball and dictating this game. But Spurs having all the possession, as you would imagine. And if you're Ipswich, I suppose it's that difficult state, isn't it, between putting your foot on the ball. Poor pass by Spurs. It's that difficult between, do you put your foot on the ball and slow it down? Do you go for the third? It's a difficult scoreline, 2-0, isn't it? But at the moment, Ipswich have come out. Luckily, you could say, have ridden the first 10 minutes and are still 2-0 up. And Spurs need to do more for me. Here's a ball out wide by Ipswich. I'm now played into the middle. They've got an opportunity here. They're still going through on goal. The ball is played out wide left to Leif Davis. He plays it across. Leif Davis. Again, I really like Leif Davis. I'm going to be honest. I think he's a very good left-sided player. Really, really good player, Leif Davis. And Tottenham get it away for a throw. But again, they look very good on the counter-attack, do Ipswich Town. Got to guard against that. going down 3-0 would be catastrophic and would have fans apoplectic, should we say. So Tottenham, 56 minutes gone, trailing at home 2-0. Here's a throw-in from Ipswich. It's a long throw into our penalty area, flicked on to the back post. The ball's going to fall to Smodics, does it? No, he can't get there. Spurs are struggling to clear it, but in the end, Vicario comes out, grabs the ball, rolls it out quickly. Vicario's played it to Udogie. He plays the ball infield. There's a shot from Solanke. It's about 30 yards out, and it was always going high and wide. But Tottenham just showing what they can do there. Just showing what they can do there on the counter. Our own wasn't a counter-attack. The goalkeeper rolled it out quickly. But Ipswich, again, they look dangerous, and maybe I didn't give them enough credit. But this is a team that have played 10 and not won a single game. So was I wrong to question them? We'll see. Please do keep subscribing if you haven't already. I really appreciate everyone that has subscribed already today. Do keep smashing that like button. Here's Ipswich again with the ball at the back. They've not panicked here as Muric puts another ball high over the top. They are, again, two of our defenders have made an absolute hash of that. Two of our defenders made an absolute hash of that. And Ipswich get the shot away high and wide by Hutchinson. Again, Romero and Dragusin look lost. I'm not hearing all this Romero quality nonsense. For me, the ball came over the top. It was Delap versus both of them. Sorry, it was Porro and Romero. Porro don't want to head the ball. He looks so scared to tackle. Romero jumped for it, missed it, and then the ball fell to Hutchinson 20 yards out, who took a shot that went high over the bar. He's Spurs on the right-hand side. This is a good chance. Johnson, awful ball in from Brennan Johnson. And just under the hour played, still 2-0. Johnson had to do better there. Had to do better all the time in the world. And a really bad cross. Thanks, Lindsay. I appreciate it. I do try my best. I do try my best. What you're saying, I'm hearing that a lot of YouTubers are talking about me at the moment. People are messaging me. What you always find is they always talk about me when Spurs don't win, which is weird. It's their own insecurity with their opinions. That's fine. But Tottenham Hotspur, 59 minutes gone. Still a long way to go. But we have to guard against the complacency at the back. I think we've looked really poor at the back. In other news, I'm just going to check Watch because Fiorentina are winning now. Do I wait for Nottingham Forest to win for 700 quid or do I cash out on 200 quid now? As Ipswich with another tackle as Sonny went through. But Tottenham still have the ball. Here is Kulusevski out wide to Porro, whose cross is deflected for a corner. What would you do, people? 200 quid on the Aka now? 200 quid? Or would you hold out for 700 in the hope that Forest are going to score again? I'm not sure. I might go for the 200. Not sure, but I'll kick myself if Forest score. Just don't. I don't see anything about this guy that is a leader at all. So Tottenham with half an hour to rescue. Half an hour to rescue. What's going on here? VAR are looking. Looks like the ref's just given the corner. The corner kick is going to be taken by Spurs. So nothing doing there. Here's Pedro Porro with a corner. He's going to whip it in. Yeah, listen, I'm not bothered. Look, I don't need to sit here and slag off any other YouTubers' content. At the end of the day, people can think what they want. All I go by is what I see. And what I see is a very inconsistent football club. And everyone's getting too hyped up about. There's a low corner to Kulusevski. Can he lay off for the shot? He's giving it to Son. And his shot goes high over the bar. He wants the corner. I don't think the keeper touched it. No, he didn't touch it. Yeah, I don't know. Shall I cash out? If I cash out, I'll be absolutely gutted if Forest score. I've just got a feeling I'm cashing out. I've cashed out. Not often I do that. And if Nottingham Forest score now, I'll be gutted. But you know what? That's what it is. The other teams are Man United's already in. Sheffield United are in. Fiorentina are winning 2-1. So it's all on Forest for that ACCA. By the way, I don't ever put Spurs in my ACCA. Ever. I never put Spurs in my ACCA. Ever. Because of things like this. Are they going to let me cash out or what? What are we doing? I don't know what's going on here. It won't let me cash out because Newcastle United have a free kick. Come on, let me cash out. It's not letting me cash out. You know what's going to happen now, don't you? You know what's going to happen now. Ipswich Town clear the ball again. And every passing moment. Let me see if Forest score on this attack before I cash out. By the way, you're not missing anything. Nothing's happening in our game. If Forest score now, I will not be cashing out. I'm so scared. I don't know. I'm going to wait for this free kick. Everyone's saying take the 200. Angus San Romero is crap. I don't think he's crap. I just don't think he's all this hype. I really, really don't see the hype with him. I see a lot of people. He's quality. He won a World Cup. I go with what I see. And for me, he is not all that. So Ipswich win the ball deep in our half. Right, hang on. Let's just see this Forest free kick, by the way, as well. Yeah, Forest don't look like scoring, do they, Mark? I'm going to take it. I'm taking it. Sorry, this bet could not be cashed out. Why? You're telling me here's the cash out option. Cash out. Sorry, this bet could not be cashed out. This is absolutely blasphemous from Bet365. Here's Tottenham, though, on the other side of things. Tottenham going down the left-hand side. His son lays it off to Udogie. He crosses first time, and it's gone way past everyone, and Ipswich can clear it. And Ipswich have a counter-attack. God, my cash out's gone down to £115. I don't know what's going on here. They wouldn't let me cash out. Guys and girls, it looks like I'm going to have to hope that Nottingham Forest score a goal. Look, it just suddenly went down to £104. God knows why it's gone down to £104, unless somebody's about to concede and I don't know about it. Madness. Tottenham 0, Ipswich 2. Timo Werner is going to come on for Tottenham, by the way. Timo Werner is going to come on. There's a ball won by Ipswich. They're in our box here. If they turn and shoot, they haven't. They've gone backwards. There's a ball to the back post, headed back across. Vicario's going to come, and he does claim. And Tottenham have had 20 minutes of this second half, and we are still 2-0 down. Papasar, driving through, did really well there, did Papasar. And the ref has given a free kick. The ref has given a free kick. By the way, it's still Man United 2, Leicester 0, for anyone that cares. I mean, in the other game, it is Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle 1. The only hope I've got now is if Forest score. But anyway, let's get back to the Tottenham game. Tottenham, Papasar leading that by himself. He was leading the charge by himself there. And just couldn't quite. Well, he's coming off. As I say that, Papasar is coming off for Timo Werner. So we've taken off a midfielder, putting on another forward in Timo Werner. Timo Werner's coming on. I'm guessing that will mean Sonny moving to the middle, maybe, to make it 2 up front. Mate, I tried, Chris. Mate. It's all right. It is what it is. Listen, when you put a bet on, you put it on because you can afford it. And if you don't win, you don't win, right? It's not the end of the world. By the way, a Forest goal now makes me 700 quid. So come on, Chris Wood. Back to this game. Tottenham have got 24 minutes and Ipswich are playing very well. They look very well organised. They've lost the ball this time, though, but then won the second ball. Now, here's Sonny. Sonny plays a good ball down the line to Kulusevski. Kulusevski on the right-hand side now, lays it back. Does he know? He's trying to twinkle toe through, crosses the ball with his right foot, cleared easily by the Ipswich defence. Ipswich have given it away. The ball's now gone to Son. Sonny's trying to find some space for the shot. Lays it off to Udogie. Udogie to Timo Werner. Timo Werner's first contribution is giving the ball away. And now Ipswich are going to try and break, but it was a poor touch from Liam Delap, and it's a throw into Spurs. And that kind of summed Timo Werner up in a heartbeat, didn't it? And now Liam Delap has gone down, holding his foot. I would have thought Maddison would have been brought on. I don't know what Andy's doing, but hey. Oh, John Smith has said, when you're 2-0 down, you bring on Werner. Well, listen, maybe Werner will get the hat trick. Who knows? I reckon he must have. As a ball comes in, missed by everyone, and out for a goal kick, I think, to Ipswich Town. Tottenham with 23 minutes to go. As my front door is going, who's at my front door? Doesn't matter. I'm not getting it. Someone else can get that. Yeah, I agree. You did, Gary. You did say it. 920 of you in the chat. A cross in from Nottingham Forest collected by their goalkeeper. Smash the likes. We should be on 700 likes by now easily, but we are not. The lap, is he going to stay on? No, it looks like Jack Clark is coming on for Ipswich Town. Ex-Spurs player Jack Clark is coming on. I can't anymore, mate. I can't. The cash out has gone. And Newcastle were 2-1 up. It all died. It died a death, that bet, but never mind. It's gone down to £11. And that's how the cookie crumbles. I tried and it didn't work. And Newcastle were 2-1 up. A really good goal by Joe Linton, by the way. But back to Tottenham, forget about Mayaka. Newcastle bringing Nottingham Forest back down to earth at the moment. Still 20 minutes to go in that game. There are 21 and a half minutes to go in our game. Tottenham need a goal desperately, because for me, I'm going to call it, I still don't think 2-2 is good enough. We need 3 goals. Tony said, all those fans giving Sarah a standing ovation then. What am I watching? I hate this club and everything about it. Listen, 20 minutes of football is enough time to score 2. That's what we've got to do. We've got to score 2 goals here. Tottenham have scored. We're back in the game. Rodrigo Bentancur said it. 20 minutes is a long time. Now we've got 20 minutes to find 1 or 2 more rather than 3. The comeback is on. Rodrigo Bentancur. The corner kick came in from Porro as I was talking. Poor defending from Ipswich. Bentancur with a really good header to make it 2-1. Good goal from a Tottenham perspective. And now Tottenham have 21 minutes. 21 minutes to save this game, save from embarrassment. There's enough time. There's a lot of time to score a goal. Can we go and get 2 and turn this around? Ipswich are currently bringing on Jack Clark for Liam Delap. Sorry, not Jack Clark. Who's that coming on? I'll let you know in 1 second. But really important to get the goal with 20 minutes to go. I think we absolutely needed it. Well, Ben said, no panic yet. Listen, there's enough time. We can get this. Right, we've got enough time to grab another one. But Ipswich Town on the break look dangerous. So it's going to be a really interesting last 20 minutes. Ipswich win the ball in our half. It's a no free kick given. Ipswich, though, have got an opportunity here. They've tried to play it through. Really well defended there by Spurs. And now Spurs can launch the ball forward again. Surely there's another goal in this for us. Surely there's another goal minimum in this for us. Hutchinson's gone down injured. It's all happening here. It's all happening, but Tottenham Hotspur bringing the ball forward. 19 minutes to go. Come on, Spurs. Let's find that goal. Because if we score one more, there's a 3-2 in it for us. If we score one more, then there's definitely a winner for us. But we've got to be wary of the counter-attack. The ball's gone out wide to Timo Werner. Timo Werner's going to take on his man, whips it in, and it's headed away for a corner. Tottenham with another corner kick here. There could possibly be another chance here for Spurs to make this 2-2. If we get a next goal in the next 10 minutes, I fancy us to win this. If we don't, it's going to be a tough one. Short corner this time to Sonny. Sonny has a dig. And that's high and wide and really poor from Son. And Ipswich will take their time as the ball goes out for a goal kick. Really poor from Sonny, that. God, I'm knackered. I'm absolutely knackered. 3.5 hours into the stream. I am very, very tired. But there's still time. There's still time. So there's a header won by Ipswich and given away by Spurs. We won it back, then given away by Ipswich. Tottenham Hotspur have played the ball over the top, but Ipswich have defended that very well. And again, the very impressive Leif Davis. The very, very impressive Leif Davis at left back. And Pedro Porro can take a throw in for Tottenham with 18 minutes to go. Big up, Cooper. Oh, who remembers that goal? Yeah. Right, Spurs have a really dangerous break here. Here's Timo Werner, left-hand side, cuts in onto his right foot, and his shot just flies over the bar, does it? No, it was tipped over the bar by Muric. Another shot by Spurs. And it just makes you wonder, where was this Tottenham in the first half? Definitely got a point or two, or maybe 3 in it for us in this game. All we've got to do is keep going the way we're going forward and be very wary of things at the back. There's a corner kick by Spurs, cleared by Muric, and then cleared by the Ipswich Town defender for a throw-in. Tottenham are knocking on the door. Tottenham are knocking on the door. I don't know what the ref has stopped the game. I don't know why. I don't know what that was for. That's the problem when you don't have the sound on. He was knocking on the door. Here's Kulusevski, floats the ball in. It's headed cleared by... Oh, that's an awful shot from Brennan Johnson. That's an awful shot. He's gone down holding his toe. Mate, you got to get up. That was an awful shot. Really, really poor shot. People saying Son is finished. Listen, I don't think he's finished. I just don't think he is what he is. But wouldn't put it past him grabbing another goal. We've got time. We've got time. There's 16 minutes plus injury time. Man United still 2-0 up. Forest are losing 2-1 at home to Newcastle as the ball is pumped along by Ipswich. Spurs, can we counter-attack again? Here's Timo Werner, plays the ball in. Really good play by Solanke. Solanke plays it out wide. Ipswich now scrambling back. Here's Porro. Porro puts a ball to the back post. It's gone over everyone, and the defender at the back post has flicked it away for a throw into Tottenham. You get the feeling a goal is coming if we keep doing this. The goal is coming. We've got to believe that the goal is coming. And if we get one now, the win is there. But we've got to get this equaliser. Here is Kulusevski. Not the time for back heels, mate. He's given it away. And now Muric can launch the ball high. And it's brought down excellently. No, it's not. I thought it was going to be brought down excellently by Werner. But it's hit him and gone out for a throw-in. So Tottenham Hotspur have 15 minutes to find an equaliser, possibly a winner. But let's one step at a time. We need to find a goal from somewhere. We really need to find a goal from somewhere very quickly. If there's going to be any chance of winning this match, the ball is headed back to Muric. Muric now they're gonna take their time. They're not in any rush. They're not in any rush. So here's Leif Davis on the left-hand side. Has played a ball through to midfield. That's a good ball. Amari Hutchinson's going to run at Spurs here. Plays the ball down the line to Jack Clark. Jack Clark cuts in on his right foot. Plays a good ball to Amari Hutchinson. Amari Hutchinson dinks it over the top. And Udogie Udogie, the ball looked like Vicario was coming to claim it, but Udogie got there. We've given it away and won it back. We are very lackadaisical, aren't we, when playing out from the back? But can we break now? I'm knackered, by the way, guys. I need full time. I am knackered. Here is Spurs playing the ball back to Vicario. He rolls it out. The ball is now played to Kulusevski. He goes back to Romero. Romero goes back to Dragusin. There's still time, people. We've got 13 and a half minutes plus injury time. The ball is now played down the line and a free kick is given for the foul on Udogie by Johnson, the right wing back. Now, here's Bentancur. He plays it into Romero. Romero, this is what you would expect now. All the pressure from Tottenham. There's a ball swept again. Kulusevski's given the ball away. Not been the best game from Kulu, but we've won it back. Here's Timo Werner running at his man, thinks it across, and Ipswich can clear it. But Kulu not been at the races really today. And there's a free kick for Tottenham. A free kick for Ipswich. They were chasing down the right-hand side. Bentancur went with his man. He's thrown the ball down on the ground. He's going to get a yellow card for that. Really silly. And it's a free kick. It's a free kick. There's a free kick to Ipswich. By the way, everyone's saying we've lost this. It's not lost yet. Guys, we've still got 12 and a half minutes to save this game. That's a long time in football terms. There's no reason why we can't. But a really silly yellow from Rodrigo Bentancur there. In the other games, Man U are 2-0 up for Leicester, so it looks like Man U are going to win that one. Nottingham Forest are losing 2-1. Here's Amari Hutchinson. He's lost the ball, and now Tottenham can break again. It's a series of breaks from Tottenham here. Kulusevski is driving down the right-hand side, but wants to get it back on his left. He plays the ball into Solanke, and again, that's really poor from Solanke, but Solanke wins the ball back. Solanke wins. Oh no, I've lost the brightness again, people. So there's Porro, swings the ball in, but Muric comes out and catches it. I just do not know how to get this brightness. I'm going to have to watch it again for the last 12 minutes with it up and close to me. I don't want the volume. Please get rid of the volume. Thank you. I'll get copyrighted for that. So Ipswich have a player down. Newcastle, by the way, Newcastle 3, Nottingham Forest 1, and it is all bunched up in the top half of the Premier League now. It's all bunched up. Nottingham Forest and Brighton both on 19 points. Spurs would have been third if we win this. We still can, but Spurs would have gone into third tonight. We still can go into third. Chelsea will be third tonight if they draw or win at home to Arsenal. Arsenal will be third tonight if they beat or draw to Chelsea. Chelsea and Arsenal, Arsenal need to win it. Chelsea need to draw it. But Tottenham currently down in 10th place. Newcastle have leapfrogged above us as things stand. Newcastle have leapfrogged above us. Brightness back. Guys, you could tell I'm not technological at all. The brightness is back. So Spurs have got 10 minutes. There's going to be injury time. But still no James Maddison. This is really surprising. Morton Barley, Gary has said, Angekics. That's useless. Something definitely Italy up between him and Madders. There's definitely something wrong between him and Madders. Man United are 3-0 up. Remember that guy someone said the other day was crap? Garnacho has made it 3-0. Alejandro Garnacho with his third Premier League goal of the season. Man United, as it stands, by the way, there's an injury, so you're not missing anything. As it stands, Man United have moved 1 point behind Tottenham Hotspur. This is a team that sacked their manager. 1 point behind Tottenham Hotspur. So it is what it is. Surely, yeah, 3-0. I know what you mean. Big up, mate. Please smash the like button. It's going to be a goal kick to Ipswich. Listen, they can do all the play acting they want, but we know, don't we, that this is going to be added on. For me, we need 2 goals. A draw for me is an awful result at home. So we need 2 goals. The ball played into Bentancur. Bentancur now plays it across to Romero. Romero goes down the line, giving the ball away, and Ipswich are on the counter-attack. Romero again with another really poor bit of play, and this time Leif Davis runs it out of play. I don't know how anyone can say he's crap. Again, I'm not going to have that conversation, but I just do not know how anyone can say that he is crap. I think that's crazy talk. He's just turned 20 and got something like 23 goal contributions in 1 year last year. I think madness. So it looks like Newcastle have got all 3 points at Forest. Man, you have got all 3 points today. We needed Newcastle and Forest to lose today because at the moment, one of them has overtaken us and the other one is 1 point behind us, all bunched up in the Premier League. Here is Ipswich. They're trying to find some gaps. They have done here. The ball has gone to Twanzebe. Twanzebe's played it down the line, but far too much on that for Johnson. Here's a Dogie. 8 minutes to go, plus injury time. Bentancur's had a mare again there, giving the ball away. I'm going to say it. Bentancur, for me, is the most up and down player I've ever seen. Sometimes he's brilliant. Other times he is dreadful. And today has been one of those dreadful games for him. So it's a throw into Ipswich Town, deep on the right-hand side. It's a throw-in. Nothing's happening at the moment. If I go quiet, it means nothing's happening, all right? I'm sure some of you are probably in front of me, but I'm not looking right down to the comments. It's a throw-in, and is it Kajust? I'm not sure how you pronounce that. The Ipswich fans look nervous. I would be if I was them. Spurs at home, only lost to Arsenal this year. The long throw comes in. Ipswich Town have still got the ball, but Adogi wins it. Now, Adogi plays it quickly to Werner. Tottenham have got a 3-on-3 here. Timo Werner, come on, Timo, make the right choice. Plays it down the line to Son. Son's played it to Werner, and Werner, oh my gosh. Werner did the hard work well. He chased down the line. He took his man on, laid it off to Son. Sonny played it back into the path of Werner. Let's have a look at this again. He laid it off to Werner, 16 yards out. He leant back and it flew high over the bar. And Timo Werner is just dreadful, isn't he? Silent Violence Forever said you will score 2 goals. Well, let's hope so. Tottenham Hotspur have taken off Bentancur. I think was absolutely shocking today. He's come off for Basuma. Johnson's come off for Maddison with 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes to go. Here's James Maddison. Lays it off to Basuma. Basuma is fouled. And Ipswich Town are giving away a free kick. There are 6 minutes plus injury time to go. Surely scramble a draw. Surely we got to scramble a draw. You cannot lose this after losing the Palace game. At home. Surely. So here's Timo Werner on the left-hand side. Can he make up for what he did just now? He's played the ball down the line to Son. Too much on it. And again, the Ipswich Town defender does brilliantly. Sees it out. Sonny goes sliding down into the advertiser. He's all right, but he just went sliding down. Yes, thank God. And again, Ange and the board deciding to re-sign this guy was absolutely crazy. Tottenham have 5 minutes plus, what would you say, 4 or 5 minutes injury time? We've got 10, I reckon, about 9-10 minutes to do something here. The long goal kick by Ipswich is flicked on over the top, but Dragosin gets his foot on it to stop Schmodix getting the ball. Here's Adogi. He turns, tries to play the ball down the line, but he's played it off the Ipswich player, off of Adogi, and it's an Ipswich throw-in. Tottenham have 4.5 minutes plus injury time to save. I mean, blushes would be the word. This is going to go down as one of the biggest upsets of the Premier League so far as it stands. And Tottenham really Tottenham really need to do something and in a hurry here, because at the moment, this is embarrassing at home. Ipswich Town trying to play down the line, have lost the ball. There's a good ball down the line. Tottenham have got an attack going here with Son. Sonny's got 2 or 3 to get past. He's tackled, and Son, again, didn't get past his man. Now, Ipswich have a turn to attack. Ipswich have cut in. That's a really good bit of play by Amari Hutchinson. He's taken on his man. He's held the ball up brilliantly. He's gone past Maddison. Hutchinson now, he's still going. He's laid it off to Jack Clark. Jack Clark from 20 yards has a shot. Really poor. Hits Dragusin. I am knackered. Sorry, by the way, guys. I am knackered. So Spurs, 3.5 minutes and counting. And it's a free kick. Udogie tried to dribble his way out. This is going to... Guys, let me know in the chat. Girls, let me know in the chat. At the moment, this is going to go down as... I can't think if there's been a bigger upset this year, has there, in the Premier League? Let me know. Here's Werner bursting down the line. He's again, he can't pull it back. So Tottenham have a corner. We've got 3 minutes plus injury time. I am knackered, by the way. I am absolutely knackered. And we've got the Spurs review at 7:30. It's not over yet, Kate. We've got time. We've got time to rescue a goal. So the cross is going to come in from Spurs deep into the box, and Muric claims that one easily. Tell you what, I'm really thirsty. Sorry. Tottenham have 2.5 minutes of normal time to go. But it's going to be interesting to see how much injury time can Spurs get a draw. It's all right going 1-0 down. 2 is a huge mountain to climb as Spurs lose the ball in midfield. Jack Clark's going to go up in the air, but he's lost out to Solanke, who's tracked back well. And then Jack Clark puts it out for a throw into Tottenham. Guys and girls, let me know in the chat. Can we come back? There is 2 minutes plus injury time to go to save our blushes. Thanks, Chloe. You ain't winning this. Thank you. Well, at the moment, it's looking more and more that we're not going to, but can we get the draw? Here's Jack Clark. He wins the ball. He's now driving forward, Jack Clark, but then he gives the ball away, and Dragusin can put it out wide to Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro has whipped in a ball deep to the back post. Werner heads it across. And again, the big centre-half clears it only as far as Son. Son loses the ball, but it's gone to Udogie. The ball's whipped in by, I don't know who that was, but it was an awful ball in. And Ipswich have a goal kick. It was Maddison. Ipswich have a goal kick with 1 minute and stoppage time. I'm having a roast before I do the next stream. I know that much, Angus. Definitely having a roast. I can smell it. You know when you can smell it. But Spurs have got 45 seconds plus stoppage time here. We'll see what the referee puts up. For me, I've said I think a draw is a terrible result. But at this stage, you've got to take it. Listen, it's not that. We'll talk about this afterwards. But here's Ipswich running through here. I think this is Amari Hutchinson. He's had a very good game. Udogie tackles him, and it's a free kick. It's a free kick. What the F is Angeball said, this is a sackable. I don't think it's sackable. I really don't think it's sackable. But again, it just goes to show why I don't get too excited. I know people want me to. But can anyone tell me in the chat, is this... Hang on, there are 8 minutes. Spurs have 8 minutes to save our blushes. We could do this. Surely we could do this. 8 minutes of injury time. We're into the first of those. Surely Spurs can find a goal with 8 minutes. Surely. Fiorentina have gone 3-1 up against Verona. Man United are going to win this game 3-0. Here's Ipswich. They've won the ball in midfield, and they have got 7.5 minutes to hold on. Spurs have got 7.5 minutes to find a winner. The ball's gone out wide to Amari Hutchinson, who I think's had a very good game today. He plays it down the line to Johnson. I don't know if they're going to try and keep the ball. It's a long time to try and keep it, but the ref has given a throw-in to Ipswich Town on the right-hand side. Kuva, you're, of course, welcome on at the end of the show. You know that. Ipswich are going to make another substitution with 7 minutes to go. It looks like, who is this coming off? I think, is this Burgess? I think this might be Burgess coming off. I don't know. Let's have a look. 8 minutes. Listen, we can't say we weren't given enough time. We can't say we weren't given enough time here. Jeffrey says Ipswich are going to win this. Tushy says this mentality stinks. Listen, in fairness to them, I'll tell you what, if they don't win this game, their manager won't be saying in fairness. But I hear you. So there are, oh, hang on, my TV's about to turn itself off. I hate it when it does that. Right, here is Ipswich Town. It's a free kick to Tottenham Hotspur. 6 minutes to go. The referee has said the ball was rolling. He wants the free kick taken again. Karate has changed this to get Levy out. 92 minutes are up. We've got 6 minutes as Ipswich win a free kick on the halfway line. It looks like Kulu's gone down. Looks like he's hurt. But listen, we've got to hope for the draw today, Singularity. We've got to hope for the draw. Listen, he's not. He's not. I think people need to stop with the Ange in, Ange out conversation. It's not going to happen. At the moment, listen, we're in there with all the rest. I just don't think we're special. I don't think we're terrible, but we're in there with the rest. Newcastle have got 30 seconds to hold on, by the way. Looks like they're going to win this game 3-1. A good away win for them. And Forest brought back down to earth. I'm pleading. We need a goal. We can't lose at home to Ipswich. This is what happens when we then go on other YouTube channels and we're absolutely mocked. Kirk, it's not over yet. There are 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes of injury time. Here is Pedro Porro. Come on, boys. We've got to get it in the box. Learn from the Palace game. None of this tippy-tappy passing. Let's get it in the box. We've got attackers on. Kulu running with the ball, gives it away. He's had a poor game today, Kulu. And now Ipswich can break. Here's Amari Hutchinson. He's running through us. He is running through. He's going to lay it off, is he? He has laid it off. Ipswich are through on goal. And they've messed that up. Have they know Amari Hutchinson? They've done really well there, Ipswich. And a free kick given away by Basuma. They've done really well. Amari Hutchinson, hats off to him. I think he's had a really good game driving at us. I think Leif Davis has had a really good game as well. Ankara said, with a tractor, boys, let's make some noise. Bit early for all that. And I'm not very positive. We've got to save this. We've got 4 minutes to save this. Here is Hutchinson. He lays it off. Jack Clark's got the ball. Ipswich now with Leif Davis, another one who's had a very good game. Nottingham Forest have lost at home 3-1. Nottingham Forest have lost at home 3-1 to Newcastle. Man United have beaten Leicester City 3-0 at Old Trafford. Again, the Man United revival still keeps going with Ruben Amorim in there to take over. Spurs have 3.5 minutes. Spurs have 3.5 minutes. Here's Basuma. He's going to drive forward from our own half. He's driving forward from our own half. Here's James Maddison, still in our half. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Get the ball forward. What are we doing? Get the ball forward. Porro plays it into Kulu. Back to Porro. Gets it forward. Porro plays a ball only as far. Spurs are in it. Come on, finish. Oh, it fell into the path of Solanke. I think the ref's given a free kick. It fell into the path of Solanke, whose shot nearly went under the keeper. Let's watch that again. The Ipswich defender headed it against his own player, but Solanke's shot was poor, and the goalkeeper put his left foot out and made the save. Could have been 2-2. Again, yes, the urgency, get it forward. All of the pass, get it forward. Come on, Tottenham. 2.5 minutes to go. We have got to save this from embarrassment. At the moment, this looks really, really embarrassing for Tottenham Hotspur. I'm not, we've just got to score. I'm not optimistic, but we've got to score. We gave ourselves half an hour after that goal to find a second. Ipswich have a free kick with 2 minutes left. It's going to be an interesting Spurs review tonight. Please smash the like buttons if you haven't already. We're only on 580. We should be on 700 if I'm going to be completely honest. So Ipswich have got 1 minute and 45. They've pumped it long, but not a good ball. Udogie heads it down into the path of Radu Dragashin. This is a full-strength Spurs team, by the way, other than Mickey van der Ven. This is a full-strength Spurs team. We have got 90 seconds to find an equaliser. It's gone out for a throw-in. Time is ticking away. We have got 90 minutes to 90 minutes. I wish 90 seconds. Benjamin Gallagher said, Mr. Negative. I'm not sure why I've literally said I go away. Whatever. Spurs now have got 1 minute. We've got 1 minute. Here's Yves Bissouma. Plays the ball out wide to Kulu. Have Spurs got 1 goal in them? Have we got a goal in them? Here's Porro. Porro's driving through, but he's lost the ball. As he no, Spurs have got a free kick in a dangerous position with 45 seconds to go. Porro thinks about taking it quickly. Doesn't. Jack Clark is sitting in front of him. I don't understand what I've said that's negative. I really don't. But okay, each to their own. People can have their own opinion of me. So Spurs, this has got to be the last opportunity of the game. Surely it's going to be whipped in by Pedro Porro. Yellow card being given there to somebody. The 98 minutes are nearly up. Ten seconds to go. The ball is whipped in. It's headed clear. That's a terrible, terrible free kick. Spurs have got the ball. We've got 5 seconds of normal time. Here's Timo Werner's going to run at them, whips the ball in, and it's straight into the arms of Muric, who falls down onto the ball. That's going to be it. I don't know. I think that's going to be it. Some of you have probably seen the full-time whistle. I haven't yet. The ball goes long down the pitch. The referee's playing on. Get it long, Spurs. Get it long. Get it long. What are we doing? Here's Bissouma. Plays the ball down the line. Get it in the box. Kulu whips it in. Poor cross from him. He's had a poor game. Back to Kulu. Ipswich with everyone behind the box. Spurs now. Porro to whip this in. Whip it in. Whip it in. He's whipped it in. It's a poor ball. It's up in the air. Can Spurs win that header? Ipswich have got 2 men, 3 men. It's cleared. Leif Davis is going to clear this. Is he? Sonny has won the ball. I don't know what's happened. My feed has just stopped. But I think it's... Is it over? Can someone let me know? Was it finished? My feed just stopped. It's finished. We've lost 2-1 home to Ipswich. That is utterly embarrassing. Jekyll and Hyde is all I can say. Jekyll and Hyde. Tottenham Hotspur with the most embarrassing defeat of any Premier League team so far this season. Oh, my dearie, dearie me. We had half an hour to find a goal. We couldn't find it. And again, this is what happens when you come out and have a first half that bad. You leave yourself with a mountain to climb, an absolute mountain to climb. It is Tottenham Hotspur 1, Ipswich Town 2. Let me stop that. Sorry. Ipswich Town, Tottenham 1, Ipswich 2. Hoover, everything we said at the beginning of the game. I mean, I don't know what to say.
Well, you're going to get people say we're being negative now for calling this out as diabolical, but it was.
It was awful.
I don't see any excuse for this. We rested players in midweek for this game.
Right.
So we've basically thrown 2 games away now. What do you say? I could understand this if this was a one-off. It was a freak performance that, nobody saw coming. Yeah. But we watched the Palace game. It was coming. This is a poor team. We're mid-table at best. We're kind of a nothing team. We won't be in a relegation fight. but we're not doing anything worthwhile at the top of the table either. Who do you really pick out from there as perform well? I thought Bentancur did okay.
I thought,
at least he got stuck
I'm
in
gonna
a
have to
bit.
disagree with you on that one. I thought he was not him on
First
his own.
half, maybe.
I'll be honest. I can't find a positive for anyone in that game. I genuinely, I'm genuinely trying to think. I thought they were all dreadful. And Kuva, I'm going to show you this. Let's have a look at the Premier League table. Before today, we're all talking about, hang on, we could be top 3. We could be top 3 come the weekend, going into the international break. And here it is. Here is the Premier League table. You can see there, Tottenham are 10th in the table. Now, yes, we're only 3 points off 4th, but look at the lost games column, Kuva. 5 defeats from our first 11.
Who did we just play today?
Ipswich Town.
Have a look at their loss column.
6. No, sorry, that's not Ipswich. 5.
We've lost as many games as they have.
We've lost as many games as Ipswich. Look at Ipswich's win column. Guys, everybody in the chat, right? Tottenham Hotspur fans, football fans, 5 words to sum up that game. For me, off the top of my head, I would say, Dr. Tottenham, we're always Spursy.
You know what? You can't even say this is just Ange, can you? Because we just do this. We've done this for ages.
That's why I said nothing's changed, Kuva. When I'm hearing it's different, nothing has changed. By the way, Dan, I'm going to welcome you to the show in 1 second. Can I just get some super chats out of the way? By the way, there are 1,550 people. It's mad. When Spurs lose, more people come in. When we win, no one comes in. Madness. There are, can we, guys, I'm going to plead shamelessly. Can we get that to 14,200? That's 28 subscribers. On the likes front, we have got 628 likes. Super chats, let's go. Karate has said, as it stands, so this was during the game, 5 wins, 5 losses under Ange. I'm going to ask Dan about that in a minute. 5 losses under Ange. Big up, Karate. Love you, dude. Highline, thank you again. Very generous. I said, this is why we're Spursy. We need to get Grealish. We need a mentality check. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Olmo, I think, Olmo, you were in hospital, right? Because you broke your leg. I hope you are recovering. To be fair, you could have been on the pitch today with your broken leg and done better than some of our players. Hope you are recovering soon, my man. If I've got the wrong person, I hope your legs are okay anyway. 90 Stephen 1008 has said, giving Ipswich their first win. United are coming. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Big up to you, 90 Stephen. Really appreciate that. Does that mean there's 89 other Stephens with that name? Highline for Life has said, Ange says in second season he wins trophies. If he doesn't keep his promise, then Ange out, Levy out. Now look, Dan, welcome to the show. Highline for Life, thank you. You've been very generous in this show. Dan, I'm not going to do the Ange in, Ange out. I can't bother with all that. I'm going to take this game for what it is. Let's look at this one game on its merit, Dan. Utterly humiliating an Ipswich team that have played more than a quarter of the season, not won a single game, battered by West Ham, come to Spurs and win 2-1. Bad day at the office, or is this now becoming all too similar with like the Crystal Palace defeat? You know, with the Galatasaray defeat. What do you make of it all, mate? You're on mute. You're like the Spurs team today. You're on mute, mate. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Oh, yeah. See you in a second.
Kuva, same question to you then. I mean, is this a one-off? Is this
no?
This is normal now, isn't it? This is what we do.
This is Spurs all over in a nutshell, isn't it? We can lose to Palace, play really badly. Nice promising result against City, thrash Villa, and then there's
and Galatasaray.
People wonder why I'm a yo-yo sort of flip-flop fan. It's because that's what we do. What's the point? Every time you get a little bit of optimism going, it's ripped from under you viciously by this team. Always is. Like I said, I'm not going to blame Ange for this either, because we always do. We've been doing it for season after season.
We can't hear you, Dan.
I don't know. My mic's working.
There you go. There you go.
We've got you.
We should have bluffed him there, shouldn't we?
Yeah, I know. We should have bluffed him. Yeah. Seen if he started all swearing and stuff. Dan, like Kuba was just saying, we see this season after season. And again, I'm not going to do the Ange outfit because I just think it's silly. But for me, I think we're showing mentality hasn't changed. Nothing has changed. I don't care that we're 10th because it's so tight in there. But is that the worst defeat of any Premier League club this season so far for you, Dan?
Well, it's got to be. Dr. Tottenham strikes again, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that was worse than Palace. At least, at the minimum, we could say with Palace we was away. So it mixes the Jekyll and Hyde thing, yeah? And then we go 2-0 down to Ipswich, another team that has not won a game in the Premiership. And people are still saying that this manager gets it right. I hate to say it, and I'm not doing it for the fun of it, but I told you so to a lot of people. This game I was worried about. Why? Because it had Spursy written all over it. Spursy is not a word in the English dictionary for no reason. It is there because we are Spursy. And the manager, along with the players on this one, because they was crap, has to take fall for this as well, because he done nothing until about 70 minutes. Stood there, as he does, it seems like every time the pressure comes on us, he folds, freezes, doesn't know what to do, and so do the players. It's not purely on Ange, but again, he does nothing. He changes nothing.
I'd argue we shouldn't have even needed subs. We should just be able to go out there and put them away straight away.
I agree. But when you let's talk about that, guys. He brings on whatever you want to say about James Maddison. He's a creative player. He brings him on with 6 to 7 minutes of the game to go. What are we doing here, guys? Like, is this a manager that when it's going well, it's fine? When it's not, yet another game he's demonstrated he can't change it up. I mean, is that just me or?
I could go quickly. I haven't got a clue anymore about Ange. I really don't. I don't know what. Mad. Sometimes it looks good, sometimes it's awful. Flip a coin.
Was it Gattuso who said that? Sometimes good, sometimes shit. Was it like? But we're becoming, Dan. We're becoming a bit of a joke, right? I mean, Palace hadn't won a game, beat Spurs. Ipswich hadn't won a game, beat Spurs. And Kuva makes a great point. I don't like bigging up Kuva too much, but I'm going to. Only joking. I love bigging up Kuva. There's no cool show tonight. Spurs review is live at 7:30. I need a couple of hours in between before I do that. Dan, Kuva got it right. We were told we rested. We did shows midweek. People were telling us, well, the Ipswich game's the important one. We rested all our players. If we had our best 11 out away at Galatasaray, we win that game. We couldn't even beat Ipswich with our best 11. No. And I'm not going to hear, Dan, that Van der Ven was injured. That should not be the benchmark of beating Ipswich.
If it was, that's even worse. If just because we had a defender was out, but we know how important Van der Ven is to our system.
Yeah.
But again, with it, this is why I'm not going to go into it deep, but I am Ange out. And he has done nothing of yet. It took him 9 months to turn me into, I don't rate this manager. I don't think he's good enough. And he has done nothing consistent enough to change my mind. He's had 1 or 2 games I was impressed with and then screws it tits up. 1 or 2 games, okay, fair play. Screws it up again. No consistency from this man at all. How did we play better in that game? We blatantly played better when we started counter-attacking. How did we do it against Villa? How did we do it against City? Counter-attacking. It's obvious that we are a counter-attack team that suits the players better. He won't change to that. He will not change his way to that. Can he still get a cup? Maybe, because I said you can get a cup with a bit of luck. But over a season, we're going to be lucky if we get 7th place, because you cannot play in the Premiership. You score 3, we score 4. You can't do it. It will not work. apart from
something else that's also completely smashed this today is that home fortress. It's looking more like a bouncy castle now, isn't it?
Well, I mean this is what we said last week, guys, right? Coover, you got a great point. I hate bigging you up, but we're doing it a lot this show. We said you can have diabolical away form, but the pressure it puts on your home form is massive. And then when you then get a team that are bottom three, I mean, where were Ipswich? Hang on, where were Ipswich before the start of today? So Ipswich before the start of today was second bottom, right? Hadn't won a game. The moment you lose the home game, guys, you know who we've got next, don't you? Away from home.
Little bit of an upturn, isn't it, in quality?
We've got Man City away again. Now, the saving grace to all of this, and this is me clutching. I am clutching, guys. The saving grace to all of this is, I'll show you the screen again. If we look at the Premier League table, the saving grace is that results went our way this week, right? In a way. And when you look at that, you can say, okay, we're only 2 points off fifth. But again, if Chelsea wins today or Arsenal win today, the gap to the top four widens to 5 points. So if one of those teams wins today, they go on to 21 points. We've widened the gap to 5 points with Man City away. You lose to Man City, that gap could be 8 points. So again, it's every time we get just there, we can't. Is this mentality, or are we just simply not as good as so many of these fans? They make these videos. Impossible is nothing. Ange proves his doubters wrong. For me, I think these people need to relax, take a chill, let the season pan out before they start announcing how great we are because we've won a few games, because this happens all the time. So Dan, is this, Coover, is this
very, very quickly, I was just going to say, you have to change your tune as well, though, Savva, because we lost to Palace and we lost to Ipswich, but we beat City and Villa. So now you've got to ask, it's all well and good, those Palace and Ipswich results, but can we do it against the top teams?
Mate, look, and again, even then, I'm saying we beat Man City because of the 11 they put out. Listen, the Villa result was a very good result. I'm not knocking that. But in those games, you think in our last 5 games, we've lost to Crystal Palace, Galatasaray, and Ipswich. Right? We've lost 3 of our last 5 in all competition. Now, I know people will go, oh, look at Man City. They've lost 4. That's their problem. That's for them to deal with. Right? Man City have lost 4 games in a row and Man City are still 7 points above us in the Premier League table and still 4 points clear of third.
I think the point was, now it doesn't seem to matter what the quality of opposition is. We are just going to throw games like that, or we'll win games. Who knows now?
Yeah,
it's no longer even predictable who it's going to be against.
It's the tactics, Cove. It's the tactics. You score 3, we score 4, and that is what his tactics are, blatantly. And like I said, you go and have that attitude. The last one who had that, if I remember, was Kevin Keegan with Newcastle, if I got that right, when they nearly got the season through with it.
Yeah,
but they had a significantly better team back then than we have now, and that bit him in the arse in the end of it. It's games like this you've got to walk through, basically. No team is easy in the Premiership. We know this, but we are meant to be the 6th biggest top 6 club, this and that. Angie's meant to be this great manager. I think we've got a better team than what we see of it, purely because I think if we play different tactics, you'll get more out of them. Not saying they're a winning team, but you'll see better. And he just folds under pressure. He's proven a lot of us right again. And it's not that people want to come on here or others and say, I told you so, I'm right. It's more the fact of we don't want to be right. We want to be told so, you were wrong. But we're not. He has done nothing to prove that he has got the consistency to be a Premiership manager. Go and put him in charge of a mid-table team, he'll get him relegated. Why? Because he would play you score 3, we score 4.
Dan, do you want to hear a stat? I've just worked this out, by the way. Tottenham, how many of the bottom 6 do you think we've played this season?
4.
4. Correct answer. How many of the bottom 6 have we failed to beat? How many of that 4 have we failed to beat?
3.
3.
Yeah.
We drew with Leicester. Look at this, right? I'll show you. This is absolute madness, right? Everyone tells me mentality's changed. He's changed the club. He's changed the mindset. You look at that.
This season's
We lost to
better.
Palace, right? We lost to Ipswich. We beat Everton, and we drew with Leicester. Right? I'm sorry. This big thing, I'm not letting this go. Tottenham Hotspur. I'm going to ask. Other than the season under Nuno, when did we last lose 5 of our first 11? Was it the season under One Day Ramos?
Yeah.
It would have to be.
5. Talk to me, guys, about this, please. 5 defeats from 11, and people are telling me mindset's changed. He's changing the feeling around the place. There's a feel-good factor.
Right.
The players are fighting for each other.
Just very quickly, take that draw out of those results. The 5 wins, 5 draws. That's exactly the record Nuno had in the league, and he got sacked for it.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
And look at it this way. People been going on and on, debating left, right, and centre, throwing it back and forth, Angie and Ange out. Everyone's got their opinion. But with this one, I don't think you've got many people sitting on a fence. It is pretty much left or right, Ange out or Ange in. And people been going on, we're scoring more goals. Okay, fine. We're conceding less goals, so our defence has got better. Okay, but we're conceding the same goals. The only thing I can say we've genuinely improved on is set pieces, in conceding on set pieces. And even then we look shady at times, but we have got better at that. But we could concede less goals and score more goals than we did last season and still finish 7th. Quite easily done. And nothing has changed. He's still folding under pressure. He still stands there and does nothing when the pressure's on him. When everything's going against us, our captain, where was Son today? I mean, I know we can say it about all the players, but where was our captain today? Ghosted. Where's this brilliant player that we've had in Brennan Johnson, who's absolutely shutting all the critics up? Ghosted. Where's this world-class midfielder we've got, who is top at this, top at that, and give me all the flipping stats you want? Kulusevski. Ghosted. You could say most of the team ghosted, but certain players are meant to up a gear when you're going down. They're meant to drag it on, like your captain. Son is not captain material. Again, he proved to me today. I'm not going to agree with James on this because I don't think Son is done as a player. I think he's done for 90 minutes, though. I don't think he's got the stamina in him for 90 minutes anymore. And the way Ange also plays, it just does not. It's not working for Son. He hasn't got the stamina to play that anymore.
I agree. I agree with you completely, mate. I think the worrying thing, Dan, like you just said there, we have all these conversations midweek. And you remember all those comments I was bringing up, Dan, midweek, where people are going, Bentancur, class, Star, class, Kulu. You know, they're calling all of these players class. Ian came on. Oh, Romero's our best player. I'm watching these players in games like this and against Palace. They don't stand up. They don't show. It's okay. All right. You want to put in a great performance against City or Villa in a big game. Cool. That's great. But you should be dominating these games. Today, we're talking about videos about is Kulu the best midfielder in the league? Anonymous today. Couldn't cross a ball today. Kept giving it away today.
Winning this, it's the same as what happened at West Ham, yeah? Okay, West Ham, not great, but for me, West Ham is a bloody hard game every time we do it because 9.5 times out of 10, they always seem to step it up for us. They always do. Destroying West Ham, 4-1, bloody good result, whether they're playing good or not.
Yeah.
And then we go and just get absolutely walked a new one, basically, even though it was only 1-0, but they pretty much dominated us with one player who a lot of people said didn't want at Spurs because we didn't get him, Eze. It made the West Ham game irrelevant to me. Okay, still 3 points, but it's irrelevant. Now this game against City, okay, cup, fine. But this one that we've just done, Villa, 4-1, okay, 3 points, but to me it's irrelevant now because we just got done by bloody Ipswich. We go and even save players for the Galatasaray game, and today we get done. Where are we going?
I agree. I mean, Kuvra, listen, we've been on here, so I'm guessing none of us have seen any of the comments from Ange. People in the chat, if you've seen Ange give a press match, an interview, please let us know.
I don't even listen to him now. I'll stop bothering.
I know, but for me, what I need to see today, guys, for me to have any respect for Ange, he needs to come out and call this for what it is. We were crap today. I got it wrong with my substitute. Do you know what I mean? It needs to be some honesty, because we can, again, I've already seen people in the chat saying, oh, this is on the players. Whenever we lose, it's never on the manager. It's on both. It's on both for me. You know,
this one is
Maddison for 7 minutes. What has Maddison done to Ange?
Plays football.
To him?
It sounds like more there's something that's gone behind the books with his bloody wife, the way he treats him.
It's madness. But I don't get it, right? So again, Kulusevski, for me, has had some really good games in the last month or so. Yeah. But again, I thought against Palace, I thought he was shit. Today, every time he got it, he gave it away or he's cross hit the first man. And you're thinking, okay, that's fine. That's why you've got a squad. Mix it up, get him off, get Maddison on, try and let Maddison open it up. When you give a player 7 minutes against a team that have got 10 men behind the ball because they're just going to hit you on the counter-attack, what is it that you expect a player's going to do in 7 minutes? I think Kuva.
I think the bigger question for me is, what type of player do you really want playing for you? We're not the only team does it, but the teams favour work rate over talent nowadays. So if Maddison isn't pulling his weight and doing tackling duty and defensive work, marking his player, he gets hauled off. For me, Maddison's the sort of player you build your team around. I would be getting some hard workers to back him up and just say, get him the ball. The Makaleli role. Yeah.
Create.
And you get your best players on the ball, other end of the pitch. That's it. Simple as. And then you fill that end of the pitch with talent, real talent. You can have your hard workers in those defensive midfielder roles or even your centre backs and players that just have a little bit of something about, a little bit of intelligence about them so they can be coached into an organised unit. Up front, though, have your flair players, have your the ones that get the goal out of nothing. I think Maddison gets taken off way too early all the time, and he gets the blame for everything all the time.
Yes, he does. He gets the blame for everything, James Maddison. If James Maddison had put in the performance Kulu did today, or Bentancur did, or Johnson, right? James Maddison, he's rubbish. His mentality. I will say this till I'm blue in the face, gentlemen, right? James Maddison is not a central midfielder that you put in there and ask him to kick people, to defend, to run around.
No.
Give James Maddison the ball in that 20 yards that exists between the other team's box and our midfield. Give him the ball and say, play. We don't do it. We go, but Kulu runs more and tackles more. I'm not putting them two against each other, by the way. But this manager, for me, has got to find a formula, because this is so erratic. And I said the other day, Dan, when we were live, I said the other day, we're erratic because these players aren't as good as everyone says they are. Everyone praised Sar's amazing. He was shit today. Kulu's amazing. Shit today. Great last week. Shit this week. Next week,
Romero,
they'll probably be
been pretty shit all season.
Who, Romero?
Yeah, I think he's been our poorest player all season.
Another one.
He's one that's either an 8 out of 10 or a 3 out of 10 and nothing in between, isn't he?
Absolutely. So I'm not seeing this. I'm not seeing this played very well. This man got bullied off the ball a number of times in midfield because he wants loads and loads of time. He wants loads of time on the ball. Ipswich were... Let's give Ipswich a tiny bit. Let's give them a lot of praise, guys. I thought Ipswich, to a man, were brilliant. Their centre-halves won everything, right? Their two wing-backs, I thought, were excellent, especially Leif Davis on this left-hand side. Amari, Hutchinson, Schmodix, and Delap, they're running, they're pressing, they're dribbling. That was the blueprint, wasn't it? That was the blueprint.
I thought Bentancur actually played well in the first half, but it's relative, isn't it? It's compared to the one everybody else around him. He was the only one that looked like he was getting stuck in or like it mattered.
You see with us, it reminds me of England. Same as I say, England reminds me of Spurs. But what they do also remind me of, obviously not on the same level, they were a billion miles better than us, is the old school Arsenal team, even the ones that went invincible. Why does it remind me of that? What game did Arsenal hate more than anything? Bolton, Stoke, games like that. Why? Because they went for the kneecaps. They went with the muscle. They went with the pressure. Because Arsenal did not have that for many years, still don't have it. We seem to, as soon as a team puts pressure on us and gets physical with us, just like England, the players can't hack that either. There's quite a few things we can't actually handle. When a team puts pressure on us and plays better than us because they can, like City, like Liverpool, like Arsenal, or just sits back and waits for us, we can't seem to counter them down. But then when it comes to smaller teams like Ipswich, teams that have only just come up, they know that 9 times out of 10, they are not as blessed skillfully as we are. Not that we're exactly skillful. But, so what do? It's the oldest trick in the book. Go in physical. Go for Maddison. Give him a kick in the leg straight away. No, that is what I'm saying. It reminds me of the old school Arsenal, except Arsenal were a billion times better than what we are now and have been for years. Mm-hmm. But they used to do it to Henry. He couldn't stand it. They used to do it to Bergkamp. He couldn't stand it. The only one who would muscle up to it was Vieira. But the rest of them used to hate playing Bolton and Stoke. And it's the same with us.
Well, look, I want to do a couple of super chats. And Cooper, I want to ask you a question. I'm only going to go for another 15 minutes if you chaps are okay with that.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to eat a roast, let that sit in my stomach and tell my wife I'm fat over and over again for the next 2 hours until I stream tonight. A user has said, simply, we are crap. You don't know what to expect from Spurs anymore. Agreed. Take each game as it comes. Maybe if we played players in their native shirts. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Big up, A user. Really appreciate that. And I don't make you wrong on that last sentence. Wayne Holland, big up. Just showing the support. Much love, Wayne. A tough day at Old Trafford for your boys today as well. But I mean, listen, I'm not comparing your defeat to ours. Ours was utterly embarrassing. Thank you very much. A user again said, I always say Ange is a career maker and a career killer. Interesting. You did put that the other day as well. I hear you. And the last super chat here is from Video Complete Sofiane. Sofiane, I hope it's Sofiane, not Sofian or something. Ange wanted Eze and Gallagher. Levy said no due to wage costs. Levy is the reason we have awful players. So Video Complete, here's where I'm going to pull you up on this. Thank you very much for that. If you know this, though, you are one of the people in the summer telling me the signings are good. You were one of the people in the summer saying, Savva, you're too negative. We've bought in Ange-type players. If that's the case, what we can't do when we lose is suddenly go, Levy bought awful players. I know that Levy bought awful players, but you told me it was good and I needed patience. So I'm not sure which one it is. Half our fan base didn't even want Gallagher. I did, but half our fan base didn't even want him. I wanted him, a real man. Gallagher's a man. He wants to get in. He likes the fight. He wants to tackle. He'll throw himself in front of the ball. His stats for defending, for recoveries, for winning the ball in the air, all very good. Our fans said he ain't good enough to get in our midfield. So have a think about that. But thank you very much, Video Complete. I
didn't want Gallagher.
He
does all the things you say, but I don't like that sort of player, to be honest.
I know, but this system needs it. This system crying for it.
You're right. You're right.
Like Dan says, that Maz said this at half time as well. We all said in the summer, we've bought a lot of really flimsy footballers over the last few years. Maddison, I'm not picking on him. Maddison, he's not a fighter, right? Let's be fair. Solomon wasn't. Brennan Johnson, he don't want the fight. He don't want the battle. For me, I think Bentancur, I think he's a nice footballer, but you see today, when it's all about the battle and the fight, he goes missing. Porro, very good footballer. He don't want the battle. And that's going to lead me nicely, guys, to our defending at the back from crosses, from set pieces is absolutely atrocious. I keep hearing we've improved. Johnson and Porro for that first goal. That was utterly embarrassing how weak and feeble those two men were. Both of them. I'm not picking on one. Both of them watched Smodics, and Smodics probably couldn't believe he had an overhead kick. No one put their head in. No one went in to kind of body check him. They just both stood there and watched because neither of them wanted the fight.
Neither of them did want it. I mean, Johnson, again, the leeway I can give Johnson on this one is that really, it ain't really his sort of position, his style. But whether it's your position or style, you still got to go there and give your life for that ball. You're still getting paid 70 grand a week. I mean, even if you know you ain't going to get that header and that, you at least try to get it to put some pressure on the other player that's trying to do it, or to put them off or whatever, or back into them. Do something. Not just sit there and look at it like a bloody comet. I mean, what do you want me to do? Go out and get you a bloody telescope or whatever and that, yeah? And that's how they just sat there and looked at it. It was like, oh, wow, what a good ball that was. And then it's like, oh, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's frustrating. Again, 2 steps forward, 4 steps back. I know it's meant to be 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, everyone says, but this ain't 3 steps back. This is 4 back.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we've now got to go through the 2 weeks of international break. And then we're going to come out of that with 2 back-to-back beatings. And who have we got away next? City, if I'm right?
City. Well, let's have a look. On our games coming up, by the way. Our games coming up are Man City away. We've got Roma then in the League Cup. League Cup. God, it'd be weird, wouldn't it, if Roma were in the League Cup? In the Europa. And Roma, by the way, are in no sort of form at all. Roma are dreadful at the moment. We've then got Fulham at home, Bournemouth away, Chelsea at home. You know, not easy. Followed by Southampton away. I mean, guys, I just don't know what we are. I don't know. When people talk about Ange Ball, I don't actually know what it is, because I think we actually look better when we don't play whatever his initial brand of football is. I think his substitutions more often than not look absolutely hideous.
Terrible.
And the thing I'm going to ask you, Kuva, right, is he's had these players. He's had this back four now for over a year. He's had this back four for all of last year and all of this year so far, right? Do we agree on that? There's no new additions to this back four, right? I don't think he's improved a single one of them. I don't think still they don't look comfortable with crosses. They don't look comfortable defending at the back post. Still, they can't get in a straight line. Who is managing this defensive line? Is it Ange or is it someone else at the club?
Well, that was the basis between my outburst on the channel earlier in the season, when I was saying, when we were agreeing, we just want to see a normal manager come in and just put in some basic coaching into the team. Because I even mentioned Sam Allardyce, because I thought our defense was so shambolic. You need some drastic measure to come in for a few weeks and fix it. Like Tony Pulis used to do as well. Come into a really bad team. He would sort out the defense within a few weeks. They weren't going to be a great team, but at least they look competent in some of the basics. I didn't think we were looking competent in the basics earlier. Today, again, it's not there. There's even more to it, though, isn't there? I mean, against Man City, remember Archie Gray's playing right back, and he got slaughtered for being out of position with when City scored. But when you look back at it, he saw a man go unmarked past him and chose to go with it. At least he took some sort of responsibility. Who was behind him? Brennan Johnson should have been backtracking, didn't again. You've got to rely on your teammates to cover you sometimes when you're doing things. You defend as a unit, you attack as a unit. And we just don't seem to be doing that. There's still this disconnect between it all. I'm just not convinced by any of it, and the results just keep showing it. We do one good thing. I think Dan's hit it on the head. You know, two steps forward and 4 steps back is more like our team, isn't it? Come out with a really great result and then just throw it away the next game. It's more than frustrating. It's like there's no purpose, no sense of purpose. We're a nothing team. We've been like it for a few seasons now. We're just not good enough to achieve anything, not bad enough to get relegated either. Just coasting along, getting wages for nothing and dodgy performances that you can't rely on. Half the games we watch aren't even worth watching.
Kuva, if we lose to Man City, which is a huge... I mean, listen, I'm not saying it's impossible. They're not in good form, but they haven't lost at home, by the way. I think people have to remember that. If we lose to Man City, right, that's going to be 50% loss rate from 12 games. That is all. I've never seen a manager at Spurs do that and still keep going. Like, I'm not sitting here saying sack him, but don't we all now as a fan base, all these people who are, and like all the Australians that come in and have a pop at me, you don't know Ange, you don't get Ange does this. He's not doing any of the things they keep telling me he's going to do. He's changing your mindset. Is he? That's as worse a defeat. Can anyone think of the last time we had a defeat that embarrassing?
Palace.
No, but hang on. No, I'm talking about guys, context. Palace, difficult place away, and it was away. At home, when was the last time we lost to a team that hadn't won for 10 games that got promoted like Ipswich?
There will be some, won't there? We'll just
sure. If we go through them last season,
to your mind, does it? It doesn't jump to your mind immediately. Like
nearly to Sheffield,
nearly against Sheffield United last season. Nearly,
sure. But even then, I remember like today. It baffles me. Again, with 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes to go, pass. You're thinking, oh my God, stop passing it across the midfield. Do you know what I mean? Throw Dragoshin up front with Solanke. Do you know what I mean? Whip the balls in, like just something, Ange, something different. But he doesn't. And listen, I don't know where we go from here. This is why, listen, this isn't a I told you so or anything, but this is why I don't, when these people are losing their mind. And again, I'll say these YouTubers are making videos constantly. There's one YouTuber, I'm not going to mention names, constantly, and just proving people wrong. And just done this better than any other manager. When you look at our XG, when you look at our passing percentage and our touches in the opposition box, they're making videos about everything other than the actual fact of we've lost 5 games from 11. That is shambolic, guys. To give you context, the teams that have lost 5 or more games this season, are you ready? Brentford have lost 5 like us. Brentford have got an identical record to us, right? Bournemouth have lost less. Man United, who are apparently in disarray, they've lost less. West Ham, Leicester, Everton and Ipswich have all lost the same as us. We've lost the same as Leicester and Everton and Ipswich. Only Palace, Wolves and Southampton have lost more games than Tottenham Hotspur this season. Guys, I'm sorry.
That's bad.
Effing pathetic.
You know what?
And yet we're called out for not getting behind him. Like, that is awful.
No, that's where I rate things different, in the aspect of getting behind him. What is getting behind your club? As far as I'm concerned, getting behind them is wanting them to win. That's getting them behind them. I haven't got to agree with the way he plays football. I haven't got to like the player even. As long as I want him to win, and that's what matters. We all want them to win. People seem to think we want them to lose so we can sit here and go, I told you so. No, bullshit. Yeah, because it is. And the fact of it is, at the end of the day, half of us, well, all this toxic negative lot, let's say, our side of it, the far right, whatever you want to call us, we predicted this from day. Half of us were predicting this from 10 games last season. And the other side, they are literally clutching at straws at every moment they can. We don't need to do that. We can literally just sit here, do what you do and go, right, let me get the book out. Yeah, there's a whole bloody book against you.
Would you like something else? Guys, I just worked this out. This is off the top of my head. If we look at the last 7 games of last season and the first 11 of this, what's that, 18 games? We've lost 10. We've lost 10 of our last 18 league games. I just don't see when people say we're moving forward because we beat Coventry, Karabag, Ferencvaros, AZ Alkmaar.
What is the overall ratio since he's been here, basically? Because a lot of us count it on the first. I mean, another thing I said at the very start of this season And this is, I mean, I'm pretty sure you brought it up when you first started doing this again, because you'd still been watching the shows when you came off for a bit. I said to everybody, one thing that's going to screw Ange this season is he hasn't got those first 10 games to protect him. And when you came and done a show again, you brought that up straight away. He ain't got them first 10 games to protect him now. And it shows. And then only Spurs supporters will go and say, oh, yeah, but look at the games we played. They were very different games. So we are going to be more points off of that. Well, bollocks. At the end of the day, you compare to this time last season, whether we played easy games or hard games. How do you place it on whether you're adapting, whether you're progressing? You compare it to last season. Yet a lot of people are now saying, oh, forget last season. It was his first season. Okay, we go and finish 8th, but concede less goals and score more goals. Have we progressed? No. Does it look like we're progressing at the moment? No. If anything, we are losing games earlier that we should be winning than what we was doing last season.
Yep. Right.
The only thing that stayed with us is
as with anything, the more data you get, the better your interpretation is likely to be of what you're saying. So the league table remains the best way of gauging how well this team is doing. And you look at those league results and it shows a bad trend. We are worse. We are getting worse. It's happening. It's there in black and white, indisputable facts. We have won that amount of games. We've drawn that amount of games. We've lost that amount of games. These are not in question. But if your argument is that we've got to have faith in the manager and you base it on just a handful of games when it's going well, that has less weight than saying, I've looked at Ange's entire reign and seen the trend right from the beginning of last season. We had that massive spike at the beginning where we were all loving it, and we were loving it. I was having a great time.
Of course, everyone was enjoying it.
But since then, the wheels didn't just fall off; they've stayed off. We've had a little bit of times where we get a nice win here or there, nice little run earlier where we're winning a few games in a row. But then you look at the opposition, and there was the argument: is it because they're a little bit poor? And when we get into the nitty gritty of it, the wheels will fall off again. Yeah, the wheels have fallen off again, haven't they? They fall off every other week, it seems.
Well, Kuva, let's look at, and I'm going to end it after this. Let's look at so far his league games, just league games last year and this year. So last year, 38? He's played 11 this season. So what's 49 games, right? Look how good my maths is. 49 games. We lost 12 last year. We lost 5 this year, right? So from 49 games, he's won 25, lost 17. Now, winning 25 isn't an issue in itself, but losing 17 out of 49, that is awful. Sorry, that is horrendous. 17 defeats. And last year, we're already nearly halfway to last year's defeat column after only 11 games this year. How is that not a concern for people? When people are going, just be positive, you're negative, you hate him, you love when we lose, all of that nonsense. How can anyone not be bothered by that, guys?
We're actually on course to lose 17 just this season.
I know. It's dreadful.
The other point I'll make quickly,
know what we're watching
before you go, is I was starting to question my own thing of will he be gone by January? Maybe a stretch it to the end of the season. But if we ain't close to Champions League, we all know what's happening. We all go by 25 years of history, and I'll repeat what I've said to others. I don't think Levy's changed his religion. I don't think he's changed his morals or standards. If we ain't close enough to Champions League, and he thinks he can scrape a manager in there that can rescue it to get Champions League, baked potato. See you later, mate. You're gone. And he'll have someone else in there.
You know what, Dan? Mr. Box Office takes a lot of flack for his views on Spurs. So he's outspoken. I love Alex. I actually do.
Yeah, same. But I stick up for him a lot.
One thing he is 100% right about, and that is it doesn't matter what you say. You can be as optimistic or pessimistic as you like. You can say Spurs are going to do this. You can say Ange is going to do all of that. But it means nothing until you see it.
Exactly.
That's why I'm not religious. I have to see it to believe it.
Absolutely.
Well, look,
we're at the point now where it's show me the money, aren't we?
Well,
Yeah.
Look, just quickly, I just want to say this. Swanex has said this result is on everyone. I agree. Players and the board. I agree.
Yeah.
I say the board because we played 2 right centre backs at centre back and neither are good enough to play left centre back. I'm going to disagree here. Ange came out himself at the end of the transfer window and said we didn't want to buy another defender because we didn't want to block the path to Phillips and Vuskovic. So I'm sorry. At some point, he's also still come out again, didn't he, Dan, last week and said about the leadership and senior players that he didn't want leaderships or senior players. So at the end of the day, Swanix, he's saying these things. I hate the board. You know I hate the board. I'm not going to give the board any credit. But this manager is saying that he wants this. And Lionheart, thank you so much. I said the irony of losing to our former youth team coach. And, well, look, McKenna was our former youth team coach. Jack Clark used to play for us. Luongo used to play for us. I thought they were, as I said, I'm gonna close this by giving them some credit. Big up Lionheart. Thank you very much. And by the way, please, just before you leave, people, please do smash the subscribe button. I'm aiming to be only the second ever time I've got 100 subscribers in one day. And we are 8 away from getting 100 subscribers today. So please do. I want to give them. I want to give them some credit. I do think that again, another manager that outmanaged Ange, another manager that got it spot on, absolutely spot on with his tactics. I think he got Leif Davis running at Porro. That's all I would do. I would say to any left back in my team, run at Porro. He don't like defending. And I thought they were magnificent. We'll talk more tonight about how shit we were, but with
the core of players that are unfashionable lower league players that he's brought up to the Premiership. What he's done there's a fantastic job. And the way they were organised today, you've got to say that's the sort of result gives them a bit of hope, doesn't it? It also dashes ours of doing anything.
My mate Dave loves him off, basically. He said to me that before the season even started, watch out for Ipswich. They've got a very good manager. And I knew he was the youth coach in that, but my mate Dave bigs him up big time and said he wouldn't mind him at Spurs if we lost Ange. And I can't say I know much about him, but my mate Dave bigs him off all the time on how much of a good manager he is and what he's managed to do with Ipswich, seeing as they was bottom of the bottom and he's dragged them up, basically.
Similarities to Eddie Howe, isn't there? They worked wonders with peanuts. And then,
but again, Eddie, right, again, sorry, just before we finish, I always do this. Just before we finish, right, Eddie Howe, I remember saying about 2 months ago, I said, people are going, oh, who? And I said Ange out once. I haven't said it today, but I said Ange out once. And people asked me the question, who for? Who's any good? And I said, oh, I like managers like Eddie Howe and I like Thomas Frank. I like what they've done with the budgets they've done it with.
Mm-hmm.
They're crap. They're shit. Look at Eddie Howe. Look at that. Newcastle haven't had a great start to the season. Still above us.
Look at Nuno.
Hang on. Yeah, Eddie Howe. Right? They've lost 3. They've only lost 3 of their games. Right? Above us in the table. He beat us. Look at Thomas Frank sitting alongside us. Thomas Frank doesn't spend 400 million quid. But what Thomas Frank does, what Eddie Howe does, what Iriola does. By the way, Bournemouth are 1 point behind us after selling their star striker. These managers play their players in the right position. They play their players in a solid football formation in the right position. We just look like a team that we have to go a goal down and then it's kind of like a free-for-all. It doesn't look like there's any plan. It doesn't look like there's any pattern. What we're good is coming from behind when we're 1-0 down. Today, we saw what happens when you go 2-0 down. When you go 2-0 down, that's a big mountain to climb, right? And unfortunately, I don't see what Ange has done that makes people think he's better than these managers that I keep getting told are crap. All the time, Kuva. He's crap. Look at the job Thomas Frank has done over the years with Brentford. They lose their best players year in, year out. They go and sign these players for 5 million, 15 million, 10 million. And look at the job they do. Our manager has spent nearly 400 million, right? And isn't doing any better than any of those managers. I find it disgusting.
I suppose the flip side to that would be look at Brighton. The one thing that's remained consistent is the board and their recruitment.
Sure. But you look at Brighton. When I watch Brighton, they've got an actual style. And do you know what? Again, yesterday showed me again, guys, and we are going to go in 30 seconds. But again, Brighton, when losing against a good team that are dominating them, their 31-year-old manager knows how to flip it, mix it up, and goes and wins. They bought really good players. Look at Belieber, who comes on for them in centre mid. Right? Look at Matt O'Reilly coming on. People saying, "Oh, he's not better than what we've got." Give me Matt O'Reilly any day of the week. This is Brighton.
And what's the benefit of keeping with these style of players and the recruitment being like that? It ends up on your favourite word, Savva.
Consistency.
There you go.
And on that note, guys, we're going to leave it. Thank you very much, Dan, for joining me. Can't believe I've done nearly 5 hours. Thanks, Dan. Thanks,
Go
Cougar.
get your roast, mate.
I can't wait. I've got lamb today. I love a lamb roast.
Ooh.
Guys and girls, another shit performance. 2-2 games. 3-5 games. Whatever you want to say about this. Chelsea have missed a sitter, by the way. We will be live tonight in 2.5 hours. The Spurs Review, episode 2. I'm going to be joined by Ian Lubin. I'm going to be joined by Dan from the Spurs Danalist. I'm going to be joined by Jose from El Tel, Cockerell. And also, depending on his flight, he's on a flight right now. Cougar's very favourite, Mr. Box Office, might be joining us. So that will be Box Office, because he'll come on and go, nah, I don't care. I'm here now. Let's talk. Guys, take care. Thank you for your likes. Thank you for your subscribers. We're 3 away from having my best ever subs in one day. Please smash that button. It's the life of a Spurs fan. Take care, everyone. And as always, come on, you Spurs.